and you know that's the way it was, and he had to deal with that. Now, you know, maybe the tables are turning a little bit.
Absolutely, and I think the market priced a little bit of that in 100%. As well too. So yeah, 100%. Yeah. So that was interesting because I didn't know the technologies were a little bit different, but that's something that I was looking at. But now maybe the market's pricing in a little bit of that as well too.
Agreed,
but
dude.
different technologies there. But Sharif, what do you got going on there? I know some people are talking about SoundHound. Waymo's all over LA, but yeah.
Okay, so I just got the alert that our friend here, BTCT, just took out that alert level that I put there for the neckline break. Now, this has been hugging the, there we go, BTCT's going, guys. The reason I even had this, because it was straddling that closing print from yesterday. So I said to myself, if it's not giving up the ghost at the yesterday's closing print, so if it wants to stay break even on the day, is there somebody buying it up here that likes it at that level? Or even if somebody's trading it, fine with me. Now we're zigging and zagging. We got to that top end of the range. But look at this, guys. We didn't break and take it. We got into the top end of the range, and then right back below 19 we go. So I don't want to be quick to jump into this, but if this presents me with a range trade, now I don't like to trade ranges. I know Adara, but these ones are small cap gappers, and I can get blown out trying to range trade these. So it scares me a little bit to try to range trade. But it looks good. It looks good. 19 and a third up here to the top side, about 17 and a half, give or take, to the downside. That's almost $2 worth of range on a small cap gapper on an $18 name. That ain't that bad. But it's spready, it's volatile, so you guys get it. I'm gonna see, does this want to break out? If it doesn't want to break out, we'll decide whether we want to range trade it or not, but it's establishing a range here. Again, 19 and a half to the top side, 17 and a half to the down side. All right, what are we doing here on QBTS? We're still straddling two. I still like the look of this one. I've moved up my stop a little bit because I did get that DCA at $2. Now we're long 203. We're printing twos here on QBTS. MDXG still straddling the $9 area, and MTEM is halted to the downside. But even though it's halted to the downside, Joseph, it's above VWAP, it's above the 10, the 20, and you get it. It's above these levels. So even though it's halted to the downside, technically, from a technical analysis, not in a different way, it looks good. It looks good. So, you know, I don't really like trading these halting names, but maybe something off VWAP, 82.5 cents, maybe risking in a 75 to account for some slippage there. I could be definitely persuaded here to get something in on this one if it sets up right, but we'll have a look at that. Let's flip to these Mag 7s, man. I haven't said anything except about NVIDIA. The dead one, Apple, today is awoken. It weaseled up into 227, so we have a higher low and a higher high than yesterday. We're still below the November 8th high there at 228 and 2/3, but working up. Guys, I'll submit to you, I don't think there's a whole lot of investors buying Apple at these levels. I think it's probably that $150 billion buy program that they've got on, because it just, you know, there's so much uncertainty. I'm sorry for these colors over here. I'm going to take them off because I want to show you something here about Apple that I've been noticing lately anyway. So let's have a look. Let's take off these pivot points and look at this. What I do like about this is we're putting in consistently higher lows. So if we were to base, you know, the local area low on Black Friday back in August, it's successively higher troughs. Even when we dipped into 220, look at the umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles. You can just tell someone's buying up a storm. And we always seem to close a little bit higher or off the lows. People keep buying it. Every successive candle on this bad boy, higher low, higher low, higher low, with that 228 flat top. So Apple looks, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that one either.
Yeah,
I was thinking about it as well too. Yeah,
the tariffs worry me, but I know for a fact that he's given them an exemption in the past, so that lingers in my mind as well. So we'll see, Joseph. Lots of undecided questions.
We'll see on that for sure too, because I was kind of reevaluating my portfolio. I was thinking about maybe trimming the position, locking in some gains, and then maybe allocating those gains to something else. And I was thinking NVDA or something like that, or Amazon, but I want to wait for that report to come out on NVDA, which comes out, I believe, next week. So so we'll take a look at that. We'll reevaluate what we going on. But in the meantime, we'll talk about what Q's trade I got going on right after we get back from Adara.
Let's take a look here at some of the day one's earnings plays on watch and names that are going to be reporting for tomorrow. So we're going to start here with DIS, Disney, of course, the Walt Disney Company. Both Sean and Obi trading this one here on the main show. There was a beat here for earnings per share and sales. CEO Bob Iger actually calling this quarter the best for Disney. They did have some negative notes here. Apparently a 6% decline year over year in their linear networks aspect of their entertainment segment, but nice increase here in content sales and licensing. Direct to consumer up year over year. Their entertainment revenue as a whole was up by 14% year over year. There was a bit of a cautious note. Apparently the CFO is saying that their first quarter is going to be, quote, negatively impacted by the hurricanes that we saw happening in Florida due to the impact there at Walt Disney World. So that's something to watch out for in their next quarter, which should be reporting around January or February. They did as well here. The CFO also said they're going to be expecting stronger advertising for the next fiscal year. Now, we also have here CSCO. This one here down about 2%, though, trying to have a little bit of a bounce. This was a bit of a more strong report here for earnings per share and sales beat, and their EPS guidance above estimates for the year, but their lower end of their guidance for revenue actually fell below expectations, so mixed there for CSCO. Now let's talk here about their earnings on watch. Applied Materials reporting right at 4 p.m. Analysts are looking for $2.18 earnings per share and $6.94 billion in revenue. But let's talk about two of these small caps been running lately, ASTS and OKLO, because they're both reporting after the bell. OKLO analysts are looking for an 8-cent loss per share. ASTS here, analysts are looking for an 18-cent loss per share and revenue of $2 million. So we know both of these can move. Keep an eye out. And then Friday morning, things get even bigger with Alibaba reporting before the bell. So that's going to be one to keep an eye on. Going to be back to you guys, but make sure to vote for your tickers of choice. Exclamation point join, space, $, and whatever ticker you're looking at. Back to the Bash Brothers.
As I like it.
Thank you, Adara, for that. Joseph, we got back into MTEM over here, and we're already scalping out. But look, anything below 85, I'm Gonzino because it did reject one. So we already scalped out. This is 3/5 of the position. I'm looking for that 110 break and take. But first, we got to hold above one. I don't want to give this one back. I already have a stop in place. The stop is below VWAP. And VWAP on my chart is at 83 pennies. But I'd love for this one to hold above $1. And this is what I mean when it's a fundamentally different trade, north and south of $1. But you have to zig and zag sometimes to either get above or below.
Bro, those are slapper entries. Those are wicked entries.
Bad,
yeah, those are really good entries.
So look, we'll see if this one wants to weasel above $1. Right now, I'm doing the fight with it. It's not giving me what I need. So we're going to pack our patience on this one. A whole lot of volume printing right now on MTEM, ladies and gents. What do we got in terms of volume? Oh, just a light 160 million shares printed on the day, albeit a dollar name. So that kind of does make sense. Up 208% though, guys. Keep your eye out on this one. I'm in it right now.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. Sharif, our good buddy Greg V from CT over there says, government efficiency, that's an oxymoron.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. You're not wrong, yeah, so good luck. Scott H, as for Soundhound, is it going to break over 7? You got it now, man. We're printing about $7.05 to 6 cents there. But guys, what we do have here cooking up is this TQQs trade. So we're getting this breakout on the overall index here, or the ETF, I should say. We're still down about 0.1%. Let's see if NVDA can pick up some volume and pick up some steam and continue this move to the top side. But one thing I do like, guys, you know I like my volume by time profile. And with this breakout that we picked here, we do have the volume stepping in on the lower time frames. So we are slowly picking up in volume. So that's something that I always want to see. But yeah, we were talking about Disney and stuff, Sharif, and I know they're gaining ground in the stream wars here.
Oh yeah,
sitting in third place. So we got Netflix with 280 million subs, Amazon Prime with 200 million subs, and then Disney with 154 million subs. Finally becoming, I think it was a quarter or two ago, where they started turning a profit in the streaming business.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So I did a bit of a deep dive into these bad boys today. They got a couple of great things going on for them, Joseph. I mean, streaming really picking up. the movies finally with the strike being over the whatever strike. Now the issue is they're parks. And the funny thing is, parks were keeping the boat afloat after COVID because everybody was locked up. They want to get out. They want to spend money on experiences rather than goods. That's dried up now. 32% drop year over year for their international. I'm talking about Paris. You know, they got a Disneyland there. Don't they have one in Japan as well?
They got Japan. Yeah. Does China have it? No, I don't. I think China might have one too. But
maybe the chat can fact check us.
Yeah, I think China has one too. But I mean, those things are, when it's $10 for a bottle of water, those things are just absolute money printers. You know what I mean?
Well said, exactly.
And I don't know if you have any friends that have kids and they go there, but it's for the pass, it's like $1,000 a day just to like get in the park. Right? For the whole family. It's like insane.
My sister lives in Orange County, right? She's not in Anaheim, but she's close by. So when I go down, you know, sometimes we make a visit there. And it's just to build on your point, dude, you're getting rinsed from the second you enter the park. Whether it's parking right away. You're getting rinsed right away at
it's
the
like
park.
probably like $100 to park your car.
It's insane.
Right? Yeah. So I mean,
Disney parks open.
Disney. Yeah. Why did you park there recently?
What we're talking about.
Yeah, you didn't park there, no. You parked there, no.
It's $100 parking. Where are you going?
Where are you going?
You know, but we're exaggerating and make a point. The point is, it's expensive.
It's really.
You guys want me to do VinFast at 11:51?
That's a look. Yeah. So MTEM back into my entry, Joseph, right now. I've moved up my stop to account for the halt level. So I won't be basing it off VWAP, guys. The halt level was at around 85, or the drop after the halt level, excuse me, I misspoke. So if it dips below 85, Gonzino, don't need the stress of the zig and zag. I've accounted for the move. It's either going to take a buck, or I'm not gonna have to deal with this mentally. I got to preserve the mental capital for the other trades. So anything below 85 pennies, Gonzino. But I'm looking at printing the next peak wetter at $1.10. So we'll see what comes from that. Let's have a look at the other trades we've got on at the moment. QBTS. We already wet our beak there at 208, but this one is trying its darndest to hold to. What I'm worried about is the fact that the volume is dropping off, and I don't want the bottom to come off with a big boy seller or someone shorting and then having this one take out 4 or 5 different levels. And if you haven't traded small cap gappers in the past, well, you'll be in for a rude awakening, because sometimes you'll be at that $2 and then you'll find it at 190 quick as you like, because the seller took out all the buy orders in between 2 and 190. That happens often with these small cap gappers. So the way to avoid getting caught in that is to increase the spread on your stop. What do I mean by that? So I'm giving the computer 2 different data points when I enter my stop. One is the triggering price. It's telling the computer sell if it drops below 190. But that's not the only data piece. I got to give it another one. I say sell up to 180. So I give a 10 penny spread between the triggering sell price and the actual limit price. If you have too narrow of a spread between those two, your stop will not get triggered, and you'll see a line on your chart just saying there, hey, I'm stopped, but I'm not active. So yeah, you got to account for that kind of bamboozlement. Shout out to Sean. On these small cap gappers. So just keep that in mind. If you're going to trade them, make sure you are using sound risk management strategy. The last one over here, I'm still liking this MDXG, still at the 10 exponential, selling off. I'm 8 pennies out of the money on that though. Looking to add though at 85s, but that is no longer the correct level. The only reason I was looking at adding at 885 on MDXG was because that was where the 10 exponential is. It's not there anymore. It's at 90. So I'm adding here. What are you looking at, Joe?
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. I'm just talking to Fugizi Bear in the chat saying, Joe, he says VPA on 1 minute chart, SPY. I'm looking at it. I don't quite see it there, but if with the volume, I mean, above VWAP there, if you're talking about, yeah, absolutely. If you're talking about that 1 minute print around 11:48, then yeah, I totally agree with you. And that's one thing, once you start diving into this and you start to practice it more, it takes time. It's not a skill you're gonna learn overnight, but over time you can potentially learn that like these indecision prints backed by volume or no volume can give you a direction and where the potential asset is going to go. Like what I just seen right here on on TQs is fantastic. That's a print that I would want to see right under VWAP after it held. Well, actually, it broke it, but now if it breaks it to the downside. But if I'm looking for a continuation to the top side, then that's something I'm going to want to keep an eye out for there. As for anything else, guys, let me know what you're looking at. Kendall Lopez, I'm still got my eyes on NVDA as well too. As you can see, I'm out of that TQQs trade. It's starting to sell off a little bit. But guys, what you can see on NVDA, and Kendall, I'm glad you pointed this out, is that we're not climbing higher anymore. That buying pressure and that buying volume has now stepped aside, and we're slowly starting to curl over. And if volume steps in, I wouldn't be surprised if NVDA goes and tests the volume weighted average price. But keep in mind, if volume steps in, we can definitely break 149 and continue that northeast trajectory, guys, all right? So, Joe, can you explain volume by time? Yeah, that's simple. So volume by time is just, if my chart is up here, it's just the same volume signature. So it's how many shares are traded in that time frame, right? So you have a 5-minute chart here, and that displays how many shares were traded in that time frame. All right, and it's the same thing with the lower time frame here. It just depicts how many shares were traded in that candle print, all right? So when I say volume by time, it's because we have also VPOC and volume by price as well too, right? So you have the volume point of control that some people use, and it's actually on the other side of the other axis of the chart, but it also depicts where the volume is at most by price, all right? So whatever price has the most volume, you'll see this relative to the price, all right? But when we have volume by time, this displays by each minute how much volume is printed in each candle, all right? So just keep that in mind. It's not that complicated. And this you simply gauge just by eye and using maybe a median here and just discovering what the average volume is. And when you have the ability to just look at the chart quick and say, oh, this is average volume, then you have isolated volume signatures like we did on Billy here, then you can be like, hey, this is displaying something to me. This can be a potential turnaround. This can be potential stopping volume. And this you can base a trade on. All right, so yeah, we're going to do the ad read now with Sharif.
All right, guys, the timing couldn't be better. VinFast has made waves by delivering over 51,000 EVs in the first 10 months of 2024 in Vietnam, outpacing major international competitors and becoming Vietnam's top auto brand. It's an industry milestone. VinFast is now the first EV maker in the country to outsell traditional gasoline cars just 2 years after going fully electric. Globally, VinFast is also on a roll, expanding its footprint in major markets like the US, Canada, and Europe, while breaking into new high-potential regions like the Middle East, Indonesia, the Philippines, and India. With 7 versatile EV models meeting a wide range of market needs, VinFast is making its mark as a powerhouse in the global EV market. It's a major moment for the industry, and all eyes are now on VinFast as they prepare to release their Q3 financial results on November 26, 2024. So stay tuned. I like the look of that blue one. Oh, that's a nice one right there.
Yeah, that's a nice
Anything
one.
Blue, Joseph,
Yeah, you like the blue, right?
always
Yeah, blue
gets
guy.
my attention. Dude.
Yeah? Nice
I like the
blue
VF9, though. They've got that bad boy up at Yorkdale. It's a
Jeez.
bigger car.
Yeah.
It's closer to the, triple-digit number, but it's really nice.
Getting up there, right? Those 6 figs.
Yes, sir.
Those 6 figs. We got a question here from Go Haas. Joe, what do you think of a credit spread on MSTR? What kind of credit spread are you looking at? But let's pull up the chart here on MSTR, MicroStrategy. I mean, I like the volume here. There might be other ways to play this trade. When I'm basing a credit-based trade, I want to have like an isolated pivot, definitive highs, or more of a definitive support and resistance zones to place a credit-based trade here. But again, I don't think you could go wrong because we have the heightened volume, and with that comes the increase in volatility, most likely as we have displayed here. But with that comes the premiums. And if we're on the downside, if the ATR of this stock and the implied volatility starts to dwindle and you have a spread open, then you're going to be sitting pretty. So I would look for this strength to continue. It looks like it is right now, but just be wary of these big prints here. Maybe if you have space, I would look at maybe like a two No, maybe even a 315. That might even be tight. Yeah, 305 to 300 bull put, or maybe a condor on it. But again, I think there's better stocks to trade and put credit spreads based on that. So I don't want to force a trade on you and have be like, I don't want to force the trade and for you to open a position that may not work. But if you are going to, and if I was going to, I would look maybe around the 300s. Try to get that to a 1 delta, see what that 0.1 delta is displaying and how much it's offering, and then base a $5 spread off of that. But just keep in mind, one thing I do like, and you have the right idea, is that we have the heightened volatility, so you'll get that premium, and I'm sure enough, over time, it will slowly dwindle, all right? So that's a good look. Don't force the setup. If you want to do a couple weeks out, the lower price you'll get and you'll collect a little bit more premium, but give yourself a little bit more room. There might be a couple more strategies you might want to implement on that front, but I don't hate that one just because from a volatility standpoint, you'll get those increased premiums. So that hopefully that helped. Bull put at 320. Yeah, it's pretty tight. It's pretty tight. If you want to, I would maybe look for a couple strikes down, look for that 0.1 delta, go Haas, and see what that offers, or maybe go a little bit lower if the premiums are elevated, my friend. What are you cooking?
Man, I'm looking at Google over here. The bleeding won't stop.
Yeah, I know. What's going on?
Holy, I was talking to Gaurav in the chat. Shout out to the OG Gaurav, who's printing up a storm on his shorts today on goggles, 2.5%. But let's put everything in context, guys. Google has been running up quite aggressively since the election. Kind of double topping there, 182. That's an interesting look at that level there. So there was the 31st pop, and then I think that was earnings, right? And then we weaseled down, but got right into that 182. So look at this, 182, a level of importance now on Google, 182, 183. What's operative to me, though, is the higher low situation. So if you were to base it on the local area trough, successively higher lows. Let's go to the daily and just see how far off. Yeah, we're still well off the highs there at 190 and change. Where did we weasel up to? 191.75 it looked like. Yeah, I'm not seeing much on Google today other than, just some perfunctory EU headlines. Also, Gemini has its own app. I'm sure it's a hell of an app. If it's anything like the LLM, it must be amazing. So we'll have to wait to see exactly what we get from that. So, yeah, I don't really know what's going on with Google, guys, but it could be some profit taking. Google's been unusually strong relatively lately, so we'll keep an eye on that. But I'm seeing Tesla here. So I know I'm in the small cap gappers, but let's put some respect on Tesla's name right now. Looks like a double bottom generally at that 317, 316.5. We took out the 10. We took out the 20. We took out VWAP. And now we're taking out the 50. I see possible resistance at 325 just to account for this area trough in the pre. This was another area that we had support at yesterday as well. Look at the afternoon. We found support at 325. We know what happens when support is breached. Sometimes acts as resistance. So if Tesla weasels on up to 325, it could be an interesting short. Otherwise, you could look to take it north from where it currently is, 322.5 into that 325. So TSLA, even though it's down 2.4% on the day, certainly off the lows, about midway here to go into that 325 area we're talking about. To go green, though, it's got to weasel its way above 330, 329.98. That's the HOD on the day, and just a smidge above that is yesterday's closing print at 330 and a fifth. So we're going to keep eyes on goggles over here. We're also putting in what looks like it could be a bit of a rounded top on the monster NVIDIA. I'm not going to call this quite yet, but we are putting successively higher or lower highs and lower lows now with a 4-candle red formation on the 5. We're still above the 20, but it looks like we could be curling down maybe into that 147.75 where VWAP is generally hanging out. There's also another level of support there, the implied balance high that we printed right at 9 a.m. It's exactly at 147.75. So those two levels conflating. Keep your eye out on NVIDIA. Could be an interesting short into at least VWAP. I'm not going to take it, though. Let's have a look at the positions we're doing. Bang on MDGX. Yes, finally we get that top taken out at 9. The buy program looks like it's back on. What's my price on this one now? 95. So we're only 12 pennies in the money. Let's set up another beak wetter at the 10 penny area. I hadn't even layered out any orders on that one yet. BKSY really going here. QBTS not doing much, guys. And I'm back in MTEM because it held the halt level. So I got in at 80 pennies. I've moved up my stop. I'm looking at wetting my beak 85s and the 90s. It's curling up here, but being met with a wall of selling so far into 85 pennies. A reason I like it, the halt levels. And if you've watched me trade these small cap gappers in the past, I told you these halt levels, they act as transitory areas of support and resistance intraday. I wouldn't base anything off them more than intraday, but that's what I'm looking at right now. Boom, we got a print. Let's see if we can go up a little bit higher over here. Where am I waiting? 88s. Okay, so now we're taking out 85s. Let's see if we can continue to ascend a little bit higher here. I'll layer my orders into one. What are you looking at, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm over here looking at NVDA and Kendall Lopez. I'm glad that you pointed this out because sure enough, this is exactly what we're getting. You have that diverging volume, and as price was continuing to trade a little bit higher, we're now starting to roll over a little bit. And on the lower time frames, it's slightly picking up. But I do think that we pull back and we test the volume weighted average point price at some point today, right? So I mean, it may not be immediately, but at some point I do think we come down, we test, excuse me, some support levels and continue to move a little bit higher if the volume does step in. And go Haas, how far out would I do a condor? No more than a week or 2 weeks, preferably, because you don't want to get stuck in a market neutral strategy when the market is essentially in a primary uptrend, all right? So guys, make sure you vote, put that in the chat, because you know when it comes at the afternoon rundown, when the boys, Obi and Sean, they're going to go over your stocks. So yeah, we're going to send it over to Adaria.
Time for a little midday happening now. We got the SPY pushing lower here. Look at this weight we gave up, that brief area of support resistance, this kind of range here. Now we're into 595 halves, sorry, for that S&P 500. The Qs here down about almost the exact same amount, about 0.3%, but the Qs in a bit more of a range, a little bit of a base here around 1075, bit of a top at 1156. So just under a dollar range here on the QQQs. Lots on watch today in the economic data side of things. We did get harder than expected inflation prints for 3 of the 4 PPI prints, though month-over-month PPI non-core was exactly in line with expectations. 9 a.m. we got comments from Fed's Barker, 10 a.m. comments from Fed's Kugler. Then we'll get more Fed's comments here at 3 p.m. and it's going to be Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking on the economy. I'm going to be listening to that and giving you guys those updates live, so keep an eye on Mr. Jerome Powell. Now, BIIB, talk about this push up and giving up the entire move here for Biogen, receiving here a positive note on its Alzheimer's drug trial, apparently being recommended for approval there by the EMA, but giving up that entire pop to the upside. Then we have OKLO. We've had some strength in nuclear names today and also some of these quantum names. I know Sharif's been involved here in QU or QBTS. QUBT also strong. But OKLO is also on watch here with a 16.5% short float and its earnings after the bell. And make sure if these or any other tickers are on watch, vote, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you're looking at. Let's see what Joe and Sharif are doing over there.
We're talking to Obi. And Obi was letting us know that Disney is continuing to bleed. And he's absolutely right. Fresh lows, Joseph.
Yeah, Bilbo Bagholder said in the chat that if you go to the water park at Disney, you can get rinsed there too. So
where's your rinse animation? I don't have that. I still gotta take that off.
Rinse. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, I mean, hey.
Have you ever been to the wave pool at Wonderland?
Of course, yeah, in the lazy river. It's chaos. It's war zone out there, though. It's a dog-eat-dog world.
That's the thing, exactly. So I don't mean to get a little, graphic, Joseph, but I don't really like going on the weekend when there's a lot of kids.
No.
We all know why.
Well, yeah.
Because the bathroom is far away, Joseph.
It's very far away.
Yeah. You know about that.
Yeah. So
and
yeah,
they don't put that chemical in the water either.
You know what? I think after a certain age, you just stop going in there. Oh, geez.
Ram just shafted me by ear right now. She's like, yo, it takes one to know one,
So bro. You know what Sharif...
I'm like, why?
You know what
really,
Sharif
Ram? You're a murderer? You don't know about murders? Like, come on.
The man said so himself. The bathrooms are far away. So if you see Sharif in the wave pool, get out. Get out. Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah, good times. Yeah. We're just looking... Oh, sorry. Go on.
Do you ever do that Wonderland...
Halloween
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Halloween Hunt. It's a good time. You know what I mean? It's a great time. So, yeah, it's a good look.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No. We were talking about NVDA here and how it's slowly starting to roll over. And Kendall Lopez, good luck there. The volume to the downside is starting to pick up. And I know you mentioned this morning, Sharif, as
Yes,
well
sir.
as the first Blackwell. Did you mention who the first Blackwell chip is going to be issued to?
No, I didn't. I don't even know that.
SoftBank. SoftBank, a jab.
I knew that they struck a deal yesterday.
Yeah. So Masayoshi Son, the CEO of SoftBank, also had a large stake in NVDA, a 5% stake that he sold for $4 billion and would be worth now over $180 billion. So
seriously?
Yeah. So that's a tough look
there,
for him. Yeah. So I mean, I heard he almost went bankrupt as well too during one of the but he still had a stake in Baba or something like that.
What was the fiasco? The WeWork thing.
The WeWork thing.
And he was doubling down on
WeWork,
that WeWork thing, and it was just bleeding. And the thing is about WeWork, initially, Joseph, they had a good business model. They were getting all the cheap real estate, commercial real estate, that is, getting it super cheap. Then I forget the name of the dude who's running WeWork. Yeah. The tall, he's got long hair. What's his name, Adara? Adam Newman, I think.
Yes,
Isn't it Adam Newman?
I don't know,
something
but
like that.
I
Anyway,
know.
so he started getting very, very expensive real estate in like high-rise buildings in downtown. Their costs went through the roof. COVID hit.
Boom, done. It was it. Yeah, so that's absolutely detrimental to the business. But I heard he was doing some fishy things behind the scene, like leasing. I don't know exactly what was going on. I don't want to get too into it, but he was just doing something weird where he would buy these high rises, but then somehow put it in his name or something like that. It was weird. Yeah, it was weird. I don't want to get too much into it because I don't know necessarily what I'm talking about, but there was some weird things that were going on behind the scenes there. So but we have a lot of WeWork in the city. Do you see them?
We do. I saw them downtown. They actually look nice.
They look fun.
Ping pong tables,
it looks fun.
tables.
It looks more like, it doesn't really look like a work setting. It looks more like a game center or something like that. But I mean, hey, it's nice. But
guys, I gotta tell you though, so in the same way we're talking about a rounded top in NVIDIA at Ram, look at this rounded bottom here on BTCT. This is the one we were talking about, holding the lows, and here it goes. Okay, it's curling up. It took that $19 decisively now. I would submit to you several green candles on the 5-minute, closing above 19. The reason I was basing everything on 19, because that was the top end of the range that we had been in since 9:45 till we broke and took it right at 11:30. It's 12:06 right now. Now we're weaseling into 20, and we're having trouble with the $10 level at 20. And I'm not going to trade this because it's just, it's a $20 name, but it's moving like a $500 name in the sense that it's spread is awfully wide. So you can find yourself at 19.25 and then quickly find yourself at 19.75 in one uptick. So that ain't for me. It's hard to manage risk unless it's really going parabolic, but a range trade, I'm going to have to account for that with the stop, and it becomes a whole thing. So it's breaking out. I'm not going to take it, but if it takes 20, I think we easily see that 21 in the fifth, which is where VWAP is. And then if we get above VWAP, look at this gnarly range that we put in the pre. And let me tell you, there was a lot of volume in the pre. So let's not, disrespect the fact that this price action took in the pre. Look at this bottom end of the range here at $24. We kept bouncing off that level. If we used it for a while as support, it stands to reason that it might act as resistance. That's all, though, predicated upon us taking 20, taking VWAP, and then moving up into 24. So BTCT, the Katina man had this one today. Keep your eye out on it. I'm going to keep my eye on it as well. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking over here at NVDA still. I really want to get an entry on here because I do think 150 is a potential target on the session. I do like the daily here, but one thing that we're going to need is we're going to need some volume to step in. Oops, let's see here. So we're going to need some volume to step in here, I think, guys, in order to do so. But I do like it for kind of this ABCD pattern, like you have the leg up, A, B, C, D, right? So if we can continue to break or continue to move, I think at some point, it may not be today, but maybe in the near future before the earnings report, we sit up on top of this range and then we can take that break a little bit higher. Is it going to happen today? I don't know. I would definitely want to see a little bit more from the volume by time profile, but we're gonna wait and see. So Scott Edwards, Google ready for a long here, and Obi said he was looking for a potential reversion on that too. I was actually looking at it as well too to see if we could find a potential bottom on it, but I don't see any definitive signals, even though we are slowly starting to curl over, which is fine. but you get this little bit of a volume increase here. I'm not saying that it can't and it won't turn over, but in order for me to classify it as something else, I'm going to need a little bit more confirmation and something to give me more of an idea to base a trade off of, because as of right now, the market seems like a pretty choppy mess, down about 0.23%, and same with the SPY, down 1/4 as well, too, of a percent. So I want to see a little bit more here.
Katina, man, we're gonna need you to push up that price.
Yeah, push up that price, man. What do you got? What do you got there, man?
He's got the food. He's got
salad.
the gym bag.
Yeah.
He's coming in fast and furious from the gym.
Yeah.
Katina, man, what'd you hit at the gym? Swimming.
The guy's a swimmer. The guy is a swimmer. All right. So yeah, I like this look on Google. It seems pretty weak for the day, but I'm gonna want to see some volume and a little bit more indecision within the candle prints in order for me to kind of take this for a potential move back to VWAP or this support level base here. But as for NVDA, I do think we're kind of sitting in no man's land right now, even though we are slowly crawling higher. But if volume does step in, Sharif, I'm going to look to take a long there, my guy.
I want to talk about GME, guys. It's up only 4 1/3%, but I see you guys talking about it. So let's look at the pattern because it's a good pattern, Ram. Higher lows. Really respectful with the higher low situation. No go, Ram? What? I thought you were talking to me, my bad. So here we go, higher low. We start off the day, where did we print initially at 9:30? So we zig and zag, forget about that. Let's take this from the area trough here that we put in at 10, successively higher lows, also with the higher highs. Now, the bamboozlement comes at the top end of the range, not so much at the low end of the range. Look at the topping tail candles. They're not really at the bottom part of the upward channel, but they're at the top of the upward channel. So I personally would like to get long somewhere near the bottom end of the range. So if you're going to trade GameStop, trade it as an upward channel range rather than a breakout till it gives you proof that it's breaking out. And that's going to have to be accompanied by volume and obviously a break and take of a key level. So we'll keep watching this one. I don't have anything on it today that explains why it's up 4 1/3, but let's look at the 4 hour. This thing's been running up. And whether, it's running up because of the election or whatever, man, this has nothing to do with the election, but there's obviously interest lately in some of these more meme stocks. Where are we at here? So October, we're at the end of October there. We were basing it at 2050. Now we're in the high end of the 20s. We worked our way lately into that 28.75. We're at 27.5 right now. So not a bad look on GameStop, but played as an upward channel range in my humble submission rather than looking for a breakout. Currently, where I would get in, I don't think I'm going to trade this, but 27.1/3, maybe if you really want to get in a bit more aggressively in the low 40s with maybe a planned DCA into VWAP. VWAP currently at that 30 penny area. So let me know how it goes if you're going to trade GameStop. But I saw you guys talking about in the chat. Forex, AU, I'm listening. What do you mean? BlackRock increased shares by a stupid amount. Are you talking about GameStop? I think Forex AU, because I'm assuming you are. Yeah, he is. He's GME. I did not know that. Let's have a look at the ownership. I can't bring this in because we're not sponsored by them, but let me have a look on my screen over here. I want to see exactly who added to this bad boy. Don't you love this thing?
Yeah.
You know about this thing?
Wow. Yeah.
Say that again, Fabian. Worksport. Okay, we're sending it up to Adara at the big desk.
Show is brought to you by Worksport. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport. Ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport.
Thank you very much, Adara. Okay, so I can't see that BlackRock added, but that doesn't mean institutions weren't adding. So let me give you a quick synopsis of the ownership, institutional ownership of GameStop so far. So the Vanguard Group, #1 shareholder, they have 6.64%. They have about almost 30 million shares, 29 and a third. And then BlackRock, your point taken there, Forex AU, they're second in terms of right now, and this might not be updated, 21.17 million shares. They account for about 4.75%. Then you've got State Street, and then some others under Charles Schwab, Citadel, Jane Street, Van Eck, Mellon Investments. So a lot of institutional ownership with plenty of size, but I'm not seeing that new ad there. The last entry, though, on my platform is October 31st, so probably not updated, but thank you for letting me know. Let me know how your trade goes if you take it on GME, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there. I know someone in the chat said they want us to take a look at Canopy Growth Corp. I mean, this isn't something that I would be trading on a regular from an intraday standpoint, but you're in at 379 if I'm correct there. But I mean, hey, let's see if you can continue a little bit higher. It's definitely a slow burner there. But that's just my look on CGC. There might be other things in play. I don't know what your wheelhouse is if you like trading these penny stocks, but with that, you got Sharif with the small cap gappers. But that's just a slow burner. I wouldn't want to be, I'd be losing more hair than I already am right now just sitting in that thing. So that's not something I would be looking to trade. But I mean, if you're in the money, then congratulations to you. So hopefully that trade works out really well. And I mentioned this about NVDA, and I'll say your name again, Kendall Lopez. Thank you very much. But again, we're just sitting here in no man's land. I want to find a line in the sand here, and that's the volume weighted average price. So I'm going to wait for this to pull back as we can continue to move lower and lower. And that's what the Qs look like they are doing. It looks like we might take a potential new low here as we slowly curl over. But if you ask me, this has just been a complete mess. Look at the daily price action here from the Qs, just inside day, inside day, inside day, and we're still trading in this little bit of a range here, which is good for like credit spreads, market neutral strategies. But as for intraday price action, this isn't something that I necessarily would like to see. And that's just me, totally subjective, right? But again, this is a hot mess. There's definitely better trading. Yeah, there is. No, like, yeah, man, it's a hot mess. Like, you're trying to play the breakout here. It rejects. You're now taking legs lower. Let's see if it makes a lower high or it breaks low a day, which I wouldn't be surprised. But at the end of the day, there's so many other things that are trending. Obi's been trading Disney all day. Sharif's got the small caps. He's been killing it over there, and MDXG. So there's definitely better looks, and you don't want to try to milk a stone. I'll say that over and over again. Wait for price to come to you and look for orderly price action, right? Like, this is just a choppy mess and something I wouldn't want to take part of, my friend.
Yes, sir. Yes, I was going to mention something there. Totally forgot. Yes, vote. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see what people are talking about there in the chat. But we're going to show you exactly how to do it right there. It's exclamation point, then type in join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. We have UCS FCU. He wants to talk about MTEM and more sympathetic. I could not be involved in it right now. He's asking about it. So I think he already voted for it, so I can't tell you to vote for it again. But I can tell you guys who haven't voted to get into the chat right now. We got Cash Now. He's talking about Coin. Coin has been huge lately. Monster, maybe not today, obviously. Bitcoin pulling a little bit back. Get into the chat, my man. Vote for it. We also have Tom H. talking about BTCS. Katina Man has been in that 2 days in a row now. Get into the chat. Vote for it, my man. Let me know what you think about it, and then the big kahunas will let you know what they think. We got Daddy Gator. He wants to talk about Omar, O-M-E-R. We talked about that one right at the top of the show. It's been boring me to death, so I haven't got in it. But maybe it does something. Get into the chat, my man. Vote for it. We got Kenneth Molina talking about Diz. He's saying, tried to break down, got bottom at 109.40. Shout out to you. Looks like you're taking that long. The OB, he is the one, Kenobi, looking to take that bad boy short, possibly to the low day. Vote for it, and he'll explain why. I'm assuming he thinks it's still a short. So get into the chat, guys. Every day, the big kahunas do their thing at the desk from around 2 to 2:30. They look at the tickers as decided by you, but only the top 5 make it on. So make sure you're persuading your friends to vote your way. Let's have a look at these small cap gappers, see what they're up to at the moment over here. We were waxing poetic about BTCT, to use an Adair term there, but this one did reject $20. However, it is now looking like it's using that initial area of resistance of 19, possibly as support. So if it does that, then does it do that stair step up where it breaches its resistance, uses it as support, then breaches that next level of resistance, uses it as support? You can't tell that from one perfunctory 5-minute candle, but we can keep an keep an eye about watching it. So we'll see. Right now it's got $19 support, $20 resistance, kind of in the same way that it had 19 and 17 previously. So keep your eye on BT, CT, could squeeze. But yeah, it probably has something to do with Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin starts pumping or crypto in general starts pumping, this could really go. Where's Bitcoin right now? We're at 88. We're at 89. Yeah, we're at 88,927. So yeah, we're down only 1%, Joseph. And I think we can all stomach that, seeing exactly where this bad boy has been as of late. So yeah, I think a 1% drop in a day is completely acceptable. What else we got over here? Why is Nikola down 20.5%? Oh wow. Okay, here. Oh, so there's a filing. So Nikola's down 20.5%, guys, and this is kind of the look here. Nikola filed a Form 8K, direct or off balance sheet financial obligation with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission on the 14th, which is today. The information related to the modification of the conversion price of the notes contained in, all right, whatever. Okay, so I'm not going to read this live, but the market not liking it. Nikola down at day's low, 242 right now, big drop. 20.5%, Joseph. So NKLA, just going through my watch list on the side here, seeing there's any outlying names that are down or up big on the day, and that one caught my attention. So just letting you guys know about that one. But nothing else really doing here. We took another print there on QBTS, but it's right back into that $2 level again. So we'll have to pack our patience to see if we can do a little bit better on this one, Joseph.
Yeah, I'm over here just taking a look at NU. I'm just seeing what we got for top volume stocks on the session here, and I'm over here looking at NU. Trying to pull up the chart here. Apologize, but I just seen it on my scanner, and I was just going over some top volume picks. So we have NVDA, SMCI, NU, Tesla, and LUNR Lunar. So those are the looks. I'll see if I can. I don't know why it's not. Anyways, yeah. So again, I mentioned earlier in the session, guys, about NVDA before I decided that I wasn't going to take a long up here, that we were somewhat sitting in no man's land. We're starting to pull into an area that I would like to see. So let's see if we can hold VWAP, and then maybe I'll look to take a long on it. But again, just to touch back on NU, they reported, I think last night. So I mean, this thing's still down 7.7% on the session. Not something I would be looking to trade intraday, especially because the price action isn't over orderly. So I'll stay away from that one. But I do want to keep my eye here on Google for a potential turnaround. We're down about 2.5% on the session. But the one thing that's crawling lower and lower is NVDA. So again, let's see if we can hold 147.80s, and then maybe we'll look to take a long, or we'll look for some indecision candle prints here around or just below VWAP, and then maybe we can get a little bit of a bounce back to the top side. But again, I mentioned this earlier. In order for us to continue higher until we for price to appreciate, we're going to need that volume to step in, and it just didn't. It totally fell off a cliff here, and now you can see that selling pressure is starting to step in a little bit, which is totally fine. And I thought that would be the case as price slowly rolled over here. And now we're going to go and test VWAP. And I mean, the markets are going to go test lows of days today as well too. SPY has already made a new low a day and currently making new ones. And then let's see if the Qs are going to go and test them as well. I know someone in the chat mentioned Meta, and I haven't really looked at Meta today. And they're saying that it was around VWAP as well too. So I mean, down 0.5% isn't horrible, but just look at this daily price action. It's tough. You get those big days, but you don't get any really continuation throughout those days, right? So you get a decent move there, consolidation, and then you get that big move up there, again, from 573 to 590s. But then we're starting to pull back a little again. I want to see this continuous. I want to see day after day, which would be nice. Unfortunately, it's not always the case. But when I see something trending, this is what I want to see. As of right now, this is just a lot of noise and prices chopping around, kind of making market neutral strategies more appealing than what they were previously when the market was trending higher. And I mentioned that about the Qs as well too. But keep in mind, we have NVDA reporting, I believe, next week on the 20th or the 22nd, either or. So keep in mind, because depending on how the street looks at that report, then it might move the market. And I mentioned this time and time again. In order for us to continue to crawl higher, we're going to need all these big mega caps to start participating. But as of right now, this choppy mess that we see as in Apple, in Google, and Meta, I don't see the market going too much higher right now. And Sharif, you mentioned this earlier. It's like one day a couple of them are trending, the next day the other are trending. So we need everything kind of to move in sync and move together, or a majority of them anyways, to continue higher. But I do think we chop around a little bit here for until at least the NVDA report comes out.
Yes, sir. And speaking of NVIDIA, great segue there, Joseph. It's at VWAP.
Yeah, it's at VWAP.
So this could be an interesting opportunity. Let's have a look at the chart over here. So rounded top, should have taken this trade. I mean, this was a mistake, obviously, but I was focused on the small cap gappers. But hey, it's at a key level now. And we also talked about why VWAP was important, because it happens to conflate with the implied balance high, right at 147.80. So there's the implied balance high, which is at 9:30 print, spike and drop. That's exactly the high of that candle, is 147.77. VWAP currently 147.83. You guys get it. So interesting. Here, let's take a page out of Neil's playbook there and basically say I'm going to get in on this one if on the back end, meaning that it's got to prove to me that VWAP is a level of importance. The implied balance high is a level of importance. This is not the implied balance high. I misspoke. I'm sorry. This is the top of the 930 range. The implied balance high is the up to 1030, the high and the low. So I misspoke there. But if it proves that it's going to hold up at VWAP, starts to curl, throws it in a green candle or two, going to get long on NVIDIA. You know, we could see 150 today if the market really picks up. The NQ's down right now, about 0.4. Same thing with the ES, are kind of shadowing one another, 0.42, 0.45 for the other one. The Dow not far ahead of, or not much ahead of them, a third of a percent. So if the markets go green, NVIDIA certainly hold up green right now. It's trying to work its way back above 148. So it is, at least for the moment, a two-candle hold up at the volume-weighted average price, up 1.14%. Yeah, let's keep an eye on this one. Let's throw in some RSI too on this one, Joseph. Where are we going to, do I have RSI up on this bad boy? No, I don't. So I'm going to have to actually, there it is. Where it is it? Let's have a look at this bad boy over here on the 5 minute.
Where at here?
Yeah, we're midpoint. That's the thing. We're midpoint. 40 coming. Yeah. So not much doing there in terms of technicals from the RSI. I don't even really use it for that. The NOS boss, when he was over, I mean, he really tried to drill this into a lot of us right now. He's like, look, price action, RSI divergence. It's not the only way to use it. Obviously, you can use it for overbought, oversold. But he's like, look, when you see the higher highs on the price action, you see lower highs on the RSI. That's kind of what to be alert for there. Yeah. So there you go. Kind of dancing right now at 148. I'm not going to jump into this. It's going to have to prove to me that this is a holdup. So we'll pack our patience on this bad boy and see exactly what we get there. Let's flip to some others, though, and see what they're up to, because we were talking about Tesla, VWAP earlier. Nope. So it rejects the 50 exponential at 323 and right back down now, breaking below 320. So this one looking awfully weak on the day. It's really the dead one here that's awfully strong. But I would submit to you it's found resistance at 227. And that has been the range for a hot minute. Now, the other side of that coin is we got higher lows with a flat top. So 227, essentially resistance generally on AAPL. But when you look at the lows, they're all successively higher than their predecessors. So ascending wedge, possibly on the dead one, Apple. We'll see if we get a nice up move here. Man, I'm going to tell you something right now. We weasel back into highs. I'm taking some off the table.
Yeah, I think
I haven't taken anything off the table.
Yeah, well, you said this is the longest you've ever held something.
Ever.
A year.
In addition to that, it's the longest I've ever held anything. In addition, I haven't taken anything off. So it's also the longest one I haven't taken anything off from.
So we'll just call you diamond hands.
Not even, bro. This is going to be paper hands because I'm going to wait for that 237. I'm going to find it at 197.
Yeah. Well, probably
Hopefully
not.
not.
But, hey. Yeah, but I mean, hey, man, I was thinking about doing the same thing too. So I was looking to maybe lock in some of those gains and then allocate that to something else and see what else is it. But again, I don't know if we're getting anything really at a discount. Oh, but what I did look at was that AMD's PE has, as well as the price, has drastically fell. So now it's starting to become priced into more of a range where the street may think it is acceptable. Hence why you see it kind of chopping around the 140s area, the 139. So sitting around 25 for forward.
That's it?
So, yeah.
Hold on, AMD's sitting at 25?
Yeah.
Dude,
forward,
wasn't it 250?
It was at 200. So as the price came down, so did the PE, obviously, right? So, is it 124? Or maybe I read it wrong. Yeah, okay,
Still half.
it's still half of what it was. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I didn't think it came down. So yeah, 124. I was mistaken there, but again, cut in half as the price started to depreciate as well too. But we'll send it to Adara.
Just note here, I'm seeing a bit of a pop-up here in FSLR. Let's see if there's any other solar here on watch. It's also worth noting the reason I wanted to throw here right now. So solar really pushing up here. That's end phase. Nice pop-up in solar, but I also have TSLA on watch here. Reuters reporting that the Trump transition plans to kill that $7,500 consumer tax credit for EVs. So looks like the Trump administration coming through in January 2025, according to Reuters, will be looking to cut off that $7,500 consumer tax credit for EVs. So maybe not a good look for some of these EV companies. Also, nice spike in solar, guys.
Yeah, see, this is where I got this from. See, so I was sitting around like 28 forward PE here now, but I could be totally wrong.
Yeah. I mean,
right?
I see different numbers all the time, so I'm not gonna hold you to that.
Exactly.
Guys, we're doing real well here on MDXG. I've got my beak wetter set up at 14, and hopefully we get printed soon. We're 14 on the ask, 13 on the bid. We're long at 91s. It's a good trade so far here on MDXG. This is the one I was submitting to you guys, was likely a buy program. Doesn't look like that anymore because it's whiffling and waffling right now. But this is what it looked like earlier. And it was an uninterrupted symphony of green candles on the 5. I need to count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Green candles in a row. The volume bars corresponding as well. Let's see did we get that 14 print? Bang! We got the 14 print, baby. How many more outs do we have here? Yeah, we still got 3 more outs. Okay, so we're gonna let this one run a little bit more. 914 HOD right now. It's awfully respectful of that 10 exponential moving average. Looking to move up a little bit more over here on MDXG. And in case you're just joining us and haven't heard me yell about this one from earlier, I will yell you about it right now. Here are the details on it. It's a $1.34 billion market cap, so it's not a small cap gapper. They are a biologics company. If you don't know what biologics are, it could be the future of, well, not the future of medicine, because I think we're going to move by, but it essentially doesn't use chemicals, it uses your own body's reaction. 3.25 million shares traded on the day with a float of 144 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is on this bad boy, MDXG. It is 2.75%, so not much to speak of in terms of a short float there. But speaking of small caps, we now have Adara at the big screen, the small cap recap.
Thank you, Sharif. Actually, MDXG is going to be on there, so thank you, Sharif, for going over that one in advance, and congrats on that trade. We're going to start here with the IWM, the Russell 2000. We looked at this last around 10:30, and we were, as of that point, holding on to that 234 level, though there were lower highs and lower lows. Right now, we're down 1% on that Russell, and we're actually below 233. So lots of weakness coming through for the small cap sector there, or index. Let's take a look here at AGFY. It's worth noting this one just popped up. We're under 1 million shares last time I checked, so be careful. Not as much volume on this one, but this one got a pop here. No new catalyst from today, but 2 days ago, it announced its acquisition of Senorita, which is this THC beverage brand. So I bring this up because this could be a potential cannabis play here. It's also worth noting because the float is very small. 835 shares for AGFY, which has popped in the past. Also, which has rallied in the past here with a small float, is UAVS, Ag Eagle Aerial Systems. This thing has a 180,000 share float, 55% of which is sold short. So tiny float, huge market cap for UAVS, which trades on the Amex. Yesterday morning, they regained compliance with listing standards, and then this morning they announced they have 17 new purchase orders for their drone. Also, Sharif already mentioned this, so shout out and congrats to Sharif for that. But MyMedX here, MDXG, up nicely here. The catalyst involves here providing the update on their local coverage determination. So apparently raising some treatment application amounts here, I guess positively received by the market for MDXG. Now back to Sharif, who's actually trading this name, and make sure whatever ticker you're looking for, get in that chat and vote. Exclamation point, Dwayne, space, and your dollar sign of choice. Yeah, that's on the screen. Sorry, guys.
You're good at there. Joseph, what's going on with Boeing, bro?
Yeah, so I was just looking into some BA news as well, too. I didn't find the article that you actually, here we go, hires North Corp executive to revamp Pentagon projects. So again, this thing is absolutely tanking. I thought there would be a potential bottom, especially when that new CEO came into play. But it's just continuing to make new lows here on the session. So I was saying to Sharif, man, what a tough stock to be in and continue to hold, especially it's just been selling. I don't even know from a percentage standpoint how much it's down off its all-time highs, but it is absolutely doing brutal. Do you see anything other than the hires new Northrop executive to revamp Pentagon projects? What else do you see on there,
Separately, Boeing has begun notifying workers who will be laid off as part of the 10% workforce or 17,000 jobs in the coming months. The cuts are far-reaching. No, we already had priced that in. I think the only thing new, Joseph, is exactly what you just said.
So, yeah.
Colin Miller guy.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess they don't like him. I guess they're like, who is this guy and why did we hire him? So this is what the street is looking at the stock. But again, like,
what is Phantom
like absolutely dismal. Like, I don't know, man. If you're still holding on to this, if you're bag holding Boeing, just get out of it because this thing doesn't seem to want to put in a bottom. Like, just consecutive red day after red day. The volume's starting to pick up as we can continue to sell. And it's just not holding any of these levels. We have no isolated pivots. We just have this big volume stepping in here, and then the stock just totally rejecting that and continuing to the downside. So that's the look on Boeing. It's still continuing to sell, down only 1.8% on the session. But at this point, it's like I don't know how much longer you're gonna hold on to this thing. Because at this point, you are absolutely bag holding, my friend. What do you got going on there?
Okay, guys. So this Phantom division over here, this is their Department of Defense division. So it's kind of, if you're into aviation like I am, you know what Skunk Works is. It's from Lockheed Martin. It used to be run by this brilliant man named Kelly Johnson back in the 60s. This is their version of that. This Phantom Works over here, Fabian. This Phantom, Colin Miller, coming from Northrop Grumman, which we know, I believe, makes the F-22, and I think maybe even in the F-35 as well. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I know that Northrop Grumman is almost exclusively defense. So this dude, Colin Miller, is coming in, I guess, to shore up their defense division. He has nothing to do, I don't think, with the regular, 737, 787s. So this is what I'm getting. So their Phantom Works division is an advanced research and development unit focusing on innovation and creation of cutting-edge aerospace and defense technologies. It operates something like Skunk Works division, dedicated to rapid prototyping, secret projects, and high-tech solutions for military and government clients. I kind of like that. I mean, nobody likes belligerencies, but let's call a spade, man. The world and countries are rearming. Okay, and so you gotta be able to have companies that are gonna provide them with stuff. So I don't know. I think this is interesting. I don't know why the market's selling off on this, but Boeing can't seem to do anything right lately. So maybe that has something to do with that. Down 1.8%. The Katina man was letting us know that this is 52-week lows.
Yeah.
Let's have a look here, Joseph. Let's do some technical analysis on the daily, figure out what kind of support level we could be getting into here. Wow.
There's nothing, bro. It's
hot
garbage.
Horrible.
Yeah, it's an absolute dumpster fire.
It's hot garbage. Let's go to the weekly, Joseph, because I can't see nothing from this one. Okay, so we got a double bottom of note at 120. So 120 will be very interesting. This double bottom, guys, this goes from June and May of 2022 to September and October of 2022. We double bottom, neckline was 173. So 120 could be an interesting level on Boeing, man. But wow, that's hot flaming garbage. Look where this was January 19. 450. I mean, they were doing well. This is an island gap. The Katina man has been talking about island gaps lately, and I love that, obviously. Yeah. Look at that island gap there and the gap down, consolidation, then blood on the streets, Joseph. So 120 is going to be an interesting level for me, so much so that we're going to put an alert out at 125 because I could be interested in that at that level. So weakness on Boeing, no doubt about it.
You would buy Boeing at 120?
With a stop.
You would,
with
yeah.
a stop.
Yeah. I wouldn't disagree on the buy on Boeing, but what I want to see is a couple solid quarters to reflect.
Don't
the
disagree
buy,
with that.
Right?
Don't
so
disagree
you want to
with
see
that.
when we want to see some quality quarters in here,
100%.
and then maybe exceed on deliveries, something along those lines, and maybe we'll take a look at it too. Because again, they have next to no competition. There's only Airbus really that they. So it's like, okay, you guys got to get it together because. Why? You have no competition.
Can I say something to
Yeah,
you?
yeah,
I feel like
absolutely.
these airline companies and these airline manufacturers have become the new utility companies. We can't live without them, but they can't seem to make any money.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Which is crazy because to fly anywhere costs an arm and a leg. So I mean, I don't know, guys, but we're over here. We're over here in Google. It's starting to work out.
Yeah,
it's starting to curl. It's starting to curl over a little bit. I didn't get the best entry on it. But again, if I got a little bit lower here, then that would be nice. But I think I'm not looking for a complete reversal in this trade, but I am looking for a little bit of a pullback. If we can touch 175, 50s, then that will be amazing, or 175 even as well too. But other than that's my look there. I expect this to be a little bit slower of a burn and a little bit more of a grind. But as of right now, we're starting to turn around a little bit. The market is as well too. Putting in a nice signal there for a potential turnaround, guys, because that's exactly what we're talking about, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
And we'll get into that. I'll jump into the lesson, but is there anything you want to touch on first?
Yeah, I'm just going to mention exactly what's going on here. Apple is breaking out, guys. Huge breakout above 227. Big boy candle over here. This is a 5-minute candle, so 227.67. The dead one broke out aggressively above that 227, and we had earmarked 227 as an obvious level of resistance because it had been rejecting that level since 10:30. We get the break at 12:35. So 2 hours of consolidation. Then you get the break and take. Look, Apple up on the day, but I have my reservations about this and the problem. And Joseph is astutely pointing out that the volume is increasing on the dead one. And it's increasing midday. Great observation, homie. Good look there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I like the Google trade. I'm also interested again in NVIDIA. Just to labor this super quick before you start the lesson. Yes, we did give up the ghost at 147 on NVIDIA, but I've seen this story before where we breached technically VWAP and then we make a move like we didn't even breach it and move to the high side. So I'm very interested on a recovery on NVIDIA despite the fact that it's below VWAP, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there from Sharif as always, guys. And we're talking about breakout volume, so let's get right back into it and close this lesson off in the day, because what we just seen on Apple is perfectly and a perfect example of what we're going to get into right now. So analyzing volume by time signatures, igniting volume, all right? Seeing a significant volume increase through support and resistance levels that can be classified as igniting volume. And that's exactly what just happened with Apple. As you see the volume starting to increase, you can call it what you will, but this is igniting volume as it breaks out, that volume steps in, all right, guys? So stopping volume, a prime example of my Billy trade this morning, all right? So identifying stopping volume can be recognized at extremes. Look for indecision price action prints at highs or lows with isolated volume signatures, all right, guys? So that's the look on analyzing igniting volume and stopping volume, all right? So here's a prime example, and I sound like a broken record talking about this Tesla pattern all the time, but look what happens when we break this resistance level. The volume steps in and price starts to appreciate, all right, guys? So displayed on the daily chart below, you can identify volume stepping in at key resistance zones and continuing throughout the breakout, okay? So keep that in mind there, guys. You get the volume. That's what if you're a breakout trader, you want to see that igniting volume start to step in, and then we can continue that move higher and higher, all right, guys? So now stopping volume, mentioned before. So as displayed on the chart below, spelling error, the stock gapped down, then printed a large daily price action candle and large volume signature. This can be classified as stopping volume. So we have a big gap down here on Meta, and with that volume, with the volume supporting it, and then it didn't even look back. The stock didn't breach the lows. It continued to go higher and higher. So look for stopping volume at extreme highs and lows, and then sure enough, you can base trades on it exactly like I did with Billy this morning. So isolated pivots. Sharif was just talking, him and Katina were talking about island gaps. Perfect. We're going to go over a couple right now. Isolated pivots are a great signal to be able to identify on multiple time frames. Wow, Google is absolutely ripping here to the top side. I love it, guys. I'll finish this slide and then we'll get back into it. We might cut this a little short, but we'll read this slide. So isolated pivots are a great signal to be able to identify on multiple time frames. Locating isolated pivots at extreme highs and lows are very key. At potential peaks in a technical trend, look for the isolated pivot to consist of a higher high than candles on either side, as well as higher lows on candles on either side, all right? So at potential troughs in a technical trend, look for the isolated pivot to consist of lower lows than candles on either side, as well as lower highs as the candles on either side, all right? These signals can indicate a possible turnaround in price. Correlated with isolated volume signatures, this can give you more conviction in the possible reversal in price. All right, guys? So let's look at some of these here, some island gaps that we were referring to. Here you have on Uber, absolutely fantastic there. And then look, price doesn't even look back here. You have the volume backing it behind, and then boom, you get that move higher and higher. All right, so that's just one example of things that you want to look at there. We skipped one. So we had another one here on Microsoft, just all alone, all by itself, and then sure enough, it trades higher, doesn't even breach this gap, or doesn't even breach the low, doesn't even come close to it, and continues to move higher and higher, all right? So these are things that you can base trades off of, and we have one here, and I talked about this Amazon trade that I use via puts. I started selling puts to fill this gap, so I was using multiple strategies essentially at once to make this trade here on Amazon, but we have this isolated volume signature with these candles that can signal, hey, that the stock is eventually ready to turn around, all right? So here's another one on Google. This one I did a bear call spread on this one because I didn't think that the price was going to continue too much lower, filled about 50 to 60% of that gap to the downside. But here we have an isolated signature, and then at an extreme, we have that hammer doji or a hanging man at an extreme high, and then you get that pullback. But then that thesis is essentially dead at the break of that, all right? So being able to identify these types of pivots in daily charts or any time frames is going to give you a lot of conviction and can be highly potential risk to reward trades that you can take extreme advantage of, all right, guys? So you see them all over the place, and they happen at earnings or big news events, big catalytic news events, all right? So keep an eye out on those, and you can base monster trades on them because some of my best trades have been based off of these VPA signals, guys. So if you have any questions for me, and here's another one, an absolute monster one on AMD, and the boys and I were talking about it in the back from a while ago, but this is from earlier in the year. You see AMD that went on that monster run all the way up to 200 plus, and then put in this candle here, this shooting star doji, whatever you would like to call it, and then just hasn't recovered since, all right, guys? So that is the lesson of the day. Hopefully you guys learned something from VPA. I mean, look up the book, Anna Cooling's Volume Price Analysis. You read that, you're going to have a fantastic time reading it. It's a great read. It's not boring, and it just adds so much dynamic to your trading. I don't think I would be where I'm sitting now if I haven't read that book because it just adds so much conviction into price action and allows you to identify what the price is telling you and what volume is telling you at certain peaks and troughs, my friend. What do you got cooking up there?
I'm in Google and I'm kind of regretting it.
Oh, no.
Yes, but I'm going to be looking at adding at 3/4. Yeah, I got in literally at the top and now it's dropping. So it looks like it's a 175, 20 exponential retracement. Guys, chart. I was looking at this one. I like the curling pattern. I thought, we could work up into maybe 176 at the volume weighted average price, but it looks like it was a short to pop kind of situation. So I've already put my stop out on this. We'll see if it ends up stopping me out or what, but we're going to keep this one on watch. Let's see what it does here at 75s, because 75s was a level that I wanted to possibly add if it gave up the ghost, and it certainly did right now. The reason I like 75 because you have a couple of area crests here that it held up at. So let's pack our patience. Let's see if we work our way into 75. 75 also happens to be the 10 exponential. So if it holds up here, that'd be interesting. The future's continuing to bleed though, so I don't have a whole lot of, this is a tough one right here. Bad entry into Google. Should have just stuck with the small cap gappers. We just got stopped out. So that's the way it is. You win some, you lose some. So that's the way it is. So we're going to keep an eye out, see if Google
I
wants
got
to
break even there too. I only got a couple partials and then it came back.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dumbass trade by me today, and that's just the way it is. So shout out to Big Spile. Finally, he's back in the chat. Where you been? Let's see what he says. So there will be blood, says Big Spile. Oh, I'm shocked. Shocked that he feels that. The Piper, you're up, so reversal now. Shout out to him. SMCI says Lexter 001. What was it, Fabian? I didn't hear you.
Trade the pool.
Trade the pool. Am I doing it?
Yeah, that's all right. No, that's all right.
Okay.
It's over there.
Sorry?
See if we can get Sean to hand that sheet.
No.
That's all right. That's all right. Don't worry. We got it. All right. We'll take care of it.
Okay, so what we're going to do, let me know when we're ready for that, okay?
The sheet, the trade the pool.
It's fine. I got it right here, brother. It's fine. It's all good. All right. Trade the pool. Ever wish you could trade without risking your own savings? With Trade the Pool, you can trade real shares using company capital, meaning you're not risking your own funds. And here's how it works. You choose the evaluation according to the account size that you'd like to manage. It's from $20,000 to $260,000 in buying power. Once you meet the profit target, you become a funded trader and you start trading with Trade the Pool's capital. And the best part, you keep up to 80% of the profits. It's literally a game changer, especially for traders looking to bypass that pattern day trader rule PDT and access capital without the usual hurdles. So head on over to tradethepool.com and check it out. You'll see exactly why traders are loving it. So wow. Good look there. I'm happy I got stopped out of Google where I did, because the blood continues to shed as we move into lows here on goggles. 174 and a third is the low of the day. Could we find a bounce off that low? The futures also at lows, 21,018. Wow. So this could be interesting here, especially if we bounce off that 21,000 area. Microsoft just tanked from 428 down to 421. Something's going on with Microsoft. What the hell is going on here with Microsoft? 1246, here it is. This is it right here. Microsoft, Xbox, consumer data concerns. Okay, not good. Microsoft just tanked $7 in one 5-minute candle. Can it be that? What the hell is this? This is not it. This is some stupid lawyer crap that's trying to solicit people for their class action lawsuits. That can't be it, man.
Who plays Xbox anyways?
That's funny. But I don't know. Adara, do you have anything on Microsoft? Okay, well, Microsoft just dropped big. Recovering right now, though, guys. Big move up back into 424. What a move down for Microsoft. This is what I'm looking at right here in case you're wondering why I was yelling. We were at 428.17. We dropped into 421.10 in one 5-minute candle. That has to be news related. I still don't have any. Oh, here it is coming in. U.S. regulators plan to investigate Microsoft cloud business. We know that to be Azure. It is their biggest moneymaker. This is interesting, reported by the Financial Times. U.S. regulators plan to investigate Microsoft cloud business, and we bled $7 to the downside, still trading near the lows right now, 423. Big move down here for Softy, now down 0.5%, Joseph.
Yeah. So now, as you mentioned that, Sharif, and it continues to tank, it's only a matter of time until you buy this stock, because this could be an absolute nothing. In my opinion, because what are they gonna look into the cloud service for? What is their? I don't know. Anyways, but again, I think it's just noise at the end of the day. So this could be a potential good time to buy the stock. It has filled that daily gap as well too. Let's keep an eye on that. But one thing that I do like here, Sharif, is that we do have NVDA with the inability to create new lows here, just hovering around the volume-weighted average price. So let's see if we can start popping back up, and then maybe we break and we can continue to that top side. But as I mentioned earlier before in the session, guys, the Qs are an absolutely hot mess, down 0.5% on the session. But look, it sells off, Microsoft tanks, just bids right back up. So it's a little bit of a choppy look here on the Qs and some of these tech stocks. But again, Microsoft is still absolutely just roaring to the downside here. I'll pull it up on my chart so we can get on some of this action. But I mean, I'm not going to just chase this price action pattern, even though the volume is stepping in, and look how significantly higher it is. So this is something that we want to see. We have the volume backing up this move. So the effort and result is there, guys. So I mean, I'm not going to chase it here. I would be personally a buyer of this at any lows. but we still got to sit here and wait and see what's going on because this volume is absolutely picking up, and it's picking up extremely heavy on Microsoft. So there might be some potential plays. And if it does want to rebound, expect the market to rebound with it because Apple, the counterpart, is sitting in second spot. Yeah, exactly. It's totally on one. Just about to make new highs of days here, sitting around $227. Going to push for that 228 on Apple, which I think is going to come momentarily. But we got this volume falling off, guys, and you know I don't like that. So let's see if we can continue to move higher, and then maybe we can base a trade off that. But Microsoft's starting to recover right now, as I thought it would. But Sharif, with Microsoft and Apple moving a little bit higher, what's our good buddy NVDA Jensen doing? Not too much. But again, maybe you know what we do?
Yes.
This is what we do right here, Sharif.
Okay.
Right there.
There Boom. You wet your peak, baby.
Exactly. We're gonna get in there because we have a little bit of it. We have some definitive lows, but here we go, guys, with Apple pushing in for this 228 here. The volume stepping in. I'm not in this, but hey, we're gonna look at it because the volume's stepping in, and we're gonna go push 228, and then let's see what some potential next targets can be. There's nothing really distinctive because we are at some support here, but let's see if we can go push 228.5s next, and we'll go to the $0.50 to see if that's where the street thinks fair value sits.
I'm trying. I'm in the process, Joseph, of exacting revenge on Google. Ooh. I'm long 69s. I've wet my beak a couple of times, 82s, 95s. Now I'm waiting at 98. It just got to 98. It didn't cross. So there's resistance at 75. I like to hold up at 174.50 on goggles. So that's why we're long. Let's see if we can print above that $0.50 and take a $0.25 there. GOOGL also caught a bit of a bid. Now, there's a couple of things that can happen here. I mean, this could be a nothing burger and just more of an algo reaction, or we could start seeing some antipathy plays, as Adara has been saying lately. Shout out to Adara. Basically, what we're looking at here, we've got three big boys in the cloud game. We all know who they are. It's Google, it's Microsoft, and it's Amazon. So if Microsoft's going to bleed, well, then maybe Amazon and maybe Google catch a bid. And which of the three has been growing the most lately? I will submit to you it is Google Cloud, growing at 30-some-odd% when the others have been struggling to grow in the double digits. So we took out that one at 98. So we're nicely in the money now on goggles. I'm going to set up at the north side here of 175 because we're still not printing anything above 175. Then I'm going to sit at 15s. And the reason I'm going to sit at 15s, Joseph, is because we had a bit of a rejection there at 10. So if we can make another higher high, well, then that'd be interesting. And I could even be persuaded to add if we get above that $0.25 level. So let's see what goggles does here. It has all sorts of resistance right now with the 175. Unsurprising there. Let's see if it crosses and we're able to get some out at 05s, 02s, 03 showing up now. 04s on the bid. There's 5. Didn't cross, so I didn't get printed. 5 back again right now on the level 2. But yeah, we're still not printing there. So packing my patience. Tesla also off lows, but the monster of the day is the dead one, Apple. It is at 228.17, essentially the high of the day, breaking out aggressively through that 227 flat top that we had been putting in an hour and a half worth of work on. So we'll keep tabs there. Microsoft still red, hanging out at 423. I'm unsure how to play this. And maybe the way to play it is to not touch it at all.
Yeah, that's definitely
because
a play.
This, I don't have levels, Joseph. The only thing I see here are possibly that consolidation area in the pre, right around 424 to 423 3/4. But this candle right now, an inside red candle. So let's see if we can get some more. Yeah, some more data here. What's your look on this volume bar?
You see, that's the exact same thing. That's what I was just going to point out here, Sharif, is that I would want to see that candle slightly more isolated, right? So I would want to see this kind of open at the lows there and see what we can do. But again, one thing that I don't mind is that the volume is backing it. But see, the problem is that the wick, your RVR isn't really there because of how long this wick is and how deep this move was to the downside. But we do have this volume signature that I will keep an eye on. But if it fails to break this low, potentially look for it to crawl and drag a little bit higher. But again, I don't like that 5-minute print. I would like to see this candle print a little more isolated than what it currently is. But I mean, Rivian Millionaire said in the chat, it's not going to affect the bottom line, and I totally agree with you. But here, as you can see now, guys, we're getting that thesis. We're talking volume price analysis today, and sure enough, what we went over was isolated volume signatures. But again, this can give you a signal, but one thing that I would be looking for is I want to see that candle print, that 5-minute print, a little more isolated than what it is. But again, as you can see, we are starting to aggressively pull back, and that's what happens when you have these big volume spikes.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I'm going to slow it down here. Took a little beak wetter there at goggles at 175 just to de-risk a little bit more. But I want to look at the other trades that I've had on MDGX. So right now, how much... Let's see the situation here on MDGX. Yeah, a couple more outs on this one. It's back into my entry. So I'm long 91s. That's going to be the end of the trade right there. So we'll take out that as it breaks down. So we'll give back a few pennies there on the last remaining amount, but profitable on the name still. MDGX breaking down. QBTS breaking down. So these small cap gappers, today at least, very weak in terms of continuity, breaking down below key levels and unable to take out key areas of resistance. So I'm going to look to set up a little bit differently on some of the other ones, maybe, if they show up. Let's have a look at the scanner, the old trusty scanner over there, see what anything new has shown up. No, everything is kind of recycled. Nothing new for a small cap gapper. So then we'll focus on these large caps because they seem to be moving at the moment. Still below 175 though on Google. Trying to pack, where is it? Trying to pack my patience there. There we go. Now we're a little bit above it. Let's see if we can close above it though, because we wicked above 175. But that selling seems to come in quite aggressively at that $175 area. Now I was looking at my outs. And I had outs at 05s. I canceled that. I moved it up to 15s. Bang. Let's go. 10s, 11s. Bang. There we go. We take out 15s. Let's set up now at 33s at the third of a dollar. Let's hang out over here. Let's see if we can ascend. Now, that by definition, we got to take out this area crest that we printed at 45 after 11. And so that could prevent us from ascending even higher. And I'll submit to you that level is 22s. We didn't quite make it up to 22s. We got into 20s there, and then we got a little bit of selling. So let's see if we can continue to curl up here on goggles. I'm looking at 175.33, possibly for the next beak wetter. We'll see if that 175 got taken decisively, or this is just another wick, and then we work our way back down. Goggles, the biggest loser in Mag 7. No, incorrect. The biggest loser in Mag 7 world today is Tesla. The second biggest loser is goggles, Google and GOG. They're both in and around that 2% area there. So we'll keep our eye on that one. Okay, so we did work up into 25s, and then we met with some selling. So Google did work up into 25s, but unable to ascend into that third of a dollar. Packing my patience here with Google. Let's see what we get. Microsoft, still zigging and zagging, guys. Still negative, and still kind of these candles, man. This could be a bear flag setup right now on the 5. A big boy drop, a sideways consolidation. Maybe I need to start building a position at around 424 or whatever, in and around that area. It looks like it's bear flagging here. Let's see what we get with Softy. Yeah, I don't know. And another thing though, hold up. Let's
pause for a
let's
second.
pause and chill for a
breath
second. So here's the deal. We got a new DOJ incoming. We got a new DOJ incoming. That's the truth, right? So, the investigation could be discontinued. The other side of that coin, so that's the positive side. The other side of that coin, apparently, there is going to be a bit of overlap between these two administrations, especially as it regards them taking on the big corporations. So apparently that's one area where they seem to agree, kind of like China. They seem to be able to agree on China a lot, right? Another thing they seem to be able to agree on is anti-competitive behavior with their largest companies. Who knows, though? Who knows? These are all unanswered questions. A lot of these guys are untested. We got Matt Gaetz in as Attorney General. That is peeving a lot of people off. I personally don't care, right? But, how does Matt Gaetz think? Well, apparently, if you look at his history, he hasn't been a fan of these corporations in the past. He's going to be the Attorney General of the strongest country in the world.
So,
right?
and this is what I was going to ask you, and I was going to look it up myself, but it slipped my mind. So how much success has the DOJ had on breaking up these mega corporations?
I think Microsoft was their biggest.
Was it? Okay,
90s.
so that's as big as it, but in the 90s, so 30-something,
Jan
you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
so a long time ago, So again, I don't know. I don't know what their success rate is. That's something I'm gonna look into myself and like see who they breaking up and what the chance of them succeeding in breaking up Google. But again, why would they want to do that when they're one of the largest companies on the planet, and that brings more strength into your country? So I think it's all noise, right? So that's just something that I was personally going to look into. What is their success rate at breaking up these large corporations, and like how does it benefit? I guess like monopolies and etc. But again, what is the overall benefit? Why do you want to possibly give more market share to countries that are other countries that can potentially be?
I love the comments in the chat, guys.
What did I say?
I love it. I love it. Look, hey man, everybody's got an opinion. Yeah. Have at it. That's what we're here for. Freedom of speech. But Adair's at the big desk. She's got something for us.
Let's take a look here at crypto once again here around 1 p.m. And again, if there's any tickers that you guys are looking at, make sure to put them in the chat. Exclamation point join, space, $, and whatever ticker you happen to be looking at. Right now, though, during the afternoon segment of our crypto, look, I want to take a look at XRP because Ripple is the strongest of these crypto names that I could see, the larger crypto-related names on the day by far, as we have a lot of these names pull back as the Trump trade, I guess, loses a little bit of steam in week 2. Now, it's worth noting here, we did have a bit of a double top in XRP around that 0.71 level. As of right now, pushing nicely above it after pausing at that level yesterday. Now here at 0.75. Now, there are a lot of wicks on this daily chart, but we are coming here after this first double top into another one. That's going to be this 0.819 area, 0.82 area. We started to hear there's a little bit of a bull flag that didn't quite materialize. That was mid-July 2023. Then we make our second double top here, or our second top in late July 2023. So let's see what we do here with 0.819 to 0.82 on this XRP. It's also worth noting, apparently, crypto market capitalization hitting a record high here, $3.2 trillion. It's the first time that we've had that happen. And of course, the election of Donald Trump, who has called himself the crypto president, has been a really good look here as well for that space. Also, I just want to touch once again here on that Microsoft headline. So basically, we have the Financial Times reporting that they do have these U.S. regulators looking to investigate Microsoft's cloud business. As Sharif alluded to, before we had the administrations translate over, according to Financial Times, the FTC president, Lena Khan, who we know, or chair, sorry, Lena Khan, who we know has been a little bit aggressive, specifically with these mega cap names, is apparently looking to pursue these big tech companies as the Biden presidency winds down. So it might be worth noting we could get some other storylines or headlines along this theme, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. I appreciate that. All right.
Nice Google trade there.
Thank you. I was talking to the OP, he is the one Kenoba, and he was like, look, bro, not a bad entry. As long as you understand where you're risking to and you're okay with that, that is the move. So I got the nod from the reversion man. So we'll see exactly.
That's a good. I didn't take that second entry. I had the first entry there, but you took it twice, and then sure enough, you got the bigger move than I did there. But again, we held 174.39. I would have liked to get a little bit lower, but then I got this little move here and then stopped out when Microsoft started tanking. But again, that second entry where Sharif precisely got in is the one you want, because now we're taking that leg higher. If we can pull up Sharif's chart, then that would be absolutely fantastic just to compare the two trades there.
And the thing is, Chile Nightmare Fabian,
Boom.
The thing is, what I'm trying to do over here is I'm trying to take it out at the third of a dollar, not because I like the third, but because I'm worried about this area trough. And so you know how I feel about areas of support flipping to resistance once you break them. So I am really concerned that we work in our way into 40s and 50s and we reject. Look, if we take out 50, I'll add to this. There's nothing stopping me from adding, right? Especially if it's going to curl up, at least in the VWAP. Like, let's look at the different levels that possibly. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to move up because we're already having trouble moving up on goggles. But if we do move up, let's look at the levels. Well, we got 176. 176 obviously is a whole dollar level. By definition, it's psychological support. But that's not the only reason it's good right now. Look where VWAP is, exactly at 176. So you have that conflating or confluencing, as the OP is the one Knob likes to say. And then you have a little bit up here, 176.25. look at this long consolidation that we had essentially from 950 till we gave up the ghost at 1055, an hour worth of consolidating where the low was 176.25. So you've got all these different levels that you have to breach, obviously, and then we move up. If we continue above there, we're looking at 177 again for psychological support, 178. But to go green on the day, we actually have to work up almost into 179, 178.82. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset no matter what. Shout out to Neil. I hope he's having a great time out in Roma. Yeah. Lots of good stuff out there, Joseph.
I bet, yeah.
Microsoft, we're covering a little bit here, Fabian. Let's talk about Microsoft, though, and where it could encounter some resistance. I like it possibly at 425, between 424.75 to 425. Couple of reasons for that. Let's start with the first one. Area trough right here at 1120. We double bottomed, and then we made the high of the day. So this is an interesting area to me. And then in addition to that area, look where yesterday's closing print is, 425.25. So right above that level by about, 50 pennies or so. It's a $400 name, so got to give it a bit of room. So if we work up into those areas, I'd be looking for resistance. But I was also theorizing that this could be a bear flag, and right now it's making a bunch of higher lows and higher highs, so I don't know how to feel about this one. We'll keep an eye on Microsoft. In case you're just joining us, they are being investigated. U.S. regulators to investigate plan or Microsoft's cloud business. Separately, I should let you know that in Europe, Google is trying to outmaneuver Microsoft in the cloud business by creating this kind of group. That is trying, or they're like a group of cloud providers. They made this organization to take on Microsoft, and apparently Google's running this organic group from behind the scenes, trying to outmaneuver Microsoft there. In addition to that, they're also getting the regulators to really give them a hard time out in Europe as well. So this is not the only area. What is this, bro?
What is going on here?
Bimbos. What is this, bro? What is this?
Microsoft.
So that's obviously
Microsoft.
That's Japan, because I can't read any of that.
That's crazy.
Because I can read a little bit of Mandarin, and I can't read any of
Microsoft.
that. Microsoft. That sounds like Ram's doing. It's not. It's Fabian. All right. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare. All right. It is Japanese. I could tell because I was like, that's definitely not Mandarin. There. I'm studying Mandarin, by the way, guys, in case you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about. Here we go. Bang on Google. We get that third. Obi, how's it looking now? He likes it. He likes it. He likes it. The mean reversion man, or reversion man. No, I know sometimes we call Jerome Powell the reversion man, but in my books, Obi's the reversion man, baby. And he likes it. So we're going up here, Joseph. It's moving up quite nicely. Let's see if we can continue. I'm going to add here, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
So we're gonna get back in because we took everything out. We're gonna get back in. I'm gonna give this to about 20. If it breaches 20, I'm out. I'm gonna risk 15 pennies. What are you looking at?
Just speaking of the EU, and I don't know if you guys, this is old news, it's from yesterday, so you guys might have touched on it as well too, but Apple faces $3.8 billion antitrust legal claim over iCloud in the EU. So I don't know, in the UK, sorry. So I don't know if you guys touched on that yesterday. So that's just a good look there that maybe has some reason why Apple is moving the way it is. But I mean, it's a fine, so why would it be trading higher? But one thing that is not working out for me right now is NVDA, and I'm not loving it right now because we can't seem to break and sit on top of VWAP. But if we hold these levels, I'm going to hold this position until we break lower here. But again, as of right now, I'm not really in sync with NVDA and the semis. Elon, I know your favorite stock is AMD, and I know you absolutely love that thing. So congratulations to you on that one. Wait for a dip to re-engage in AMD, he says. So I mean, I'm over that stock right now until I see it turn around. Otherwise, I'm going to avoid it. There's so much other things that we got going on, so we'll keep that in mind. And someone asked me in the chat too, Mr. M, to touch on some of the options positions that I have going on right now, which I currently do not. But I'm going to tell you why, because what I do have is a bunch of equities positions put on, and there's a specific reason. So we'll go over real quick what I tried to execute on AMD, and it just didn't really work for me from a longer term perspective, because when I bought the options, even though I do create credit spreads, but I'm not creating them right now. But we'll touch on AMD quickly. While I bring this up, and I'll get to your super chat as well too, Nick W. Just give me a second. But here, Mr. M, why I don't necessarily have any positions open is because I was looking to play a gap fill, this gap fill here on AMD via options contracts. But what happened is I didn't give myself enough time, and I bought only an extrinsically valuable contract. So the only moneyness it was at the money. So again, I didn't have any intrinsic value on the asset, so I couldn't cash anything in. But again, we didn't get quite where I wanted to, and then I got caught in the position in the pre-market, and then after that, it just never looked back, right? So I wanted to leverage my thesis with an options contract, but it didn't work out. But what I did end up doing, and I have placed a couple trades on CrowdStrike, and I'm currently in GE, but again, I don't have a time constraint. So I'll look to get a little bit more in some GE here to fill this gap, but it's also kind of just selling off right now too. But I didn't want to be in a leverage position until the thesis started to play out, all right? So that's the GE look. And then I also have, what is it that I just played? CrowdStrike as well too. So I used equities on this front to play this gap fill, and then it just absolutely roared. I hit my target from a 3.6. I had 316.96s to 336s, so I got that whole gap fill play, which was absolutely beautiful, and then it exceeded that as well too. But that's why I don't have any options positions right now. I'm kind of equity heavy, but I will be looking to implement some spreads because that is a high percentage of my passive income is creating weekly spreads. So I usually only make 1 or 2 a week just for that little passive income. But as of right now, I don't have any positions because I have a heavy position right now in the swing account in IBIT, GE, and some other things as well too. So not in the long term, but in the swing position. So that's why I don't have anything going on with the options front. But we'll get back into that for sure because, like I mentioned, that's a big part of my passive income. All right, guys?
Nice.
So Joe W., would you mind looking at D-Dog setup on daily versus now? Looks like it's tracing now move. Have a large call option position. Nick W., anything for you, my friend? So D-Dog, Datadog. I like Datadog. I know Jimmy Cramer likes Datadog as well, too. So shout out to the guys on Mad Money. And I mean, hey, you're getting that volume starting to pick up here, which is, you know, I like that. We do have some big overhead resistance that we're looking at and we're slamming into and kind of rejecting. If you get anything opening up above this range, then I think you're going to be sitting pretty. But again, you're just going to have to hold. You get an open above this range, maybe you get a gap and go. Shree's fist pumping beside me. So we'll send it over to him shortly. But we'll finish your super chat. D-Dog versus now. Is Google still going? Like, what's going on? All right, so I should have figured. So we'll compare that to now for you, Service Now. Oh, wow, this is an absolute trender. I mean, D-Dog's consolidating a little bit. But again, my take on D-Dog for you is just wait. Maybe you get this open above some resistance, and then you can take that next leg higher. But as of right now, you're not looking too bad there, Nick W. So good luck there, my friend. Show them what you got going on there on Google.
Have you looked at Softy, man? Softy's working its way right back up like nothing.
Look at the volume print.
Yeah,
right.
Good thing I didn't short this.
Right. So, there's no way. I don't think you short that until the low of that candle is broken, and then there you can say that reversal signal is legit invalid if it breaks the low of that.
Said.
But again, until it doesn't, then you can look for that. So yeah, that's a really good look there, brother.
Yeah, man. So here's what I'm looking at on the soft one. Big boy drop. In case you're just joining us, looks like the government's gonna investigate Microsoft and their cloud business, Azure. And right now, we did a nice retracement back into the mean over here, kind of in between the lows and the highs of the day. We're kind of in no man's land at 426.5. No levels for me to chart off here, Softy, but it's up a quarter point. Great recovery. It dropped a lot quicker than it was able to recover. So we'll pack our patience, see what we can get with that. We're still in goggles right now. There's a whole bunch of resistance here at the $0.50. I've set up on the other side of 50. We can't cross on the bid, so somebody's shorting up a storm here or taking profits at the $0.50 level. Unsurprised by that. What I am unsurprised by was the fact that we breezed through that 40 penny area. And the reason I was looking at 40 pennies as resistance, I made that point before, was this area trough over here at 1106 that we couldn't, as support. So there's a whole lot of chop and churn right now at 175.50 with Google. I'd like ideally to be able to work my way back into VWAP, but you may not get VWAP over here. 176 essentially is where VWAP is. Now, the other side of that coin is we got to keep an eye on the future. Wow. How come? Because the future is rejecting VWAP as well, moving back above 21,100, but it's encountering VWAP, and every single time it's encountered it today, I'm talking about the NQ December contract, it's rejected. Now, it's breached it, obviously, on a wick basis, but quick as you like, 2-3 candle formation, we're back below VWAP. So that's kind of exactly what's happening right now, and Google coming down into my entry again. I don't have a problem with that because we've taken out some shares over here, but I just need to account for Google. Yeah, I need to account for Google while I'm watching the future. So yeah, the future obviously definitely has an effect on these Mag 7 names. Keep that in mind in case you're just new to trading these futures. Guys, Apple's on the way up to 228.43 here, man. 228.50 coming in on the dead one. I mean, could we see 230 today? If we see 230, Joseph, I'm taking some off the table.
You're taking a little. You're going to trim. You're going to trim.
Yeah, I'm going to take off 20%.
All right, I like that. I like that.
I'm going to take some off.
230. So you heard the man himself say it. 230.
Yeah, I will.
You're going to trim.
I legit will. This is my SIM account, obviously, because I don't want people to see my user account. But we'll log in after the show, and we'll take out some at 230 on Apple because. Dude, I like it.
What are you gonna do? Buy some more?
Lock in some profits.
Some ASML or maybe a little more.
Well, yeah, but in due time. Let's see where's that bad boy at right now? That's back into 701. Okay, so it's dropping a little bit here. That's okay. Still up 4% on the day. I mean, I don't want ASML to pop because I don't have a whole lot of position. Big Spile Burdette dropping the cash in the chat. $4.99 super chat. I love mandarins. China, very good. Big Spile. Why do I read your messages? Why do I read your messages? I can't read that, bro. Who am I? Donald Trump? Come on, I can't do that. Only he gets away with that. No, we do it off camera all the time. We have a good time. We have a good time around these places. We don't take ourselves too seriously around here, so everything's good there.
But one thing I don't like, Sharif, is that we're just kind of chopping around below VWAP here on NVDA. So I think the longer that we chop around, the more likely that this breakout to the top side is going to happen. I could be totally wrong on that front, but one thing I always keep in mind, but here we go. I'm eating my own words right now as we speak, so as it continues to crawl higher. But let's see if we can sit on top of VWAP here, and then maybe we look to add there, my guy.
All right.
Show them what you got cooking up on that monster's
apple. It's not doing. We're chopping and churning right now, Joseph. Looking for that $0.50 break and take, or I'm getting out of dodge. Let's look at some of these small cap gappers though. We haven't been showing these ones much love since there's a reason for that because they're not doing anything. Oh, QBTS, you didn't, you little devil. So this one stopped me out with that 2-candle breach there into 190, and then obviously true to form, it makes a new high a day where we had all our offers layered. Look, this is a mistake by me because I didn't put my stop to account for VWAP, and this didn't breach VWAP. So it's a mistake, lesson learned. I'll try to do better next time, but this was a great setup and poor execution on QBTS, excuse me. Still thinking about QUBT. They're both quantum computing names, by the way. QBTS and QUBT from yesterday. So I could have done better on this one. BKSY. So this has been very respectful of the volume weighted average price today, this name. It's up 17.5%. Most of the dips into VWAP have been bought up. We are putting in lower highs and lower lows, though, ever since that crest right at noon. So we'll see if this one wants to hold up at VWAP. I mean, you could eke out 30 pennies, 40 pennies off this bad boy. It's shown its propensity to respect the volume-weighted average price. So possibly a trade to be had there. Google is doing our 2-candle red formation over here. So the $0.25 is going to be the stop for my last out there. We've already taken a few outs, but I'd rather not take this out. I'd rather get that print at 50, but we'll see if Google wants to cooperate, my man.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the market's starting to recover, and sure enough, we had that beautiful way to just complement the lesson there, I think. of the day is just volume price announcement. Yeah, exactly. Fabian said it's a good lesson. Exactly. So as we have Apple crawling higher, we're positive on the day with that, and we still have the Qs just down about 0.2% there, as well as SPY. So keep an eye out on those. It's been a little bit of a choppy mess there. We do have Powell at 3 o'clock as well too. So expect some volatility to step in probably around 3 o'clock, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just the dud of a day. For the overall markets there. But again, we have Bitcoin slowly crawling back as well too. IBIT sitting just under 51 and Apple at 228.50s now. And I said I think we were going to hit the $0.50 after it broke that 227.5. So it's slowly crawling higher and higher. And then Microsoft just recovering everything that it sold off. So that was a big nothing burger on that one. But I mean, if you caught some of that volatility and you caught the bottoming with those signals, then congratulations to you. That those are really nice trades. But again, I'm just sitting here in NVDA, and we still have the inability to break VWAP here, Sharif. We're still positive on the session, up 1%. I'll pull it up here. But again, I've been sitting in this trade for a little bit now. Better part of a half an hour almost. So let's see if we can break it. Again, I'm going to need to see that volume step in order for us to confirm that breakout. And then maybe we go and push some support levels down here and see what's going on with that. But as of right now, I'm just sitting on my hands waiting to see if NVDA either breaks up or breaks down, my guy.
I got to let you guys know, Bloom Energy halted pending news. So not sure what's going on with this one. NYSE halt, Bloom Energy, BE, on the NYSE halted pending news, trading at 1320. Don't have a reason why this is, I don't know the reason why it's halted. I know it's pending news, obviously, but don't know why. So don't know what the news item is. So keep your eye out on that one. Is down 2 1/3 today. It's only on my watch. It's on my thorough watch list. Is what I'm trying to say. Under clean energy and the like. So BE halted, pending news right now. So keep your eye out on that one if you're inclined. But guys, what the hell is Apple doing, bro? Wow.
Yeah,
it's on the way up.
Put your order out there. It's waiting for you. It's saying,
hey, Sharif, if I can't log out.
2:30.
I'm taking out some at 2:30, Katina, man.
So
I'm going to take out probably 20% of the position. It's going to be, we got to take some out, Katina, because we haven't wet our beak at all on that bad boy. So that's what drops trades, what QBTS was doing. Sorry, dog. I mean, sometimes I can see the messages coming in the chat. Sometimes when you're concentrating or I'm not at the desk, I don't see them. This is what he's talking about. It broke. It made a new high of the day. I executed poorly on this. Yeah, tougher look there. All right, so keeping an eye on this. The Katina man is in SMCI right now, and that's his only position. So SMCI, the Katina man's in that right now. What's the look on that? He's short right now in the 60s. So keep that in mind if you want to follow the Katina man's trades. We do have another separate channel. It goes by the name of More Trader TV. And you can see Obi's positions and Neil when he's in town. Sean's obviously, and all the different headlines making moves on the day. So if you want, head on over to that channel. What I would do is I would run them simultaneously. Keep my eye on both of them. All right. That's all I've got right now. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, same thing, man. I'm just chopping around here in NVDA. Are we going to go higher, or do we continue to kind of just chop around, or do we break with some volume, or is NVDA waiting for 3 o'clock for that volume to step in and we get that volume influx, and then it can finally pick a direction? But as of right now, the banger of the day, it seems to be, out of the Mag 7, is absolutely the dead one, as you referred to, Sharif. Apple up 1.5% on the session, still continuing to crawl higher and higher and higher. So that's a good look there on that one. Don't love the daily from this point. We do have definitive support and resistance levels up here. But again, this is all just noise in here. So if you're playing condors, are you market neutral on this ticker, then congratulations to you. And the more that I look at it, Sharif, the more I want to play somewhat of a longer term condor on this position, because as of right now, we don't have anything. And you say you're worried about the tariffs, so I'll have to look into that a little bit myself, because as of right now, I like this for a market neutral strategy. Even though we are trending, we are still stuck in this range. So if I create a condor on this position and one side starts to outweigh the other, then I can just close that position and then have a one-legged trade there on that one. But again, I really like this one. I know I'm equities heavy, but the more I see this, I like this consolidation as well as on the Qs. So I'm going to look at some premiums after this and then potentially make a trade based off of that. So I'm looking for a market neutral strategy, as Rivian Millionaire mentioned earlier in the session as well too, and I agree with them, is that we just moved up too fast, too quick, so the market needs to take a break. So I like that look because I totally agree on that front, and it's the same with Bitcoin as well too. That move was fast and furious. So we'll see if we're going to take a little bit of a breather, which it seems to be doing right now, but also recovering on the day, putting in another. I wouldn't call it an inside session, but we're still trading in a range. So again, I like that look. We moved pretty quick, so the market does need to breathe, and I expect us to do so for the next little while, brother. What do you got going on?
QUBT breaking out, says Nick Dub. Thank you for that, Nick. Let's load up this bad boy on the 5 and have a look. Yes, nice move up there. Just printed the high of the day, the 4 1/4, but keep in mind the pre-market high is 4 2/3, a little bit above that actually, 435. So we're still not above the pre-market high, but as you can look, from yesterday's price action, it's been very directional. So if you use the aftermarket, the pre-market, it's been very consistent for this name. So good look, man. Up another 60% today after, what did this close at yesterday? It was up 151% by the time we hit 8 p.m. in the aftermarket there. So nice move up. And then basically from the closing print yesterday, this is not from 8 p.m., but from the closing print to today, we're up 60%, obviously. So good look. 428. Keep your eye out on that one. But there is another small cap gapper that's made its way onto the scene, AGFY. It's halted right now, currently to the downside. Did make a high into $22, halted down into 8 1/4. Did this halt up as well? Yes. So we had one halt up, one halt down. We're still above the volume weighted average price, and I would submit to you $18 or between 17.5 to 18 could be support. The halt level is at 18 1/4. So keep that in mind. That's the down halt level. The up halt level is 19 2/3. Reason I'm mentioning levels, sometimes they act as informal areas of support and resistance, so keep that in mind if you're going to trade this. But I'm going to stay away from this one. I don't like halting names. I'll give you details on it, though. $24 million market cap, 1 2/3 million shares traded on the day with a float of 9.5 million shares, and the short float on AGFY. Let's bring down trade ideas. Have a look at the short float. Negligible there, about 2%, not much in the way of a short float, so not really looking for a short squeeze there. It's going to be a 10-minute halt, it looks like right now, because we're still halted on this bad boy. So, yeah, and keep tabs on that one. How we doing on Google? Yeah, just too wishy-washy right now. Looks like we're putting in lower highs on the 5-minute, so I don't know. I can flatten out here for break even, but maybe this is bull flagging. We'll see. We'll see. Adara's got something for us at the big desk, though. Get it, Adara.
There is a late day money talk segment, which I think is pretty apt because we do have the man himself, Jerome Powell, coming here and stepping to the mic at 3 p.m. We're going to definitely give you all of the details on that because Fed Chair Jerome Powell, this will be his first comments since the Fed meeting last week. Apparently, he is set to speak on economic policies. This could be something definitely to watch out for here. I want to take a look here at the 15-minute chart of the U.S. dollar right now because we took a look at the daily earlier today. On Wednesday, we had this nice push to the upside. Then we get here around 8:30. We get that PPI, which, as a reminder, came in higher than expected for all but the month-over-month print. And then we get that push to the downside. Trying to recover, though, currently here around this 106.67 area. So we have to wait and see what happens here, but it is worth noting we're going to be getting this speech coming through from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Now, tomorrow, we already had CPI and PPI. Tomorrow going to be a bit of a lighter economic data day, but you are going to get retail sales numbers and core retail sales numbers, as well as New York Fed manufacturing there coming through, export prices, and at 9:15 we'll get industrial capacity manufacturing. Then at 10 a.m. we'll get business inventory. So not hugely important data, but we're going to get a lot of it tomorrow morning, guys. See you then. But make sure you take a look here first and look at your ticker of choice, !, join, space, $, and whatever ticker you're looking at, put that in the chat right now because we only have 20 minutes left to do so. If you want to see what Sean and Obi have to say about one of the top 5 tickers, guys.
Thank you very much, Adair. Appreciate that. Look, I don't have a good feeling about what this market is going to do because we got another rejection of the volume-weighted average price on the NQ December contract, and I'm not holding Google if that's going to do that, so I flattened out break even, and I'm awfully happy that I did because now it's breaking down below my entry. This is what I'm looking at, guys, on the future. It's been a 3 setup rejection. Every single time we seem to work our way from south to north into VWAP, we do a few candle hold up, and now we're dropping again. Once, twice, OB dang thrice, and we're dropping again. We're below 21.1. Let's see if we can make a new low on this because we have lower highs. Let's see if we can continue to make lower lows. We have 2 lower lows over here. 21.1, no, 20,000 just held up by about 16 points or so. So that was the low there that we printed at 1250. We're below VWAP again. It's not the biggest red day in the world. We're down 1/3% on the NQ, so not a bad look. Apple still at near at highs. Google, breaking down. So I'm happy I got out of that one. But Joseph, your analysis on NVIDIA is quite sound, dude, because we're straddling it in a range, but we're straddling VWAP from the south side. Interesting look here. What does, how do you set up on this? Do you play the range? Or are you looking for a breakdown?
At this point, me personally being slightly long biased, I wouldn't even be looking at this anymore. And I heard Obi mention this before. It's like, well, if the long's not there, then maybe you could potentially flip the short. But sometimes flipping your bias isn't that necessarily easy. So for me, I would just avoid this stock. I would look for something that's more trending, has a little more conviction in the price action. But again, from that standpoint, I took the L on that one. I do think it's going to break down, but I'm also not going to chase the position either.
Fair. I respect that. I mean, that's kind of similar to how I was thinking about that. I wouldn't want to chase the monster NVIDIA. I mean, you know how that kind of sometimes works.
You know what I mean? I don't want to necessarily be shorting the strongest thing on the planet either at the moment too, right? So I get, right? So that's just me. So that's it. I'm not saying that it can't be shorted, but that's just something, me being slightly long biased, I'm not going to try to just force something, as I like to say, milk a stone, which so.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So yeah, that's just me.
BTCT, guys, one that was made infamous, or famous, not infamous, famous by the Katina Man because he was taking multiple dollar winners in the pre on this. And it's setting up a nice little pattern here. So it's it's not actually negative, it's up 10%, but very much near the lows. And why am I talking about it? Because it seems to be incrementally making higher highs and higher lows. You got a bit of an upward channel here. What I was looking for was definitive areas of support and resistance that are flipping. What do I mean by that? So you guys heard me wax poetic, to use an Adair term, about that $19 top that we had been putting in essentially in the morning, and about $17.5 bottom. Now, what I was looking for was that 19 top, once it gets breached, to actually act as support. It hasn't given you that, though. So I'm really hesitant to want to use that strategy. Instead, what I want to try to employ with this is the entry at the extremes of the channel. So here's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing consistently higher highs and consistently higher lows with a predictable area. Now, nothing is exact with these trend lines. You guys already know that. So I'm going to be interested in possibly getting in at 18 2/3 to 18.5 to account for this area low, with the idea being that we can work up into a new area high, possibly 2050, maybe even 21 if I'm lucky we get a VWAP dip. So here's what I'm doing. I'm putting out an alert, even though there's about only 25 minutes left on the show. I'm putting an alert at 18 3/4. Why 3/4 when I'm going to get in at 2/3? Because I'm going to be made aware of when it's approaching that level. In addition to that, I'm going to put an alert, a new alert, at the top end of the range. So I want to put it at around 20 1/3 because I want to see once it gets into that top end because I want to be able to short possibly. Now I'm going to have to find out, number one, is it a pay for short type situation? And number two, how much I got to fork over to get shorts on this bad boy? So we're going to keep tabs on this one. I've put in my alerts for the range that I want to play. It's an upward channel, but I would submit to you, it's not respecting these support and resistance flips, what it does seem to be respecting right now is the upward channel. So I'm going to keep tabs on BTC, see we can weasel into something because there ain't a whole lot happening right now, sadly, in small cap gapper world or much else. So let's have a look, Joseph, to see what the large caps are doing. Yeah, that Google out was sound, baby. That Google out was sound.
Soundhound.
Yeah.
Soundhound.
Let's see what people are saying there in the chat. Beer producer, I love that name, dude. Asked this before earnings tonight. Absolutely, sir. Let me have a look at ASTS. In fact, I think this is one we were trading yesterday. So let's load up ASTS. Apparently they're reporting tonight. Okay, let me first of all give you the deets. So yes, they are reporting tonight. Let's load up Market Chameleon and then talk possibly about what to expect from them. From earnings, we can talk about things like implied or the implied move and options, volume, etc. So let's bring in the earnings play first. Have a look at Astis. What the hell is the name of this company? AST Space Mobile. That's it. What's the market cap? 119 million. Okay, that's why. So we're all the way at the back here, Joseph. We're gonna have to go all the way. Okay, so let's go over here. 119 million. There it is. It should be over here. AS Tech, what is it called? Space? All right, so maybe the previous page. What's going on? All right.
Did you see Nick's other $5 super chat?
No, go ahead.
RGTI next mover, in my opinion. So let's take a look at RGTI in a quick second. But one thing I want you guys to do before we move on to RGTI is I want you to go to yesterday's session, and approximately at 10:05, I want you to look at the 5-minute print on Qs, and then what happens from that point after. All right, so that was my look. When I was just watching the market yesterday, working on some things, and then I was just like, I was a little bit too late to the dance on that one, but that's a perfect signal. And I didn't pull the trigger on that one, so that's unfortunate, but that is okay because there will be plenty more. And if you know what to look for, you self-seek and you shall find, all right? So Rigatech Computing for you, Nick W. What's going on with that? Next mover, in your opinion. Let me see what this company even does in the first place. You ready to go over there? Okay, yeah, no problem. We'll talk a little bit more of this after we get back from Sharif.
All right, guys, eSignal is that platform that allows you to trade smarter, not harder. If you're interested, upgrade to that elite trading experience. It'll allow you to analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after that, you'll be able to capitalize by foreseeing those profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. You get a lot of stuff. Infinite data is one of those. You also get instant trading. You get to know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data and execution. Some people would also say that they've got charts that change the game. You can customize and analyze markets faster in your way. And we all know a sound trading strategy requires good backtesting. That's what you get here. You get better backtesting, better scanning. You can better predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data up to the second market information from hundreds of global sources. It's everything you need all in one place, so don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, I know I am, scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or weasel your way on to the description of this video and click the link in the description. I know the Katina man likes that. All right, let's have a look for Sebastian because he asked for me to look at ASTS and I couldn't find it here because I was looking at the wrong market cap. Joseph, here it is. So AST Space Mobile. Previous move, 50.7% to the upside. Oh, baby. And the expected move this time, plus or minus 20%, 19.9%. You got a healthy amount of options volume too, Joseph, about 52,325 contracts there. But compare it to Disney, where we were printing about 473,000, or even something like JD.com, that Chinese e-commerce business, we had about 181,000 there. So good look right now for ASTS. It was a good report last time for them. Let's do some technical analysis now, though, on this bad boy. Let's go to the daily on ASTS, okay? I don't know what's going on. Why? All right, so it's not loading up the daily area.
Stop embarrassing us.
Yeah, I know. Stop embarrassing me. It's so funny, bro. You put that perfectly yesterday. It's a good look, guys. It's a good look this year. What are they up year to date? Let's find out super quick here. ASTS. Year to date, they're up 362% year to date. So this is not a small cap gapper that's giving up the ghost that quick. Technically, it's a great breakout trade. Obviously, we're off the highs. You have to assume there's a lot of, intraday trading and trading rather than investing in this name. Local highs, guys, about $40 and a fifth, $40 and a quarter. We're not really that far off given historical prices. We're about 28 bucks right now with the high there at 31 in the pre. It's a bit of a downward channel, obviously, since we topped out there in late August. Lower highs, lower lows, but if I bet you, a lot of people are thinking this is very bull flaggish, and you wouldn't be wrong. This is kind of what a bull flag looks like. If we get a big boy breakout on earnings, I wouldn't be surprised. But let me know how it goes, Sebastian. I hope that, I don't know if you have any invested in that, but this is a respectable company, guys. It's up 363% on the year. So we trade it intraday, and we call it a small cap gapper and all that, but it's a $7.75 billion market cap. So yeah, that's a look there, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. We'll get over to your super chat there, Nick W. on Rigetti Computing. Is a fully stacked quantum computing company. The company operates quantum computers over the cloud and service global enterprise, government, and research clients through its Rigetti Quantum Cloud Service platform. All right, so yeah, the company's Quantum Classic infrastructure provides high-performance integration with public and private clouds for practical quantum computing. All right, a lot of quantum going on there.
Qubit, QBTS, they've all been quantum.
Yeah,
you weren't here yesterday, that's why.
No.
Yeah, they're running. Something's going on with quantum. I don't know if the Orange Man said anything about them or anything like that, but quantum computer's been running.
Follow the Orange Man. I mean, you just see what he's got going on. We got Elon now in the Department of Efficiency, so I guess just follow whatever goes in that direction. But again, I like this from a technical standpoint. In a month or so, you're up 100% plus on this ticker if you've been in it for that long. So 2 points, 1 point, yeah, stop. So yeah, I mean, hey, good trade there. 2.2 points, $1.48 stop, 3-1. Yeah, congratulations, Nick. Glad you put on some a nice trade on that one, especially if you're pointing it out there. So yeah, that's a good look there. As for like long-term investing, I don't know too much about that. I can't say too much about it. So, but other than that, Nick, yeah, thank you for the super chat very much. And yeah, good luck there. I'm glad you were profitable on that trade. So guys, one thing I didn't really talk about too much, nor did I pull up, was my darling IBIT. We didn't trade this today, and rightfully so, because I'm on this for a pause, right? So I don't think that we're gonna take that leg up, because we've seen how distinctive, when this thing wants to move, you see that distinctive price action, and we're not getting that relayed today. So keep that in mind. That's why I'm not looking for longs or trying to force a long on this yet. I do think the asset needs to breathe in order for us to take that next leg higher. So that's my look on IBIT there. We did have this on Billy, which worked out really nice for us as well today. Using prime example of our lesson of the day is just classic volume price analysis, isolated volume signature with an isolated, well, not quite isolated, but with a pivot potential there. And then this was the result of that trade on that one there, guys. So Sebastian, missing the hockey outfit. I got a bye week this week, Sebastian. So there will be no hockey tonight on Thursday. So we'll see if we can pick up a game, because I know some of my boys play pickup on Thursdays. So they're probably going to draft me, look to sign me for a one-day contract there on that team. So maybe we'll get that rolling, and we'll put a couple pucks in the back of the net, as we tend to do. But what we do have, Sharif.
Yes, the hockey metaphors, Joseph.
Yeah. So we'll get that rolling there. But Sharif, NVIDIA is tanking, and I know someone in the chat. Sorry, I forget your name. Who mentioned this? You're asking me about it. But yeah, congratulations on the short, because we were talking about it, and I said, I didn't know about it, but you were right about NVIDIA. So they're short. So I don't know.
Playing nightmares killing me,
He's
bro.
trouble, man.
He is trouble, and he's learning from Ram.
Yeah,
he wasn't
exactly.
Sinister before.
No. Now he's opening up.
She got so defensive.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna get.
Did I get
you
the
almost got the
gesture?
water bottle
Oh,
toss.
I thought I got the
that would have been
gesture.
insane.
She's been giving
there.
out a lot of gestures lately, Joseph.
Heated lately. I don't. The iPhone 16.
Best production team around, bro.
Yeah, he's
No
a solid
question
team there.
about
But those are the looks, guys. We had Billy today. We had Google on the trades. We went 0 for 1 on Tesla, but we're about 2 for 3 on the session, something along those lines. But yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll stop calling him the Orange Man. Sorry.
No. I don't want you to think that that's a pejorative term. No. We're saying that in a completely agnostic way.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
not like I don't want you to think that we're disparaging him at all. I am not. I'm speaking for myself.
Exactly. Yeah. No. Trust me. We are not at all. We are not belittling him at all or anything like that. But trust me, I mean, hey, I wish I could tan. Yeah, I wish I could tan that much, to be honest with you. Or be on the golf course.
I love Adara in the chat. She's like, "What is happening?" Right? She's what's going on?
It's chaotic. It's chaotic right now. We'll tone it down a little bit and we'll see what ASML 700 looking spicy. Thank you, Adara. We know Sharif's in that one.
There, baby.
So let's take a look there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's look at ASML. And here's the thing. Let's do a little bit of a longer-term TA on ASML because there's not really anything to my liking right now in the future or on the market. So let's have a look at the daily here on ASML. And look, let me tell you, I wasn't really, getting into ASML because I thought the technicals warranted it. No, this is a monopoly. It is a legal monopoly. So how much are we going to drop here before we find, a little bit of a bump? So I'm not trying to predict this one. I want to work my way incrementally. I'm talking about buying 1 or 2 or 3 shares at a time. Nothing big. And the reason is because I don't want the bottom to drop off with a big position and have to take a big loss. So I'd rather work my way into the position. I think that this one is going to continue to run. I think they've had a tough time as of late because of, some non-AI factors. Specifically, what really had them selling off aggressively was the PC business. It just didn't catch up to where analysts were predicting. That isn't going to be the case forever and ever more. We already know that the upgrade cycle from COVID is coming either next year or the year after that. And most people are predicting next year. What do I mean by upgrade cycle? Well, these computers have to get upgraded, right? Whether it's your home computer at home or the work computers that we use here. They're 3, 4, maximum 5-year cycles. So ASML stands obviously to make a lot of money from that. In addition to that, they've got, the exclusive domain of the ultraviolet lithography machines. And TSM needs these machines to make that 3 nanometer, that 2 nanometer chip. So, they're the only guys doing it. So I was like, okay, I watched it bleed, and I'm like, I'm going to get in at some point over here. There was a nice little hold up essentially at 675 before, so I said, maybe an interesting area of support. Let's get in. I'm not basing my entire life on it, but I want to work into this name. I had always lamented not having been in it. So that's a look there. ASML, I think it's a good company.
Yep.
Let's see what people are talking about. Oh, yeah, unless you want to
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Rivian Millionaire, chips are all a buy right now. Dude, you're not wrong. I mean, it's just, I don't know about everybody, though. Like, I don't want to be jumping into AMD, into some others, because they're just unable to produce capacity. And that's not, their fault. It's just Taiwan Semi won't give them anything. And that's the thing. Now, that might change when the Arizona plant comes online. And some other plants. They're building another plant in, I believe, Japan. I'm talking about Taiwan Semi. They want to obviously de-risk a little bit from Taiwan. But then you've got the Taiwanese government coming in and be like, no. No 2 nanometer chips anywhere outside of Taiwan. So then that throws a bit of a wrench into the whole thing. So such a complicated industry, lots to kind of take in. Shout out to Rohit saying Apple dropping. Let's have a look at Apple. Looks like it is into the 10 exponential moving average at 228.25. There was some support here, Rohit. I don't know how you feel about this. We had this candle pop up at 1250 and consolidate for about a period of 25 minutes, right around 228.25. That was essentially the high end of that range, and then we broke it big boy with that 115 break and take of that level. So I'm not going to be getting into position right now with 9 minutes left on the show, but Yeah, this 228.25 was the kind of stair step level on the way up. So let me know how you do on that one. What are we? Nick Dubb, QUBT, pumping, and Manuel Palma coming with that exact same message at the exact same time. So let's load up QUBT. Let's get rid of Google over here.
Wow, that's a banger, man.
Hey?
That's a banger of a trade there.
I appreciate you, Joe.
Yeah.
I know you're lying, but it's all good.
What do you mean?
I'm playing. He's talking about my trade. I'm playing, bro.
Come on, man.
I know, I'm just busting.
Yeah.
Oh,
Why you always
okay.
lying? Stop lying.
I'm thinking of a different song, but yeah, QUBT.
But it's the parody of that one, right?
Is it?
Yeah, you never seen that? You never seen that?
No, I haven't. I've heard about it, but I haven't actually heard it in IRL. Here, 4.5, Joseph, seems to be an interesting level here on QUBT. Yeah, sorry, Trenda. I hit Trenda there. Yeah. Ramram's going to get very upset. She finds out I hit Trenda. Guys,
there's notes.
Yeah,
Did you know this?
Those are from before. Yeah, are those the threatening notes? She told me to watch my back and watch my car and stuff like that. I kept them in case I needed proof. I kept them.
This is absolutely
I took pictures of them. Here, let me show them.
This is insane.
These are the kind of letters that Ram. Watch your back.
That is absolutely crazy.
And then she tried to troll me by telling me that Trenda was just like, oh, well, you can't really see that one, but it says I'm back. Ram.
This is insane.
Say that again, Adara? She did, yeah. I remember she kidnapped Trenda and put him back there so he could, she could look at it.
What is this thing? Why does it have two faces,
Apparently you could flip.
Why is it double-sided?
Guys, QUBT is going, guys. Here we go, 73%. This is at 4 2/3. It's a breakout right now. A beautiful move up. Shout out to you guys for pointing it out in the chat. The real breakout was $4. That was the top end of the range we've been defending for. Look at that move into 4 1/3. We come back into 4, defend. So here we go, zigging and zagging. Looks like that 4.5. 445 might be support here, 72%. In case you you weren't with us yesterday for QUBT, it's a $453 million market cap, 189 million shares traded today with a float, guys, of 65 million shares. And I'll remind you what the short float is on this in a hot second. It is not bad, 6% here, Joseph. So nice breakout right now on QUBT. Let me know how you guys are doing with this one. I like that 4.5, but Adair does have something for us at the big desk.
Just keep an eye here on solar. I know this has been brought up before, but I just took another look, and here is the 15-minute chart of N phase. We get around 12:15 here, and then straight 15-minute candles to the upside. Looks like maybe a bit of a topping tail candle now here as we run into potential previous resistance at the 64.90 level, but all green as of right now for N phase. For solar, also making a bit of a bounce, though not as clean as what we saw in ENPH. And then SEDG here, Solar Edge, also bouncing to the upside. N phase, though, the strongest of the bunch. Not seeing any specific catalyst on this, but it's also worth noting in that different energy type of space, we did have reports that it sounds like the Trump administration is going to be ending that $7,500 EV tax credit. So we know some of the EVs moved down on that. Solar, though, specifically, I wasn't able to find a catalyst, but I'm still looking, guys.
All right, we're in QUBT over here. I'm going to look to defend 4.5, 438, and I'm out. So, oh boy, here we go. Let's put that in 438, and I'm gonzino on this trade. I'm going to have to give it a bit of room, obviously, because it might drop. So we're going to put in, we'll just take a quick trade here, Joseph. Small size, up in 5 minutes. It's going to stop me out already. Yeah, so I already got stopped out super quick on that. I tried to defend that 45 penny level. It did not want anything to do with that. Boom,
as soon as you punched in, you were out.
Yeah, I was out. It's just, you
didn't even finish typing on the keyboard.
I was trying to get my stop quick in case it really dropped there. There's a 4 1/3 defend as well. I like this 4 1/3 area, so I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. Lots of selling coming in fast and furious right now. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm over here looking at Microsoft as it crept in on high a day here, especially after that massive selling, and then rebounded really nicely there, going to push those highs a days, but is now since failing as the market continues to drag itself a little lower and lower to see if the Qs, we still have a lot of time left in the day, a couple hours almost. Let's see if the Qs, especially come 3 o'clock, decide that they want to breach this lower day and continue that southeast northeast movement, which is looking like it is, because one thing that is dragging it down and trading in a range is NVDA, the Jensen, the chosen one.
He is the chosen one.
He is the chosen one. So we'll see, because this thing's crawling down, and I mentioned this again. Guys, in order for us to continue to crawl higher and higher, we need some of these mega caps to continue to move in that northeast trajectory. All right, guys. So continue to keep an eye on the Mag 7 and see what everybody else is up to. But I think it's been a little bit of a choppy mess in the overall markets today, especially the Qs, because, again, we've just been trading in this, $3 range pretty much for the whole session. Every low is getting bought up and every high is being sold off there, guys. But even though we do have somewhat of a trend here to the downside, and nothing you can really point out here, but other than some distinctive lows, that we broke. We did have the flat bottom break here, and now we're moving to the low of day on the session. So I think if Apple decides that it wants to pull back towards VWAP, then I think you're going to get that break of low of day, and especially if NVDA and some of the semis continue to move lower, which they're absolutely doing, something must be tanking really heavy right now, because
everything, bro.
Everything, like Meta, so there we go through the Meta, NVDA we were just on. Let's see what Google's up to here now. It's curling back. Apple pulling back. Yeah, exactly. Mean reversion from Obi there. So we have all these big boys starting to pull back and looking like they want to trade towards VWAP or potentially make lower days. And that's exactly what's happening on the Qs here. I think the SPY has already made a new low of day. But again, this is all relatively healthy. We're only down about 0.6% on the Qs and about 0.5% on the session. I'm not going to put on any more trades, because in the next couple minutes, we're going to go over to my guy Obi and to our guy Sean. But other than that, what do you got going on there?
I got back into QUBT, scalped them out, got stopped out again. Who's telling me in the chat? I think it is Nick Dubb. He's like $4 is support, brother. Yeah, look, I thought 4.25 was support as well. It's kind of the same look. Yeah, it just popped up back again. 4.25 support because of this area crest, in the same way that I think you're seeing $4 support because of this area crest over here. But, you know, I can't really give it that much room with 2 minutes left on the show. So we'll scalp out a little bit there. BTCT, I'm getting the alert that it is breaking one of the levels. Now, which level is that? BTCT upside level. So it is breaking out there. We had an alert to play the range on BTCT, and we were putting the range right at that 20.25, or yeah, 20.25. Now 20.25. The reason I was putting it up there is because of this range that this upward channel that we've been involved in all day. So I was thinking possibly I want to short it in here, but there's no way I'm going to do that with a minute left on the show. BTCT, though, trying to work back in to that volume weighted average price, which is loosely at that $21 area. It's been a good recovery, though, to be fair to BTCT, after tanking at the bell, and even before the bell, it did find its base at $17, and now it's trying to work into 21. So not a bad look. It's still up, guys, 16.25%. What's going on? The Katina man said, look at the bid on SMCI. Apparently something's happening with that. Let's flip. Okay, it's gone. All right, guys.
And it's gone.
Yeah, it's like a whole brunt. He's still short SMCI right now, so keep that in mind.
Swing that to zero.
We got, what do we got over here, Joseph? We got about 3 seconds left on the show. Leave him with a thought.
Oh, wow. Way to put me on the spot. Okay, guys, just make sure you put in those stops. I hope everyone had a great trading session. Keep an eye out for some earnings. I know someone mentioned AMAT after the bell, as a couple other things as well, too, guys. But other than that, look for those VPA signals and keep an eye out and have those definitive stops and enjoy and have a good, safe trading session.
We'll see you guys tomorrow, same bad time, same bad channel. Get it? Big kahunas.
We're here live with Learn to Trade
Yeah.
Again. Hi, everybody. How's
what's
it going?
happening?
I actually have not logged into Unity, so I'm going to do that in a minute. But Obi, how was your afternoon? I mean, we have a couple trades on. Oh, I'll have to get out of my SMCI here, and then I can. It will load up. There it is. We should be able to. Oh no, it's still Joseph. That's why. Okay, we'll get the names figured out at the bottom. But I'm short SMCI right now as the market comes back in. The market's back at the low of the day. Welcome back to the show. Yeah, there it is, SMCI. We just covered a little bit down there near that bottom. So short. We did get stopped out of one little play there in the midday when volume really picked up. And I think Obi and I actually had I mean, I like sitting beside this guy. There's no doubt about that. We had a good discussion about, when volume just picks up and almost runs your stop. You had an example there on Disney before as well, and it looks like we almost
low
had
volume run up.
right there this was a high volume run up, but your example was low volume, but just out of nowhere, stopping us out and then waiting for the pullback was more my example there. So we had a huge wick to the top side, then waited for it to pull back in, then re-engaged in the short, and now we're starting to print a little bit lower. So yeah, that was my afternoon. Got in did the kilometer there of swimming. We're trying to do that every day in the midday there. Quick, it's just real quick. Today I want to get back to
Is the pool usually packed or like
no
at this time? Yeah, that's perfect.
No, I'm probably and I'm really old, but I'm probably like the youngest by like half in that pool. And midday at the YMCA is a jam. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. No, there's some young people in there.
Yeah.
Like,
but there you go.
Anyways, so pretty good. You work out a bit, don't you? Or
a little bit, yeah.
So
sometimes I work out. You just at home, just body weight exercises.
Neil's all about that too.
Might go cycling sometimes, but nothing too crazy. I do have to. I got a jump rope, but I haven't really been doing that cardio.
Rocky.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So
actually, skipping is tough, man.
Yeah, it really takes a lot out of you. Yeah, it's endurance,
no
right?
doubt about that.
We used to do it a lot for Muay Thai, like for like any sort of like boxing or like any sort of like.
You're into Muay Thai?
Yeah, definitely.
Every month or every week?
No. I haven't practiced in a long time, but there was years on end where we were practicing training like every day. So it was fun.
There's my position, SMCI short 1864.
Market's coming in, man, but look
is
at that white back up. Yeah, no. While we were talking, I was like, look back at it. It's pretty much reverted the whole thing. That strong quadrunk that kind of came into the markets right there. You could see that bar on the ES. We still have about 11 minutes for this 15-minute bar to print, and already we're wiping right back up. That's pretty interesting here. I guess I am in this Disney short still. This thing's continuing to the downside, man. You're short in the morning. We pretty much had a strong reason to get short off of that push, that morning drive that fails to follow through that pre-market high. And oh boy, we're definitely in a trend. And guess what, Sean? I guess I am with the trend today. It's
nice when the trend is your friend.
Yeah, gotta be friends with the trend. The trend's gonna happen with or without you. That's what I realized. I can choose to be friends or not. Sometimes.
All right. The one thing I want to talk about. I mean, we had this BTCT. I was actually talking with some friends, just over actually talking. So funny. Me and Marissa were talking about that. Like, talking now means like, okay, you send some text messages or something to people, right? So it's like, anyways, yeah. Some of these crypto names, BTCT, and there's a few other ones, and then also the quantum computing names, QBTS, QTUM is the ETF. Some of these names continue to have some moves, and there's another one, QBTS, QUBT, that's the other one. Thank you, Sharif. Yeah, so there's a bunch of them. Like here it is, QUBT. And then someone had a good name on the midday show there, RIG something, RIGQ something, up 50. RGTI, good one there. Yeah, up 50% today, QUBT. So lots of names to discuss. We've got Sharif over at the screen. So let's not waste any more time.
Bouncy.
My favorite throw. There it is.
Look at this. You see this apple?
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everybody, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Obi and Sean, locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers. So join us during that midday show and vote for your favorite tickers in the chat, but you've got to be a sub, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel, and then the boys will look at it for you. Let's have a look here at the Qs. The Dow, the ES, and the NQ all down 1/3 of a point. The Russell 2000 really taking it on the chin today, down 1%, underperforming the other indices. Let's look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you. TSLA, tough day for Tesla today as it continues to sell off after gaining a lot after the election, about 5 1/5 down in the red today. Jefferies did chime in on this one today, maintaining their hold on Tesla, but boosting the price target from, I believe, 195 to 300, but they're still maintaining that neutral, guys.
All right. Yeah, look, Tesla, it's funny because the names that me and Obi have been talking about really aren't on that list. I mean, we were just talking about, well, Google is a good one.
Google's
Sharif was
on
trading
there,
that
yeah,
one.
yeah.
But we were just looking at Microsoft, of course, and then you got your big Disney, and we're in SMCI, which will be third. So, all right, Tesla today. Look, wow, I don't really... On the note today, we had it written down because obviously there was going to be... There was going to be some plays happening on Tesla. We wrote down 330 on the sticky note here today. So this is the most embarrassing moment here for me. There's Tesla 330. We had it written down there. We like that trade, but unfortunately we don't have it. And the day's high on Tesla today is like 330.05 or something like that. So it came right in there, right at the open. And of course, we did not have our order there. So there's the short. There it is, come right back in. Now $18 in the money, but down 5%. I still believe in it. I think a lot of us still like the stock. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's going to continue to do this. It's a big sell-off, big bump up there for Elon. I don't know. I feel like some of this has to do with maybe Chinese weakness as well, possibly. Like just worried about that China stimulus and the consumer over there. They're a big, huge part of Tesla's story, China. And maybe with some of this tariff talk, maybe they're thinking that there's not as much love over there for Tesla as potentially we thought. I don't really know why. I mean, Sharif went over some stories there, but that's a big move. Like 360 down to 310 right now. Like it just to me, it seems a little overdone right there for Tesla. But again, the momentum is something that we never want to deny here, especially in this business, right? You want to make sure that you respect what's been happening, and these kind of plays back to VWAP remain one of the most solid plays. What's up, Neil? How you doing, my guy? He'll be back very, very soon. He's doing great. His Achilles apparently holding up. He says there. The cobblestone streets, not super great for injuries, but he's fine. All right, 320 I think would be a good one there as well. But anyways, Tesla keeps on going to the downside. If you want to think about where to buy this name, we talked about this earlier today, didn't we? And it was right here. I think this 300 level should hold. But the problem is we might get it tomorrow. So smart if you sold up top. If you're holding it, I think it's fine. I don't know. I like the robo-taxi stuff. I like all that stuff. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Tesla. Well oversold. Always when there's a gap, play back to VWAP. This trade today, we had it. Oh, well.
Yeah, no, I definitely kind of had this one on watch over the past couple of days there. Post earnings, man. I mean, I don't know too much about fundamentals, but there's definitely some things on the chart going on here where a bit of a move all the way up to 358, and then more in the after hours and the pre-market, and I think the Blue Ocean session as well. Kind of interesting tests of price, and then you get that kind of a backside move coming in. Again, it showed you that it didn't really want that 350, and then the next day it doesn't really want 345s. This morning does not really want 330s. Right off of the open, very, very distinct about letting us know what prices it's kind of running away from, kind of stair-stepping down on Tesla. But yeah, no, where is the bid? You just got to look back at it and see if some of these resistances, as we stair-stepped further up, turn into supports on the way back down. But nice little downtrend on the day today. A bit of a backside. Healthy. We talk about healthy pullbacks, right, Sean? So definitely a bit of a healthy pullback off of that 350, 360 area on Tesla.
Cool. No catalyst on Google today, guys. None that I could find anyway, but it's run up quite aggressively since the election. So possibly some profit taking today, down 2%. The reason I put this headline, obviously, is because Microsoft has Microsoft Azure and Google has Google Cloud. So in this headline came in midday that the government looking at announcing plans to investigate Microsoft's cloud division, Azure. So no sympathy place specific with Google, but just thought I'd let you know, down 2%.
Okay. Yeah, that was very, very interesting. I mean, you were watching it on the midday. I didn't really have too much of a chance to look at it, but Google did have that big move. I sold some the other day at 180, and I was a little regretting of that play. But Yeah, what did you see on Google today? And I'll get a chance.
No, I actually was talking to Sharif about this before I left the desk, and I didn't really have the trade because I wasn't at the desk. But I was like, wow, Google is really selling off relative to the rest of the Mag 7. This thing was absolutely weak on the day. Definitely someone. I was like, there's definitely a seller on this, as it was distinctly different from the rest of the market. Market's a little bit on a downtrend as well, but I was just like, yeah, no, look for that potential reversion, but we're still trading well below that VWAP. Again, aggressive selling. So the thing is, like, I don't know when or if they'll be done that selling, when and if that comes out. But the thing is, that's what I was looking for. We did get a bit of a trend break right here. You can see those 15-minute candles pretty aggressively sold off. Go into a 30-minute, you can see it a little bit better here on the way down. VWAP rejections, and now sideways consolidation where the market tries to find a bid, maybe on top of this 2100 here. Let's see if this trend break really gets us back to VWAP going into the end of the day. There's only about an hour and 45 minutes roughly left on the day, but that's what I got on Google. Not sure if it had a catalyst today. Not doing a little bit of relative volume there on the day. We know over the past couple of days there's been news on AI search engines and different companies coming out with some of those searches as well. So maybe a little bit of a late move coming in on Google. Who knows? But definitely sellers in charge in the morning half there.
Yeah, no, this is a name that I'm pretty nervous about, to be honest with you. I mean, I know we talk about it being one of the largest and is the largest holding that I have. I just don't, well, we got lighter, so I'm not sure if it is anymore. But yeah, I don't really like the action here. The thing about it, though, is what I can't wrap my head around with this business, and look, I can't wrap my head around a lot of things, but it's like quantum computing and Google, to me, it's kind of like, all right, those two should be somewhat hand in hand. Google is, I believe, the biggest player in quantum computing. Tell me if maybe I'm wrong there, chat. We have IBM as well. I like that stock just as much. I like Google. I don't know. I mean, I think chat is going to be a problem. ChatGPT with the search engine that they're working on that.
I think they're
Grok. I mean, yeah,
they're coming out with the search engine as well. Maybe
you're always going to get, a gun pointed at you when you, quite frankly, are this big. And we saw that, and we're going to talk about after this rundown, but Microsoft had an investigation or a look into today. And I mean, that's going to be the problem. And I think that the U.S. government keeps on wanting to understand and figure out and not allow, these U.S. companies to grow even bigger. I do understand that there's monopolistic tendencies to some of these things. Yeah. I think Google's going to be fine. YouTube remains huge. I like the business there. I like the stock, but yeah, this little move down is not super exciting. Not really holding its highs off earnings. So not as dramatic as Tesla, but I like Google better than Tesla right now. All right, let's go back over to Sharif as I try to think about more SMCI now, 50 cents in the money.
Delisting now or some other form of penalty, a real possibility now as we inch closer to the deadline. I should tell you guys that I'm seeing conflicting reports about when that deadline is for them to file their quarterly report with the NASDAQ. Some reports I'm seeing are tomorrow. Some people are saying Saturday, so unsure exactly there, but down another 10 2/3% today. You should know that if they do get delisted from the NASDAQ, about $1.75 billion worth of bond payments will have to be made to bondholders, fundamentally affecting their balance sheet. Separately, this company was delisted in 2018. It was relisted again in 2020. So this is not something that they haven't experienced before.
You say those numbers, like when we're talking about billions and everything like that. What is the market cap of SMCI right now? Let's have a quick little look at this SMCI. Right now, market cap. Why, thank you, Adara, for the Java. All right, market cap of 10 billion right now, and that's probably does not include today's move. I don't know if this gets updated real time or not. Let's just say we're south of 10 right now in the billions. They're not going to be able to. The delist is probably going to kill them. And whoops, I just closed that. That's probably good. So I wanted to show you anyways there that, we have Peter Schiff coming on tomorrow. Make sure you join us 22 hours from now. People thinking 12 p.m. tomorrow. Yes. And we'll have Peter Schiff on. But we liked SMCI today, 18 short to 1850. The only problem is we got clocked out of it right there. So we were in it, good short early, made good money there, got hit, This is where we got hit the most and gave it all back, but now we're back into it, thankfully, and able to make some money back here. But we started shorting again into 1850. At that time, it was right into here, right into here. So we going short into 1850. We got stopped out there once it broke 1875. The thing is, the high was 1885, so we didn't save ourselves that much money by getting out, but then we reshorted it, and then this happened. So that was very, very profitable. Then right at 10 o'clock, we did it again and got out, and that's where we were about flat on the stock. And now here, one out as we broke through 1865, but that was just temporary, got more short. Now we run at SMCI back into the lows. So I'm waiting for this thing to break 18. I do have a bid at 1802. Then after that, we go a little bit lower. Hey, look, if we're right on this stock and this happens again to us, yesterday we were waiting all afternoon for this, right? It came in, so we hit it. Now we wait again for that shelf to break one more time. We did not hit it yesterday. It went down $1 and change. What about that shelf that we're looking at right now here, right in our face, $18? That breaks, then yeah, let's get back into 1760 and start spinning some money around here again. So I really like SMCI here. We're getting some more out because, hey, it's the market, and we're kind of stuck in the middle right now. So we'll wait to see where it goes. But SMCI is, I'm not going to say it's going to zero because that would be, you know, like, what do you think I have, Morgan Stanley? Like when Carvana was at $5, Morgan Stanley slapped a $1 price target on it. Now Carvana's $270 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's not that high, is it? CVNA.
You don't want to be.
Yeah, it is. Exactly. 250. Yeah, its high was 250 right there off of Morgan Stanley downgrade at $5. So anyways, I really, really like SMCI here. ASML is another interesting name, but are we going over to Obi?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Oh, okay. Sharif. ASML, guys, up about 4%, 3.91% on the day. Well off the highs, though. This was dancing with 710 or so at the peak. This is what caused the stock to bump. So the CEO coming out and giving a forecast of what he perceives to be the state of the global chip market, growing, according to him, at 9% per year, bypassing that $1 trillion mark, guys, by 2030.
Lee.
All right. So, So trade the pool. Trade the pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. With no PDT rule holding you back, that's a real edge in trading. Here's the exciting part. The Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. For a one-time fee of $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. The best part? This limited edition program has now reduced its profit goal and fewer minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. Plus, the profit split is upgraded. Keep 70% of the profits. Don't miss the chance to explore this limited offer. Join now for free. The link is in the description. Trade the pool. All right, so we're talking about ASML, I guess.
Great job, Obi. Great job.
I mean, I guess I can quickly go over that SMCI as well. SMCI, we're looking for that backside continuation move, right? Again, it's giving us more of the same. We talked about this in the pre-market, looking for pops to get involved with. And again, you guys have seen Sean has been involved all day on this name. This thing actually clipped that 90 mark right there. Can't even get into some of those after-hour levels from yesterday. And all of that strength pretty much getting sold back into. We're trading about at 50% of the opening range. So pretty much an inside day today, but that aggressive buying off of the open has been pretty much sold into. ASML, yeah, I think I didn't really have eyes on this one today, but doing some relative volume. I guess they had some news, I guess, in the morning. Doing some, I guess, again, in relative volume gap up and then get that fade coming in. Nice little breakdown of this trend here, continuing to the downside. So we're trading actually below this low day as of right now. I don't know where this anchored is coming from, but probably, if I were to take a guess, maybe from earnings is a wild guess.
It's I know it's Investors and Investor Day.
Today is Investors Day. Okay, cool.
So they've been talking about a growth of over 9% in the chip space. So they're looking to get a little aggressive in that space. Yeah. So that's ASML. Yeah.
It's interesting where it's selling off from, right? Like, look, consolidation post earnings right here for the longest time. You have this. So this is what? How many days is this? It's about 11 trading days right there. It consolidates comes back into this level right here and then sells off. in and around that midday. So interesting. Let's see how well it closes up relative to where it's at right now. Trading about 700, 699 flat, but gap fill would be all the way down to 673.
Yeah, look, I like ASML. I mean, the thing is that they're not going to be able to replicate this business that they're in. It's kind of like they've got the stranglehold on these lithography machines or there with ASML. So pretty beat up, right? I mean, they dropped their earnings. Remember, it was like a day late or whatever it was there when they wound up dropping, or a day early, sorry, came back in. Huge move down, started this big scare in a lot of the names. But now you've maybe found that bottom. Maybe you just sort of looked at it there. We can look at it on First Solar is another name that I think I was just looking at. First Solar, we'll get to that in a couple of minutes. But here's ASML. I want to go through the weekly. So even on the daily here, 660. I mean, that's where we stopped. You would have thought that the potential you could have gone back into 580, but this is a really, really solid name. Again, this is, I believe, it's Dutch. So, you know, it's an ADR. But at the end of the day on the weekly chart, this is what we are looking at, this 200 period. I'd like to get back above it, and we are very, very close. It looks like it's 699 or so, 701 basically. We're at 699. So I feel that now we've proven ourselves. It wants to hold that level. So I think you can go here with ASML. I like the long. I think it's well deserved to be dip bought here. I don't know if we get all the way back. I mean, obviously there's something underneath the hood here a little bit, but well sold off. And just like Boeing, I think at some point, and Sharif and I were sort of talking about this, and I heard the guys talking about it on the midday as well. At some point, you're going to want to dip buy some of these companies that just can't be repeated. It's not, you're not just going to IPO a brand new company that's going to start making 737s or anything like that, right? So you got to be able to sort of isolate all that and figure it out. So for right now, I like ASML approaching that 701. That would be a break of the 200 period on the weekly. That's generally speaking a good level. So ASML, thumbs up from this guy.
That is literally the same level that I charted yesterday, that 200 exponential on the weekly. Shout out to Sean. Coinbase, the next look here. Look, this is the daily on Coinbase. I didn't really want to show you guys the daily or the intraday chart because it's only up 1% with Bitcoin pulling back. But what I wanted to show you was kind of the similar look that we have on Coinbase and Bitcoin, where it kind of did that rounded bottom, that cup and handle pattern, where it was multiple years of that flat. Then we had that sideways move and a nice breakout there, but no specific headline today for Coinbase or even Bitcoin, guys.
All right. Yeah, so the only thing, I mean, we traded this BTCT today, and I'll just go over this real quick. I mean, we were able to get out of it. I wish we would have pushed short here on the 200 period moving average, but there's the little buy. Remember, we had about $1.50. We got out of half of it there at VWAP. It stopped from 23.50 up to 25. Our best out was like 25.20s or something. And then once it broke back through that 23.25, basically where we were in, we wind up getting out and making money on the whole thing overall. But there's the drop down in, not the same response that it had the last couple of days. So that one's a little bit of a, wait on that. I don't know. Again, a short flow. It's only 3 million shares total, or 2.5 million shares outstanding in the first place. All right, so we had some fun trading IBIT today for sure. We're up on IBIT today, so yay on that one. But again, like we might have just got a little too excited there. We were getting get out if it broke 88,000, and it did that. So we had that level right there. As soon as we broke $50 on IBIT, it wound up getting out. But silly us, it goes down as far as 75s. If I just put that target there, then we're laughing all the way back to the bank, because IBIT is right now at the high. It's not at the high of the day. We had that huge drop again off the open, but we're basically at the high of where we need to be, above VWAP and trying to go a little bit northbound here. Bitcoin itself, 89.3. We can have a quick look at that chart here. Why not pull it back in just a little bit to show you guys what we're talking about. Whoopsies, we don't need to learn more about that. So here comes Bitcoin. This is just a 3-minute chart. It looks like, so that top that we're talking about is going to be 91, and then there's the break of 88. So it does happen right there in the middle of the day. But look, still support. So I like that level again. This time, we'll take maybe a little less shares and give it to that bottom. So right now, we're trying to get back up. We bounced off the 50 period a little bit. You could see big dramatic move there, 91.6 all the way down, right off the open. So right when the market opened, I guess a flat PPI it didn't like. Doesn't make any sense to me, but there goes Bitcoin downside there today. I don't know. I'm still looking at 84,000. Like, this is 86. A little bit lower than that is where I'm trying to buy. Here's 84. This is actually 85. 84 is right into here. But I think 85 is a buy spot here. Just going back to the low of the week. For me, I like Bitcoin. I like IBIT. Look, I mean, IBIT was one of my best names yesterday. We'll look to put some more on here soon. Maybe the 200 period. I don't know. Any thoughts? We haven't looked at Mara lately. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I guess
Coinbase. Actually, I skipped
is-
right over Coinbase. You have Coinbase? Go.
Yeah, I got
Good.
Coinbase up. I mean, I don't know. There's a bit of a sideways chop. Again, we're waiting for I guess a distinct move there on Bitcoin, as it does take a bit of a pullback there. But we've been sold off for I guess 2 days straight now. Some strong volume coming in on Monday with that run up. And I guess we've made a high of 343s in Monday's pre-market, making lower highs since then, but catching a bit of a bid here on top of some of those prices that we gapped up off of. So interesting look there, a bit of a bounce off of 275 as well. 287 is trading right now. So it is reclaimed that VWAP, breaking out of this consolidation. Opening price on Coinbase is 291, trading at 287.70 right now. So let's see if it catches a bit of a bid going into the close. Only about an hour and 34 minutes left in the trading day. A bit of a level over here at 305s. I don't think it's going to get all the way there just going into the end of the day today. But I don't know. It's pretty much sideways, kind of choppy today on Coinbase. But names like Mara, Riot, I haven't really been looking at them on the day today. But yeah, similar story here. Kind of a sell-off every day. It's getting sold off. Either, I guess, in the pre-market, in the after hours, or all day yesterday as well. Strong continuation. Today is day 2 earnings on Mara here. So strong continuation, sell right off of the open there happening on Mara. I don't know about Riot. We can look at MSTR as well if we're going to be looking at some of these crypto names. So yeah, similar story here on Riot, selling off for the past few days, and MSTR is probably going to look the same. I'm just going to take a guess. We know that it got sold off pretty nicely yesterday. Okay, so only yesterday has it really sold off aggressively. It's been catching a bit of a bid for the prior 2 days as well on MSTR. 320 lows, that's interesting. Pre-market lows right there. Okay, so I guess this trend was from yesterday. I don't need that anymore. 320, bit of a base that keeps on, I guess, catching a bid over the past couple of days as well. Interesting now that it does it in the open market. You're just saying SMCI is coming in. Let's take a look at MSCI.
There, to be
Oh
honest
boy,
with you guys. We just took 60 cents on that one. It just touched 1803s, so we took that bid out. We get 03s or 04s? My bad. We got 03s, so okay. So I told you we were bidding that level, so we did that. Now we're bidding below 18. Hopefully we do get a break on SMCI. I want to thank right here the detail buff, because I assume that you are potentially nervous about SMCI. So the thing is that what happens to your contracts if it gets delisted? So all of these names that get delisted, they have a home, and it's called OTC markets. So most of them will go over into the pink sheets where we saw Fisker go for a while. That will give you more than enough opportunities to clear those, whatever options you might have there. Hopefully, if it gets delisted, you're looking at puts. So that would be what you're looking at right there. Otherwise, you can go to the options clearing board and go find that out. You can Google it, try to figure out what would happen with your contracts. But yeah, that's generally speaking. Some cases you'll get a cash settlement immediately, but you're going to have to just figure that one out. I'm not really I've never had that situation happen to me. I've had situations happen where I've been in a name where there's been a buyout, and then you get that end price. And then the options will settle there. One example would have been Twitter, where the final price was $58.
Oh yeah.
Or was it 56? Whatever it was.
That was a big trade.
Yeah, so that was a good one. So the minute, because remember, there was like, Elon was going to go to court, and then he didn't want to buy it, and then the breakup fee was like in the billions anyways. Yeah. So there was all these things there. So there was some arbitrage there. So I was involved with that one, and that just got cash settled upon, because it made sense for me not to put them to market. So it just closed at, if it was 56 or 58. I can't remember the exact price there, but
I don't.
Yeah. Anyways, great question. Lots of opportunities there to trade options, and you can get that for Joe maybe tomorrow or anytime. I can get that figured out as well. But I think that's a Google. That might be a Google thing. I might have this banana at some point.
Yeah. No, I had mine earlier. It was pretty dope.
Yeah, I like having banana. The banana's good. I mean, especially
it's a little bit of potassium, a little bit of energy.
All right. I like that. What's your coffee situation?
You
still have that. Hey, show everybody what's in that bowl.
I re-upped.
Show everybody what's in that bowl.
I finished my bowl.
Hurry up, show
and then.
It's fruit salad, baby. There it is. That's what we're waiting for. Though fruit salad action. There we go. Normally, I'm glad to have another
pineapple. You got to have
fruit
that
salad brethren there, because generally speaking, that fruit salad thing, we used to have that all the time, and it was a really fun little skit that we kind of had there on the show. Can you please answer your last super chat? Oh no, Candy. I don't know what it was. All right, I'll have to go back and look for it. Bears versus Bulls. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, my guy. Give me that super chat for KHANDI. He'll get that to me, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Looks like we are getting a little bit of a boost up here in SMCI.
Yeah,
I might have to just get out of some of it here.
I'm actually watching this softy. We saw that intraday news that kind of came out, and I got to fix this wick here. Just make that an even. Okay, so right there, we got that flush that came in 420 hold. Oh boy, and rips right back up all the way to day high. So what a reversion on this one. I was not again. I guess sometimes the price of not being at your desk is a little steep there. Nice. Beautiful reversion. I guess it's kind of going to rip right back up when it reclaims that range that it's been doing all day, pretty much sideways, reclaims it past that 424, and then that breaks that wick high just underneath that 425, and now we're slowly kind of grinding towards that day high. So we attempted, how I see this is we attempted to push day low on an intraday catalyst, caught a bid, and reverted all the way back to the high, which currently happens to be a bit of a double top, Sean. So I'm kind of watching that softy. I think that maybe we should be watching some of this trend here as well to see what the markets do if and when softy breaks that high as well. NVIDIA catching a bit of a bid as well, so maybe we're waiting for that softy move to come in potentially here. 428.87 is the high a day there on softy. Now it looks much nicer here on a 15-minute chart. Actually, I don't want to change that one. These wicks are crazy sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind them, but once you do edit them out and you change the frame, they come back. So I don't really like that. So 428 right there is the 428.87. We said 428.18 I have here as the day high, and then 429.31 prior day high as well. So interesting. We did make a relatively higher low versus yesterday's lows as well. So you can see that even with that intraday catalyst, where they're like, oh, maybe these guys will be investigated or whatever, you can see how softy still continues to hold its trend very strongly. So yeah, I like that kind of action to see if and when we can break through today's highs, and maybe we can get through prior day's highs as well at that 429 on softy. So that's what I'll be watching. Still in, I guess, in pretty much nothing now. In pretty much nothing on this Disney short. This Disney short was absolutely wild, man. Probably one of the more obvious trades in my opinion, because I was watching it. I'm sure there were others out there as well. But when that trade, I wanted that 1050 hold right off of the open. I missed that. I kind of hesitated. I was watching LUNR. We all know what LUNR did off the open. A bit of a halt down, and I was like, all right, well, I was getting ready to execute on that, and once it behaved like I didn't want it to, I was like, all right, peace, I'm out of there. But missed that Disney trade off of the open because, again, eyes were not on. But tried to chase that push in the pre-market, didn't really work out, and a nice little fade on that failure to follow through of pre-market highs there on Disney, still continuing to the downside. We hit a low of 108.40s, man. I covered most of my, I guess, inventory at that 110 level in this chop and grind, but it seems like it was poised for a little bit lower.
Yeah, great
there,
trade. Wild.
With the market continuing to come down, man. I mean, you had a great trade in it as well, right? You had like the opening drive, like you had 4 points within the first 3 minutes, literally. Like that's the trade you want. That's the trade I wanted, and I was like, oh boy, I missed that. Well, what's the next trade is what I was asking, and the reversion came in real nice. So.
Yeah, I mean,
both sides.
We could talk about being lucky on both sides of the play. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like I missed that top there because that was that Tesla trade, remember? And then, so we got the bottom there. And again, what we're trying to do is, and I actually said this to Obi earlier when we came on, is that I'm going to try to put orders at levels that I like. It doesn't have to be for full default or anything like that, but even if you put like 50 shares or 10 shares there, and it's kind of like an instant, for us.
It's like an alert.
Yeah, like. Yeah. For me, those kind of shares aren't going to be a problem. It's just like it's an alert. It's like, hits your blotter. Okay, I'm long now 10 shares. Like, why am I long? Like, what's the indicator? It's almost
if you like it, then you're like, okay.
Yeah, just like, all right, it's at this level. Now let me analyze it because that Tesla trade was something else. But anyways, yeah, there's my Disney. So just the opposite way. We don't. Obi made more money on his trade than I made on mine at the end of the day. So
I mean, it's not about that.
No.
I think both were pretty. The trades were there.
Right, and you had the conviction for the longer play, which I like. I like to hold things a little bit longer. But there it was, a nice move up here. And at the end of the day, it does fade back in. So there it goes right there, 113, 110.50, right there to 113.50. So there's a $3 or $4 right there to the top side, and then all the way.
Yeah, no worries. I can take over there. Google coming in for that reversion there, holding that 175 as of right now, but still kind of chopping underneath this VWAP. So we've seen this kind of happen on a few tickers over the past couple of days where they get aggressively sold off in the morning session, morning to midday session, and then can't really bounce. A bit of a dead cat bounce happening here on Google. Can't even get back up to its VWAP here. Now, I can remember right off the bat because this kind of price action happened yesterday on TSM. If you look at TSM yesterday, oh boy, today was nice as well, I guess. I wasn't really looking at it that closely, but we go back to yesterday, you can see I tried to revert this one yesterday, and I'm like, Google looks hella similar today. I don't want to really mess with that one. As again, look, you try to revert it, sure, you get a little piece. It can't even get to VWAP though. Can't even get to VWAP, sideways chop, chop, chop. Sure, maybe the bid does come in, and which it did today. It does give you a bit of that reversion, so maybe the idea still exists, but just not on the time frame that I'm looking for, right? Get stopped out of that trade, but I'm seeing that Google looking kind of similar here as well. Something to note is that look at the relative volume. Relative volume is pretty low, 0.5 to 0.7s here all day. But this thing did a significant amount of its ATR, if I'm not mistaken. So I think TSM ATR is, I think it was like 5. So this is, yeah, it was about 1 ATR roughly, I think, around 6.55. Yeah, because I remember mentioning that in my journal last night. So about 1 ATR, and then catches a bit of a sideways bid off of that level. But no, if you look at Google, compare that chart with Google's today, looking kind of similar here as sold off aggressively. Again, sure, the relative volume is around 1 today. Sure, it's not relatively low. It's about normal. But look at that, still kind of coasting and holding underneath that VWAP. Interesting though, this held bid in and around that 174, 30s, 40s area right here. If you go down to a second chart, you can see it a little bit nicer. But we can, let's say, held bid around 174.40 with lows to 174.34. 34s there. You can see every time it does wick down, it kind of gets picked right back up. And that last final wick kind of showing us that the bid is sitting at 74.40s right there for a push back up, but can't really get past this 75 halves as of right now. So it should be interesting. Well, it could very well continue to the upside, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be exactly like TSM, but the thing is, it's not really looking like it's going to revert 50% to 100% of the move on the day today. This is still coasting. We only have about an hour and 20 minutes left on the day, so not too many 15-minute candles left to print on this chart here. We could easily get to VWAP, but the entry would have been here. I think I saw that Sharif had an entry on this. We were talking about it, and I was like, yeah, I might be looking for that reversion on Google if and when that selling kind of steps off, that seller lifts, maybe we can catch a bit of a bid back towards VWAP. And it seems like it's been doing it quite nicely. 75 bit of a wash, but 75 halves are the local highs right now on Google. So that's what I'm kind of watching. Nothing else really. Apple is near its day highs. NVIDIA actually reverted almost all the day's move there. So that's absolutely crazy. NVDA right here. You guys can want to take a look. We were pretty strong off of the opening dip down. So the dip was sold off pretty aggressively and then bid right back up. Look at that V shape off of the open there of the opening range high, and then pushes even higher to 149s. We could not break through that 150 today, Sean. So it's like that offer is still being held at that level. Failure to follow through 149, and we pull back all the way to 146s. So absolutely solid price action there as we build up. Maybe I don't know when that 150 will come, but definitely a lot of participants looking forward for that 150 push.
Well, 150 will be in play come November 20th because that is earnings. So that evening we have earnings on NVIDIA, and that's going to be the big play of the day then. And I think we can take 150 tomorrow. I don't see any reason why. Yeah, you're one story away. Like, I don't know, another upgrade. gives it to it. I mean, remember, we're just getting like price target adjustments now. We're not getting like a clean sort of upgrade like we did like ASML talking about 9% bigger in their business. And I know it was a different story because we had Investor Day. What's up to Hey Davis, man? You're going to get the cow for that one. He says he took that Tesla trade.
Let's go.
And then I'm like, nice job at Hey Davis. And then he said, if it wasn't for the sticky note. But I just want to say thank you for that right there. And double check that every day if you guys are on. And available to check out the sticky note. Definitely have a look, and tell me if you're interested in that kind of stuff, and let me know how you like it. I put some work into that. Okay, so Amazon, what's up, Candy? Sorry that we didn't get your super chat a little bit earlier there today, or a couple minutes ago. You had wanted to know about Amazon. Now, the thing about Amazon is, do we like the stock? Of course, we like the stock. It's a good name, but the thing is that. I'm a little nervous about it, and you want to know about the setup for into tomorrow, what we thought about maybe Amazon into tomorrow's setup. So for me, I really like the 210 area. So I don't think we're going to be weak enough to break that, but the story remains that it's a $200 name, so you don't need to move much to get $2 down, which brings you into 210. Like, I would really say, if we're talking about an area where we think if tomorrow, and I don't know which way you want to take the trade, but if you're trying to think about, you're short right now, where could maybe we go very soon? Down low side, I would say a target for tomorrow, 207, 208. But for me, again, the market is only down 0.43. And I hate it when names are down double what the market is. Now, I know it's only 1% versus, it's not like a monster move, but I can't really rubber stamp that I would feel strongly about a long for tomorrow. So what I mean by that is it's if the market's weak tomorrow, Amazon most likely follows that pace as well. So I'd like to maybe see where we close today if the market really rallies and this is relatively strong as opposed to whatever the NASDAQ does. Like if this gets green and NASDAQ gets green, then Amazon's strong, right? Because Amazon makes back double what the NASDAQ puts up. So therefore it's strong. But right now it's the other way around. And just looking at today's action, we cannot break this 213 area. We've tried a couple times. That dip is pretty aggressive to the downside. So I would say, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be super excited if you're playing options in this name, but I think Amazon is a better long. I would just rather wait for it at 206, 207 there. And to me, it looks a little weaker. Friday, I could see another sell day. Although Tesla's down here today, Apple is also up. We're getting news on Amazon right now anyways.
Oh, actually?
Oh, Amazon questioned by Congress about their relationship with TikTok. So I don't even know what that means, but maybe we'll go short. Let me go short here just to see if there's anything with that story. Now, all right, well, I'm short Amazon. There you go. We'll see if there's any story with this one. Amazon news. Let's go over to Adara on the desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by WorkSport. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a US-based manufacturer and is rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport.
WorkSport, yeah, good report there yesterday from WorkSport as well. Checking in on SMCI. We got another piece out here at 18 because it didn't do anything. So here, hold on a second. I got it, Fabian. Don't worry about this. There it is.
Yes.
See, it pushes it, see how it gets it right going, right there, right at the right spot and everything.
Right there.
Okay, here we go. Let's go, little face slapper. Amazon. All right, well, we brought you that news. Here it is right here. Amazon and Adara was doing that, so she'll get this for you guys in a second, but or maybe not, I can handle it. Amazon questioned by Congress over growing TikTok relationship. That's it. Representatives from Amazon were called to Capitol Hill at the closed door meeting with a key committee. Earlier failed questions answered about retail giant independent relationship with the Chinese-owned video sharing app TikTok. So that's why I do not read the news and why I solidify Adara's job over there because, so anyways, downside into the 50-period moving average. Again, on to Congress, their question about their TikTok relationship. I mean, we already know that something's going to go down, right? I mean, Trump has come in and immediately talked about, maybe his support potentially there for TikTok. So that would be definitely something to look out for there with Amazon. So here it comes in, man. We talked about it's 20 cents in the money. So, I mean, let's go. Shout out to Brendo. Brendan, what's up? All right, I'm going to take a piece out right here at 18s. There it is. We'll take a piece out now at 18. And we'll just wait to see what we happen now with Amazon. Nice little downside push right here. Tuadera? All right, then.
Reading through here's some sound bites from this Bloomberg article on Amazon. It's actually not as really as incendiary as the headline might make it sound. So you can see here, not a huge volume spike on Amazon to the downside, still kind of in this range. Basically, the headline was Amazon questioned by Congress over growing TikTok relationship. What actually happened, according to Bloomberg, was that the House Select Committee on China asked to speak to Amazon regarding its high-profile partnership here with TikTok with regards to shopping. This was announced in September, and this meeting happened from what it sounds like a couple months ago. So this is kind of older news here that Bloomberg is reporting. Basically, I guess this House committee just wanted to make sure everything was all good with Amazon and TikTok's partnership. So doesn't sound like quite the story the headline made it out to be, but if I see anything else, I will let you guys know. It's also worth noting we have in just 13 minutes now comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell set to come through. He'll be speaking at this event held by the Dallas Fed. I will have him in my ear, and I will let you guys know if there's anything of note being shared there, guys.
The reversion man?
I have no regrets. I mean, there's Amazon right here. Let's go to chicken dinner winner. Because Amazon, you can't buy live chicken from Amazon. All right, so there it is. Nice move down in. We're going to cover some more here at 01s and 02s. Bye-bye, Amazon. There it is. We brought that story to you. Try to read it as fast as possible. And there it goes down into 212. Bye-bye, Amazon. I mean, I don't, like Adara just mentioned there, though, when we're going to be talking about a story that is potentially months old, little bit of a late reaction here, but it's not really a month old if no one's heard about it before. So we'll wait to see about this one. Obviously, the market does not like what it hears here from AMZN, and there you go, Candy. I hope that the analysis was pretty dandy because we just talked a little bit there about why we thought Amazon was not, I didn't know why, but that it was weaker than the market. And here you go again. So maybe a little underlying story there. Funny that it just drops right now. But anyways, we'll take advantage of that. We are now out of exactly half of our Amazon trade here for 40 cents. So I'm going to take out another piece right here at 01s if we can. All right, well, it bumps up a little bit. But yeah, we like Amazon right here. SMCI also making that move back into 18, waiting for it to get going as well, back to the downside. So hopefully we do break that $18 mark. Maybe Amazon goes higher from here. Okay, we just got that fill at O's. I was about to punch out some more, but we get that fill back downside. So far, so good. Thank you, Gerald, there for the €1. So thank you so much for that, Gerald, and I hope that you guys is also there. It's news because someone wants their short. Yeah, I know, John. I don't know why, man. I mean, sometimes Neil and I will go back. Well, not go back and forth too much, but he doesn't like the fact that I say sometimes the market is rigged. I think the market is very, very rigged in all of this. But that, like insider trading and things like that, is a little bit different. The market gets, algos get turned on when the real money wants to turn them on. Is that rigging? Probably not, just the way the market works. And unfortunately, money will always rule everything, especially if you are Wu-Tang.
Yep.
And then cash will rule everything.
No, I think it's definitely skewed. But the thing is, like, even if I would agree with you. There are things that are very there's fugazi. There's a lot of things that maybe conventionally unfair. But the thing is, if you consider that as like mechanics of the game, these are participants that exist whether you like it or not. Then I think it gives you peace of mind as well. And at the same time, it kind of, you can get creative with like, all right, well, if participants are going to be participating like this, like, spoofing technically illegal, but you see it all the time. If you watch tape, if you watch price action kind of moving around there, and then people spoof on the tape all the time. So I don't know, stuff like that exists. Sometimes it does move price around, and again, all it takes is one trader being like, all right, well, I'm done with this, and you don't know if that's manipulation. You don't know what that is. Yeah, it was funny. Again, like what in that movie Margin Call, right? Good one. It's just like, all right, well, you want to call that manipulation, or you want to call it's theirs to sell. Right, exactly. It's part of the it's part of the game. If somebody is like, okay, well, I want to sell, for example, yeah, no, buy. I mean, maybe they might need to make a couple of filings, but depending. They'll figure it all out. I mean, there's too much money in this game right now. We just talked about $50 trillion or something. Sharif was mentioning there was the market cap of the whole entire
I think that must be U.S. markets. I'm not sure. All right, John Del Segno, I'll get to your question about Soxal in a minute. What's up, Adara?
Couple things I want to touch on quickly here. Worth noting, GME, apparently a bit of a volume surge there, a nice uptrend. I also have Broadcom up on screen because I'm starting to see here on social media and on Benzinga some whisperings from the 13F filings for this most recent quarter. Apparently here, Broadcom, AVGO getting added here by Tiger Global Management. They're raising its share stake here to 1.8 million shares in Broadcom. Not a huge reaction, but it is worth noting these 13Fs are going to be in watch, as well as the movement in GME. But we are brought to you by VinFast because they have some exciting news from VinFast, which trades under the ticker VFS. Vietnamese pure-play electric vehicle manufacturer. This company has just secured substantial financial backing to supercharge its growth. Vingroup, Vietnam's largest private conglomerate, is committing a hefty $1.4 billion by 2026. But that's not all. VinFast founder and CEO, Pham Nhat Vuong, is stepping up with a personal injection of $2.1 billion, reinforcing his belief in the company's bright future. This funding isn't just a show of confidence, it's a strategic boost designed to power VinFast's path to break even by 2026. This move by Vingroup and Mr. Vuong underlines their strong support to VinFast's long-term success, and there's even more. Vingroup is converting $3.3 billion of his existing loans into non-voting preference shares, easing VinFast's financial obligations and giving its balance sheet a serious lift. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Adara, for all of that. And all right, John. So, look, the problem with the Soxal, so he's just asking here, I'd really love to hear your take on Soxal. It seems very unusually low given NVIDIA and key constituents trading at or near all-time highs. Correct, but the problem is this is 3 times levered. So look where Soxal is here, and the question is just for everybody, why is Soxal this low when you have, like, you know, NVIDIA right now? NVIDIA right here. We already talked about it, near highs. I mean, I don't think I need to show you guys this. NVIDIA near highs here as we go. Taiwan Semi, AVGO, so on and so forth. A lot of these names, I mean, they're not going to be completely at highs, but why is that so low when some of these names are yet so high? Well, I'll give you the answer. Because it's triple levered, and again, I'm not building these ETFs or anything like that, but because it's triple levered, it takes in consideration the short-term momentums way more than the actual long-term growth. So because they have to play it by options, what winds up happening is when there's names like an AMD that continues to go down, like an Intel, I mean, Intel's going back up, maybe bad example. Other names such as SMCI, AMD, we just talked about Taiwan Semis, ARM. Some of these names, as they continue to go down, and I don't know what the holdings are in Soxal, but there's a decay that happens. So part of it is that. So you got to be very, very careful trying to understand where these indexes are from, are these names in Soxal and whatnot, and what percentages they hold. Because if you, like SMCI, the move that it's having is just so dramatic here on the daily that it's affecting the price of Soxal, because you're going to have to keep on rebalancing that portfolio, and it costs more and more money to do that. So you got to be careful with some of those things. That's my understanding of the way it works. So I hope that makes a little bit of sense, and you're able to understand that a little bit better. So that would be why, for me, SMCI and SOXL, why it's so low right now. It's a 3 times bull, so it's a completely different way to build this equity, and it's by short-term volatility. So right now, you know, you're paying too much for different pieces of that, and you're not getting the outsized move from NVIDIA to help it go even further. And I don't even know, is this a market cap? Is Soxal market cap weighted or not? Because that could be another thing, right? They might be overweighted on SMCI. I don't know exactly what the weighting is on that. So something to think about. But there is the triple lever decay there. So that's more the problem, is they got to keep on getting these options and paying those premiums. So I'd hope for NVIDIA to rip up. And if it does, you're going to see that thing go crazy. But for right now, I don't really invest in those, to be honest with you. I think that if you're going to use something TSLL or something that's levered, over time, it will not give you the same, someone's phoning me, the same return that it would have just by holding the actual equity itself. Like, you're not going to get double the NASDAQ return on a double levered ETF. You will in the short term, you will not over 3 to 6 months, because it keeps on getting decay there with the options and strike prices.
That's
Anyways, okay, that's that. Amazon, so there we go, man. We got out of half of it. Now Amazon's come all the way back up. I was going to give this the view up of 213. The market has come back up, and because we were doing that question, I was not able to average in. So let's do a little average in right now into the 60s. So it is kind of going a little meme crazy there. Like, what was up with that? Nice move up right now in the NASDAQ. So I don't know. Seems like actually Amazon's getting a little more love right here than we thought. Isn't it funny that, you know, you get these complaints about you? We had Microsoft get looked into. Yep. That completely rebounded. I mean, look, here's Microsoft. And what was the story, DOJ? Or I don't even know what it was. But Microsoft, I was sitting here, but I was focused on other things. There's the drop down there on Microsoft, and here's the complete recovery. So Microsoft goes from 428 down to 420, all the way back to 428 again. Like, what's up with that? Crazy move right there on Microsoft. All right, well, we averaged into Amazon. Now we're back in the money on it, as there's the move back in on AMZN, as it does basically retrace off of nothing special. Just happened to be that we were able to get short there. The 200 period, I think we can break a little lower. Wow, that went all the way back into 40s. Okay, what's my average price now on Amazon? 50s, so we're flat on it right now. Let's see if we can get a push back into 30s here, the 50 period moving average.
Yeah, no, I looked up what StockSell kind of holds there.
Right.
And it seems like a lot of it's index swaps. I don't know too much about that there. Yeah, no, I guess a lot of index swaps here. Kind of just playing around here with goggles on this action here. I'm like, all right, well, I'm not really looking for it to test. That's that. Let's see if it can get to VWAP is what I'm trying to ask, right? I got a little short earlier underneath some of these prior highs there. It broke out of it with some aggressive volume, kind of stalled in the 60s, so I got a little involved there, looking for that selling to kind of come back in. I have no idea. I'm kind of just like testing it out. Again, we saw this happen on, like I said, on TSM yesterday. I'm just testing out to see if the same is going to happen today here on Google. Doesn't really have the same, I guess, factor profile, if you want to call it, things to consider there. But I will try to be a little bit nimble with it there, as it, I guess, makes higher highs and higher lows going towards VWAP. I'm just seeing if it can even get there. No, Alphabet, Google, right there. Somebody in the chat, I forget who it was pointing out JPM, man. JPM, nice little bid coming in off of a strong push in volume right here that happens at 2 o'clock. You can see we did make a base there at 241s, and then look at that push all the way back, all the way up towards some of this not pre-market, some of the morning session consolidation levels here on JPM there. Just being a little aggressive with this Google here, covering a little, maybe too many decisions
down,
but I guess not really looking for the whole move, just looking to feel out what it feels like underneath this view up here. See if, are my sells coming in easy? Are the buys coming in easy? You ever do that? You ever throw out orders just to get a feel for like how the bid or the ask is getting filled?
Yeah. No, not. I mean, not to the extent that what you're talking about. It really. I like to throw out bids just because I like to hope and pray that they'll get filled, especially when we're short, and that's what's happening right now. Is we got a doozy on right now, guys. Amazon is now 40 cents in the money, and we're covering this again. We still have more than half of this position on that reload. Boom, right there. It's kind of lucky I wasn't paying as close attention to this as I obviously should have been, because we would have started the short right there, and then I don't know if I would have had that up there. So we did get lucky and got a nice price. But let's go, man. Let's spin it. It's a banger right there. Come on down. You're the next contestant on Will You Delist or Not? SMCI coming back down. I lost that first one, as I said Fisker would not, and Fisker did. Cost me about $1,000 on Fisker. Could have maybe bought a car for that. No, I think they're more expensive than that. But okay, there it goes, SMCI. Let's go.
Wow,
we
nice
like
short,
it.
Man. Nice short.
We like it a lot up there.
Triple top, and you basically made those tops, dude.
I appreciate that. Yeah. I put about a couple million shares there. No, but at the end of the day, it's those are. You mentioned it on Disney. When you get to levels that you like, that there's support there, and you're noticing it in this situation, a little bit of resistance. When it gets to certain levels, I think it was Google was nailed that bottom. He showed me on the 15-second chart.
Oh, there it goes. There's a dump happening right now.
Oh yeah, there is.
All I'm seeing is waves of dark.
By the way,
red.
this is dumping like a truck.
Oh.
Truck.
Don't
Look what just
drop
happened
that.
to Amazon. It is Fed Chair Powell. He is in the building,
out
baby.
here.
What are you talking about,
out here.
Jerome? Did you just did you get a bad fill from Amazon, or what's going on right there? What's up? All right, what's up, Adara?
I was just going to say here, so we actually don't have him in the building yet, though the announcer person has basically said, take your seats. Jerome Powell is about to speak here. Jerome Powell here is going to be part of this Q&A, I guess, moderated by Catherine Rampell of the Washington Post. Right now, it seems like the classical music that was playing has slowed down a little bit, so I'll wait and see, but just so you guys know, seems like comments from Fed Chair Powell are imminent, giving us that little push down in the Qs and the SPY, and we just got video feed, so I will let you guys know when I hear anything.
Oh boy,
Right, perfect.
catching a
So-
sell everywhere here.
Yeah, I'm hearing it all in my ear right
Across the
now.
board.
You said that they're not in a hurry to lower interest rates. Okay.
Where's he at though?
The policy path is not preset. We're going to get this all from her. He expects inflation to continue to come down into 2%. I'm just repeating what I'm hearing here. They're literally reading it. Okay, Fed's committed to finishing the job on inflation. So at the end of the day, man, I mean, we're cooking up this profits right here. Amazon, monster move. We just got filled at 80s. Yeah, okay. He's talking about everything right now. So here we go. We're just banking right here, like we're doing really well. Amazon, 70 cents in the money. SMCI dripping more as well. Look at SMCI coming back in. So these are prepared comments from what I'm hearing. Like, so the speech is already out there. So the market, I would think, is reacting the way it's reacting. Labor market is solid, he's saying. Inflation's on a sustainable path to 2%, so that's good. All right, I'm going to get some more out of SMCI here because why not? It's at 87s. We'll wait to see. There it is. We get a part fill there on ARCA. There it goes all the way through. Nice move there for SMCI. Back down to the downside. Oh boy, Obi, it's close enough to this right now. We've got $2 on right now. We got the SMCI trade, and then we have the newest trade on is Amazon. It's still blah, blah, blah in my ear, so we'll get more information there. It's a good thing that we said we had more than half of this trade on because right now we have about 40% left as we get lower here on Amazon. Bang, Obi. Like, what else? Who next, That's
trade?
basically what Mike Tyson's going to be asking after the Jake Paul fight. Who next? There was an old video. Neil knows there's a video there that they were saying. He was trying to say who next, but instead it was who neck. It was like who didn't come across properly right there. But anyways, huge move down there for Amazon. We'll just see what happens. Adara will probably be recapping this and get us all of that information.
That SMCI is looking like it wants to go for that day low, man. You see that? Like I'm looking at the wick low, 17. Yeah, would you look at that? Just take a look at it, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm bidding 83s right now on SMCI. Yeah. Would you look at that? No, I'm bidding 81s, actually. It's at 80.
Yeah, you'll get filled. Right
so you want to look at that? I mean, the thing is that...
yeah, would you look at that?
I mean, let's see if we can get that bottom. And again, the other thing about trading is we said that we were going to do this. Like, there's reasons why I don't have any fills in here. It's because... we waited for this move to happen. Like, I have no idea what Powell's going to say, no idea what these remarks are. But if you're looking at the stock and you're thinking, where can we go from here? Pick a weak name, pick the bears, go with it underneath VWAP, and look at that. Nice downside move. What's up, Adara?
I've checked a couple different video streams. All of the ones that I'm seeing, and I think I'm looking at the most up-to-date here, it's from the Dallas Regional Chamber itself, which is hosting the event. Mr. Jerome Powell hasn't actually spoken yet from what I can tell, but we do have some prepared remarks. One that could be spooking the market is Fed Chair Powell saying that the Fed doesn't need to be in a hurry to reduce interest rates. So a little bit of a more cautious tone potentially could be scaring the market, saying that there is the commitment to beating the inflation goal despite a, quote, bumpy path, and talking again about some concerns here with housing, and talking here about core PCE as well. We know the PCE is the Fed's preferred inflation gain. But it looks like she's introducing him right now. Right now, we just have a representative here from the Dallas Regional Chamber speaking out about what Dallas is doing. So really nothing here other than the prepared remarks coming from Fed Chair Jerome Powell yet. He hasn't even taken the stage.
Take themselves seriously. They need to get a quarterback because Dak Prescott right now is gone for the year. And they have Trey Lance, who they spent a 4th-round pick on. They should have got a running back. And then they have Cooper Rush that's in there right now. So Dallas has bigger things to worry about than the Fed, in my opinion. But SMCI.
Yeah, TQ's just cracked low. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Like,
go.
are we not
What can I hit
amused? Are we
here?
not having a good time yet? I
Yeah.
mean, we should probably have about
that's
a
the
million.
dollar club. You're in the dollar club.
We're in a couple dollar
Yeah,
clubs. Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, Amazon's trying to.
Boom.
You know what? I mean, yeah, Amazon's a good
What
one.
other buttons
Well,
do I
let me
have
put
here?
another bid here on Amazon because you know what? I mean, it's all nice and dandy, but we still got to get out. We'll put. Okay, there we go. We got some 85s. Now we'll put another 81 into here. Yeah, good trading. Yeah, thanks, Obi, for mentioning that. There goes Amazon right now. Yeah, the dollar club winner again. It's nice having you here. We got a couple more dollar club winners. You had a great trade there on Disney, and right now you've got Google and Disney one more time. So
it's still
great
inside
trading there,
Disney,
man.
but
I
just a
think we
runner,
make a
just
pretty
a-
good team. I want to thank everybody for
so.
coming in one more time here today with Obi and myself as we'll
Thanks
get
for being here,
Neil
guys.
back on Tuesday.
Oh boy.
So, oh boy, on that one. I may go get a tea in oh boy minute
Yeah, all right.
right now because this coffee, I don't know if you, I mean, are you a guy that like needs like, if I'm having tea, it needs to be like hot, you know, if I'm having coffee.
Yeah.
hot, like,
No, it needs to be hot. I like
I would
that. But
appreciate
my
you-
coffee's gotten cold, but
you gave us those sick gifts, and I've never been able to use mine. It's over there somewhere
there's no
because
outlet.
we,
Yeah.
we didn't have an
I
outlet.
understand. Yeah. No,
Neil
I see,
uses-
Neil definitely used it. You can see that he
See
used it.
that, Neil.
Yeah.
Damn you, Neil.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an outlet over there, not.
No, that's why I was like, you gotta have a warm cup of coffee. You know, it's
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a great
I'm a hot
gift.
cup of coffee.
Amazon now is officially that dollar in, and then SMCI is trying to go. SMCI is trying to push that low of the damn day. And again, stick with your guns. There's going to be no.
that JPM's
Thank you, Halar.
Kyle Burnett.
I really appreciate. I mean, look, it's nice to have winning picks, but thank you, Halar. I mean, I've never seen you in the chat before, so that's why it actually means something and to everybody that's in the chat, but especially new traders. Congrats on another great day. You amaze me every day with your trading picks. They're not just, I guess they are my picks, yeah, but a lot of it is just having that sort of experience as well, right? Being able to sit here every day and train traders. And Sharif said something really nice before yesterday as well and gave, you know, I'll take the credit, but, you know, gave the credit for, you know, his development and everything. He gave that to me, which was very, very flattering. He's put a lot of work in himself, and as you can see, made a big difference. And by the way, I already, for Obi, this was about like maybe a year ago, if not more, I already crowned this guy the next one a hell of a long time ago, and his trading is at all-time levels right now as well. So a big congratulations to Obi. And now we go over to Adara.
Keeping everyone updated here. So Fed Chair Jerome Powell is currently being introduced by now the second Dallas Regional Chamber speaker. So we've already had two speakers from the Dallas Regional Chamber. Now we're getting introductions here to Jerome Powell and Catherine Rampell, who's an opinion editor at the Washington Post, and she'll be moderating this event. So finally, it seems like we will be getting Mr. Jerome Powell, guys.
Definitely, we're going to be watching out for what the reversion man, also known as Jerome Powell, will be saying. I guess the statement's already been printed. The speech is out. I was just talking to Sean, and I was just like, well, that sell came in across the board. We literally, I had this JPM up from a little bit earlier, and take a look at this. JPM drops over a point back down towards day lows, 144. What's the low of that wick? 144.57. Sorry, 141.57. There on off of that flush that came in across the board. So I was just like, is there someone's got like algos or sell programs that just come in at the time that things are supposed to happen? Maybe, perhaps, just an idea. I have no idea if that's true or not. But something that did happen off of that flush is that the TQs finally broke down this low. So let's take a quick look at that TQ chart here. Go to the 15-minute so we can see those bottom candles a little bit better there. We bounced off of this 80-25 level, 80-20 level a couple of times there. Finally kind of broke. Okay, so we're reclaiming right now with that bid. Wow, look at the wick, guys. So that wick coming right back through that 2100 mark. This is what I was waiting for. We were kind of trending to the downside here. I'm like, all right, can we get to that 2100 by end of day? Sure, maybe. I was looking at these 15-minute candles. I'm like, maybe we could, maybe we can't, but definitely a little bit of a market catalyst, it would seem. Would move the markets. We've seen how Jay Powell definitely has a bit of an influence on price whenever he's around the block there. So you know what, this Google, I'm just gonna take off the rest of this Google right now. Don't need to be in that one anymore. As it kind of consolidates sideways, right? I was just looking for this. Look, it kind of pushed above this and looked a little weak, kind of stalled, and I'm like, all right, well, if this is gonna have a healthy move VWAP and not just going to go straight up, I kind of want to get involved in that. So a healthy move would be like something like, like just healthy price action, like instead of something that goes straight like that obviously has, an imbalanced pressure there. For example, like this, you have an imbalanced pressure to the downside all of the morning session. We see that none of the other Mag 7 kind of did that. We can take a look at the top two constituents as well, Apple and Nvidia Softy. Google, we can take a look at some of those. Look at that. None of that selling shows up on these names. This was an intraday catalyst here on Microsoft as well. Google, Amazon, what's happening with Amazon?
I mean, Amazon is absolutely getting face slapped right now. All right, what's up, Adara?
Quick Jerome Powell update. So just so you guys know, he's just begun his prepared remarks. These are actually available here on the Federal Reserve website. So that's how I was able to realize this is where he is. Right now, we've already kind of seen, I guess, the crux of his prepared remarks that has already been published before he even took the stage. So we'll have to see if the market reacts to this, but this is information we already know. What will be interesting is what happens here during the Q&A portion. And as we get to the end of the speech, I will let you guys know. I'll be reading along here to see where we're at, guys.
Please. All right. Wow. Yeah, we are a little bit concerned here. Amazon is really falling out. And again, remember 20 minutes ago when we had that super chat from Candy. Thank you for that one, Candy. You had mentioned that, what did I think about Amazon? And I was like, you know what? I can't like the name because of the market was down and this was down double. So there goes Amazon again. As the whole market be falling back in right now pretty aggressively, that is for sure now coming back in today's low, on the NASDAQ again. So I don't, the TQs broke that level. I guess that happened over here at 21 again. So 21. Yeah, 21,000 flat. Yeah, no surprise there.
Crypto is falling?
In and on the bottom. Is crypto heading to the south side as well at 88 and change? Well, it's okay. So crypto's not necessarily falling. It's right back at this level again. But yeah, 88,000 was a level of concern for us in the crypto space last time. So yeah, crypto, I guess, Obi, you're not wrong. Crypto kind of is falling down a little bit here.
I'm just looking at IBIT. IBIT kind of broke a bit of structure there.
Yep, you're not wrong.
But so did a lot of other things, right?
That's
so that sell, again, is coming in across the board. It's interesting to see people talking about how like crypto markets and some of the other markets are not really related. Yeah, maybe sometimes there's a basket of.
I believe they're very correlated.
They're extremely correlated. I think we were talking about how Tesla has a bit of a correlation to crypto as well in the bigger picture time frames there. I don't know what's the next trade, guys. I'm looking for one. Everything's kind of selling off there. I was involved in a bit. Like, look at that, bidding right back up on Google there. So those are not orders. Let me just get rid of that.
You know what could be one?
Stop script. Don't need them.
Could be one.
What?
First of all, thank you so much. Right there, let's
Wrinkled
spin this right
hippie.
now.
Thank you.
I mean, great name. Great name.
I like that.
Thank you, Wrinkled Hippie,
Yes.
for the $50. I mean, loves the show. Thank you so much. So I'm going to say TKS. Thanks. Thank so much. Thanks so much. All right, there it is. Thank you so much for that, Wrinkled Hippie. I mean, that means a lot to us. I'm glad you are enjoying the show. That is for sure. Look, we're trying to do as much as we can here with the most of that we can. We can show you guys any names. If there's any names you want us to look at, Wrinkled, or anybody else that's out there, please. Sabrina Carpenter right there. Nice move to the... Where's she at? Where's she at?
Espresso?
You want an espresso? Or?
I have my coffee right here.
Coffee. I got some Earl Grey as well. All right, you know what? We started the show. We were like, maybe, we were flat on SMCI.
Yeah.
We came back here at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
We were flat on SMCI. We were like, okay, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? And then all of a sudden we got, okay, what's going on with Amazon right now?
Amazon right now is...
It was brought to your boys' attention. And we went right over there. Thank you, Candy, for that one. And you weren't even talking about this, but this is what happens when you see things clearly. Yeah. And it's just like, look, Amazon, we can't really predict this. But the idea is there's the 200 period moving average. We saw that level. We liked it for a short. It was weaker than the market, and it's just reacting that way. So, hey, look, man, it's great to have big days. It's great to have these trades. But at the end of the day, you're just looking to repeat it. Why did it happen? Can we do it tomorrow? Can we make more money tomorrow? Can we make better decisions tomorrow? Can we throw to Adara right now? The answer is yes.
Just be aware here, we are within the last few paragraphs of Fed Chair Powell's prepared remarks. So be prepared for things to switch up because he's about to finish his prepared remarks and then switch into the discussion portion moderated by one of the opinion editors there from the Washington Post. It's going to be Catherine Rampel. As you guys can see here, we just got a bit of an upside volume spike here in the 3-minute chart. We just wanted to give you guys the heads up that things could change as Fed Chair Jerome Powell's prepared remarks wind down. Again, last few paragraphs, guys.
Catherine Wampel's there. Okay.
All right.
Oh, yeah. It's, watch out now. All right. There goes. So Amazon right now $1.50 in the money. SMCI $1 in the money. SMCI is actually a funny one because it's not even going down. So I don't know, like SMCI just like, the market's tanking. We're just doing our own thing and it's going to hover around here a little bit. Still nicely done in the money. What's up, freaking Bill? We like that. Thank you for becoming a member. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. I'm going to refresh this like and subscribe page and get that accurate in a couple seconds. And then we're going to find out how many of you exactly hit that. I do want to thank everybody who's here, first of all, right now. Everybody that's in the building. Over 5,000, Obi. I think you got the weekend. I like that song, Starboy. Great track.
I'm 6 feet under.
Great track, that Starboy.
That Starboy album, absolutely beautiful.
Okay.
I love the weekend is absolutely awesome, man.
Yeah. It's a great thing to celebrate, a great time of the week, and a great artist. Shout out to Scarborough. Okay, just real quickly here, right now. 387 likes. Like I almost, what was it? I'm trying to click on this. This won't even, oh, there. Oh, what the? There it is. Come on, guys. 5,000 of you watching. I mean, we've got the super chats. We've got $1. We've got $2 in the money right now.
400 likes, Sean.
We've got 400 likes, 403, 438.
Come on.
I mean, that's less than 10%.
Let's make that.
People are hitting the left.
Let's revert that to at least 50%.
Off. What?
Oh, come on.
Let's just flip the switch.
Come on.
I don't care. I don't see no Brendan nowhere.
Bye-bye.
There. Bye. Okay. See you guys.
Yeah.
Oh man! Okay, that was a good one. I was a little scared.
I like that.
I don't actually want to cut the stream there, but that was all right.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
That's right. I mean, even when he's not here, I mean, that's very threatening there.
Oh yeah.
He pities you
scared.
if you do not do that. But please hit the like and the subscribe. As I feel like Obi and I give a good vibe here, and I think we're having a fantastic time.
We got the vibes.
We've got the good vibes, and thank you so much.
It's a vibe.
Yeah, like everyone is saying. Thank you so much. BTCT is running again. I'm gonna have some Earl Grey.
Oh boy.
What you like?
You definitely need to have some Earl Grey before trading that ticker, man.
All right, over to BTCT. All right, now what's going on? Not much happening in my opinion here on BTCT. Oh, by the way, I don't know if Powell has something against Amazon here or what, but like this is just like a pretty big bleed. We just took $1.50 or more on this right now. He's talking about how no political parties or anything are going to try to be a distraction to him. So he's probably going to answer some questions soon about Donald J. Trump. You know what we haven't looked into too much? DJT. What's going on with that these days? Look at this move on DJT here in the afternoon. Nicely done, man, off that 26.50. I don't know. Is this going to be a normal stock at some point? I would think it must be trading like that soon. The 50-period moving average. And the reason why I say normal stock is most stocks will trade on earnings or trade on revenues and all that kind of stuff. Now that you have speculation, that's another side of things that stocks will trade on. That should be pretty much cleared out of the way right now as he's in the White House as of January 20th. So if you like True Social as a stock, it basically are at levels right here that you should be willing to support, right? I mean, $25 down to the 50-period moving average. I don't think it's a long. I like to, invest in businesses that are making some cash. In Truth Social right now, apparently not. I say that and I'm in SMR, which is not making any money whatsoever. But DJT here, a little bit of a risk to the downside, breaking through 25. That's a good buy level for me in and around there. Ramin, how's it going, Ramin? I want to say thank you to Ramin because she shared with me today the tuna because she is not a fan of the tuna. So I had... she likes it, just gets it. Now I feel bad. I thought you didn't prefer it. That's why, she gave it to me. Thank you for that today. She got the pasta there. Okay, So,
pretty healthy setup.
tonight, so tonight we got hockey, 4 to 5.
Okay.
Dryland, 5 to 6 hockey practice. Then they do dryland 6 to 7, which is like after the practice, they go do laps and all this kind of stuff.
Okay.
It's about that endurance, you know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
right, right.
You play that
More
big game and you
cardio.
hop on the bike.
Yeah.
So they're doing that, and I'm taking my son to chess.
Nice.
So that he's doing chess there. And then after that, we're picking up. I said to the wife, she made this crazy pork chop yesterday. It had a mushroom sauce. It was wicked awesome. And cut in half small potato, new potatoes, cut in half with this Parmesan. Put that in the. I should take a picture of it. It was so good. So I said, you know what? You've been killing it the last couple of days. Let's pick something up today. And then of course my daughter goes Freshie, which are those salad bowls. So she wants a Freshie there. And my son, I think, will probably predict some Subway. I think I'm gonna go Freshie. If you could get something takeout, what food choice preference?
Burgers.
Burgers.
Boom.
Thing about burgers though is
Did we ever go to that Cabanos?
no. This was your joint. What about tomorrow?
Yeah, sure.
How far is it?
It's like not even a 5-minute walk.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's Friday.
Cool.
Perfect.
Cabanos.
But then Neil will say, all right, well, you're here all the time. We'll either do it tomorrow or we'll save it. We can do it again with Neil.
Yeah, why not? Those burgers, we could do, we
always
could definitely
thinking
do
about
those
that,
burgers
you know, I'm
again,
always
trust
thinking
me.
about that. Okay,
Yeah,
fine, burgers. Yeah, I think that's great. The thing I like about burgers is you can make a wicked one yourself.
No, of course,
That's the other thing too, right? Is that, but it's the toppings really make it there.
I had a pretty dope brisket burger.
Oh man, they're so good. Best brisket burger I had was in London at Gordon Ramsay's place there. I forget what it's called. Some street burger, I think it's called. It was a great brisket burger.
Wow.
How about you? Was it here in Toronto?
Yeah, it was right here in Toronto.
Dara, are we supposed to go over there or no? No. Okay, keep on trading, they say. Keep on going. All right, Amazon $1.30. SMCI, we did not get anything out. We got something out at the bottom there for SMCI, but we are still holding about, I only have about 10 to 15% of both of these positions left right now. It's 3:20. We're into Power Hour. I want to thank everybody. Look, we have a couple more members coming through right now. Thank you so much to a new member here. I wish I knew what that was, but thank you so much. Cool symbol there. And then also Sean Fry, spelt name. I'll give it to you because you are a member, SEAN. Shout out to that as well. If you want to come train there, how would you do it? Sorry, Nick W. Puff pass on that one. You got to go over to Real Trading. I'm going to get the website up for you right now. realtrading.com. You have to apply there. There is a prop floor right behind us. Right now, they are sort of revamping it. They're doing the campus program. Yes. So that's why we've had to have BPI is now gone, Big Patty Ice. The only traders left basically from the original crew would be yourself, Joe is there, both Joes.
Yeah.
Satya, yourself, and then the two trainers are still there, and they're working on getting the campus program up. But if you are interested in opening up a trading floor, or just want to talk to the guys here in the Toronto floor and figure out what your opportunities are, definitely go over to Real Trading, hit join today, mention you're in Toronto. You'll get Wayne or Branko's address there, or I don't know how it will all work, but they'll be able to tell you about the program that we are currently running right now on this floor. So I hired Neil and some of the guys behind us as well as traders back in the day. And there still is that opportunity as well for prop trading here at Real Trading. So give that a look if you are interested. Thanks for asking there, Nick W. But now we are now $1. Amazon's starting to come back in. I'm going to take another piece out right here at 48s if we can on the down. I'm going to punch out another 2% right there. Okay, so I punched out of 2 of 10 right there. So we'll hold a little bit small piece left as it's trying to come back in. SMCI, I'm going to put a bid out here as well. See if we can get some more out. Good day here. Great day. Let's not throw anything back. Let's just keep on watching this. Powell's still talking. If Adara sees anything or anything comes across her desk, she will bring that to you. Make sure you join Adara and I tonight for the market recap show. And after we get back from Obi, I'll talk about who's reporting tonight.
Yeah, no, man. You got me thinking about burgers now.
My bad.
Thinking about like all these. There's some proper burger joints in Toronto for sure. Okay, here's a super chat here. 500 JPY. Thank you. I can't really read. I cannot read this name, but thank you.
It says here,
Fuji
Toby.
Oh, does it?
At the end of his super chat.
Oh, okay. So Fujitobi, I like that. There's an Obi in there.
Yeah,
USD
what?
JPY is crazy right now too. Powell seems to be a menace. Yeah, no, okay, so let's take a quick look at that pair. USD,
You just see your
JPY.
name everywhere, eh? Just
USD.
like OB.
Yeah, maybe. I don't
Orbital.
know. All right, orbital. All right.
What's in this tea, anyways?
I don't know, man. What kind of tea? You know, I mean,
Is green tea or what is it? No, it's
something maybe a little too
Grey.
green in there. No, I'm joking. 30. Let's go to an hourly chart. These are. Yeah, look at that. Look at that spike that was brought in here on the USD JPY. That's interesting. I don't really look at currency pairs here, but let's take a quick look. A chart is a chart, right, Sean? Chart. It's got volume. It's got buyers and sellers.
See that chart? Yep, that's a chart.
That's a chart. That's about a chart.
That's about. Let me
Looks
see that
like a
chart
chart.
again.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a chart.
Yeah. Would you look at that? Would you look at that
Look at that
chart?
chart. What are you seeing?
Just take a
over
look
there on
at
chart?
that. Look at that.
So, anyways, yeah, go over the USD.
Yeah, I have no idea how to trade currencies, nor have I ever dabbled in currency trading. But again, I do believe that a chart is a chart, and the supply and demand is a thing, regardless of where that supply and demand may be originating from. But what do I know? I know nothing is the one thing that I do know. Wow, look at this bid up, man. This thing has been kind of increasing. I guess they had that, there was that big flush as well. Let's go to a weekly. I'm looking back. Yeah, there you go. So a bit of a reversion happening there. Bigger picture, though, perfectly fine. Look at this. Thing's been on a trend since about 2021. Boom. Straight to the upside there. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm just curious right now. Now I'm just going through all the time frames on this. Going through a six-month chart here. Do we not have data before 2022 or 2002 here on? The yen definitely existed before 2002.
Yeah, Japan's a relatively older country.
Yes, no, I understand.
But maybe not. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's something up with that pair. But
yeah, maybe the pair, something up with the pair. But interesting stuff. Pushing towards some fresh highs there. USD JPY, so strong dollar. There on this chart. So interesting stuff. Oh boy, I will get off of this chart and go back.
Okay, what do you got? What do you got with your trades going on over there?
Apple. I guess we still in this Disney. Got out of that Google. Google kind of ticking back up. I would have gone stopped out anyway. So let me get that. Stop out of the way there.
I feel like we did a good job of getting some out on Amazon there on the way back up as we're getting lighter on SMCI. We're getting lighter on everything. And again, I think
it is coming back in. A little bit.
Yeah, I was just going to say about Powell speaking also. The other part too is that Adara basically called it. Like it was just like, okay, you know, once we'll look for maybe a possible reversion or something like that. Like once the notes are out there, and once
it's reverting for sure.
Yeah, once everybody's like heard the comments and what they're going to be talking about, so on and so forth, you'll generally get some kind of a pushback there, especially in the Q&A. I mean, Jerome Powell's had this thing. I mean, we talk about it. Once he's off the podium is when you get the move down, especially on Fed days. Now, this is not a Fed day, but if it's a Q&A, then he's going to talk very hawkishly, probably. I mean, I don't want to say hawkishly because I don't know if he's going to be negative. We already heard them on inflation. He thinks the 2% target is reasonable, so that's very good. But basically, dovish on the market. It always seems that dovish means sort of more positively about it. Hawkishly is a little more negatively on things. So no, that is the right way there. So. At the end of the day, that's what we're thinking about. So once he's done the Q&A, maybe we get a little bit of a drop back. So I don't want to get out of everything, but we are getting lighter and lighter on all of these positions. So we're going to figure that out. All right, American Tesla. Yeah, I'm surprised about, hold on a second. Before I go to Tesla, Tesla's down, it was down at 312. We'll figure out there. We like the room 112, you know, where the players dwell, but 312, Rivian, what? Come on, Volkswagen, what'd you pull out or something like that? I mean, giving it all back from yesterday, all of it back. Oh, man, that's disappointing. As a Rivian shareholder, we were able to get something out at 18 last time and was really hoping, honestly, Hobie, that we would get an oh boy situation where we would get back up here and be like, oh boy, time to get out of this one. I almost feel same kind of ways about SoFi. Those of us bag holding on SoFi. Yesterday, that was $14. I almost feel like I'm going to click on this thing. You're going to be back with an 11 handle very, very soon. But SoFi holding out okay. A lot of these names that have had a big run up, which is why I think about Tesla and some of these other names, you got to remember, it's it's like a rebalancing of portfolios, right? People get really excited because they feel like, all right, what does this new administration mean? What's going on? I mean, this guy is also not necessarily appointing the best of the best, it seems like, to run some of these things. Some of his cabinet, the Secretary of State there. He gets Secretary of Transportation. That Tulsi Gabbard is something as well. Like there's just a few. I was just watching yesterday, and again, I don't have the whole list of them, but there's a few questionable. Even some people were questioning that Matthew Gates, which yesterday we had a big run up in MSOS as well, and that might be back down here today. Yeah, down another 5%. So just don't get caught up in all the euphoria of all these crazy trades. Make the right trades for your portfolio and make them responsibly, because it's very difficult out there. And you could get caught holding the bag. Like I held the bag on weed names. I don't want that to happen.
Oh, trust me, I did as well, man.
To anybody else.
Some of my first trades were literally getting long a lot of these small cap weed names into Canadian legalization.
Right, same.
And I was like, oh, we're going to get legalized. Everyone's going to start making money.
Rich.
Yeah, no, that's how I learned what sell the news kind of meant. You know what I mean?
And I feel
around those times, around legalization, those were kind of toppy.
I mean, what do you think about Bitcoin? I mean, Bitcoin's down.
I mean, Bitcoin's a little different, right? It's a stronger cult. Let's say that, a much stronger cult than weed was. I know I can definitely say that with a little bit of confidence. So. Other than that, yeah, I don't know, man.
I know I shouldn't have said anything about the best of the best or not the best of the. I said not the best of the best, first of all. But everyone, we don't mean to be. I shouldn't. We're not trying to be political here or anything like that. I don't know somebody else from anybody else. So whatever the best things are for the United States of America, I'm sure President Donald Trump will make those decisions for the country. Wow, over there, my guy.
I'm excited for.
Aren't you excited for Disney? I mean, you got $1 right there. That's pumping. I like that.
It's just a runner. I have no attachment to that position. I'm gonna let it.
I mean, no attachment to that position.
I mean, what's that?
What do you mean?
No, it's just.
What are you looking for? Are you looking for that break, or you're just letting it go? Is that what you?
I'm just letting it just to see how it closes. I was actually. You can see. I literally have like a mock queued up. Because I was honestly thinking,
Okay,
I was like thinking about that, and I was like, all right.
Want to explain what that is, maybe for some of the viewers?
Yeah. Market on close order, where I just take the closing print and kind of, like I said, I'm just testing the idea of like, okay, so say I did get short in the morning off of that 14 false break there on Disney, and just putting in the rep to see if it's worthy enough to send in the mock, right? You get in a decent amount of inventory here, maybe cover some here, but then use that mock to get out of some as well, and just to see if I get a good price.
Just
right?
On that note,
yes,
Mr. or President Trump has made another nomination. Robert F. Kennedy apparently will be the Department of Health and is it safety? I don't know. I just heard it in my ear, but he was rumored for that. So there you go. Another one being mentioned right there in my ear. I'll get it once we have it all. He's tweeting this all, or he's putting it all out on Truth Social. So if you want to go find out that, I'm sure Adara might have it. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, it is worth noting here. I am hearing reports here, Politico and some other outlets, but mostly Politico. I'm hearing saying Trump is expected to select Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to leave the health aspect. MNMD, this is MindMed, actually getting a spike up on this catalyst. I'm seeing that on social media, so I wanted to pull that up. There is actually a nice spike to the upside in volume for MNMD, but we also have the futures pushing a little bit lower. We do have Fed Chair Powell here making some comments with regards to the switch over of presidents here, saying that it's not common that changes in government policy have immediate effects on the achievement of goals. So basically saying it's unlikely that whatever administrative changes, and it sounds like there could be some big ones, they're not really likely to impact the Fed, or at least they haven't. That hasn't been the case in the past. I'm still listening, though. I will keep giving you guys updates. Right now, this Q&A has really been pretty heavily focused on the independence of the Fed and treasuries, guys.
For all of that, I want to go over to MSOS on that report as well, but not much happening. Good little look on MNMD, MindMed, MNMD, not F. We don't have a pink sheet name yet. All right, $8 and change here for MindMed. So a nice little mover there. Thanks for that update, Adara, on that last report. Okay, so we did get a dip down now. I think we should take some out on Amazon. I am bidding. I thought I was bidding this name. I guess I did not. So let's put a bid out right now. Again, we'll take out another 2% right here at 55. So we put that bid in and take it. So we like that trade. And then we did take another bid here at 15s or so on SMCI, waiting to see if we get an 18 flat fill. If we get that, then we would like to take another piece out for us on SMCI. I'm trying to, and so is Adara. We'll all get you the best news as we get it. Powell's still talking, so I'm still hearing some updates in my ear. If anything dramatic comes through, obviously, we will indicate that to you as well. So right now, that's what's happening in the markets. And yeah, what else do we want to look at, basically? Moderna right now falling, apparently. What? Moderna's $40? Like, what is even happening right now? That's a big move for Moderna. Oh boy, right now. Let's see what's up, Adara. Oh boy.
But from what I'm aware, it seems like this Moderna move down could be a reaction to that potential Robert F. Kennedy Jr. nomination. He is very notably a proponent of anti-vaccination beliefs. So although it is worth noting, actually, before this was announced, he previously said that he would not fight a war on vaccines should he be chosen for this role. So now he reportedly is chosen for this role. We still have the vaccine selling off. So basically, again, from what I'm seeing here, there could be some, keep an eye as well on Pfizer, anything that's kind of known for vaccines here, because Robert F. Kennedy Jr., notably anti-vaccine, and now reportedly, according to Politico, stepping into that health space. I'm seeing here online that NVAX, PFE, and LLY also selling off in response.
Yeah. Pfizer as well.
Yeah. So right now, see, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about right now. Yeah, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. lead. She already got it. Yeah, so we already got that. What I'm talking about with this is that there's going to be plays like that. It's just so funny that we just talked about it with Matt Gaetz and some of these other plays. And that is like, know the plays that could be there, because we knew this for Kennedy. I for sure, like, I've been watching all the shows and they've been talking all about this and some of the potential policies that come in place. So again, really smart for a lot of you that were able to figure this out. Look, we have e-signal right now. You got to trade smarter, not harder. Make sure you click that QR code on your screen. What we're trying to do is analyze, strategize, and capitalize on these market moves. And there's no better place to do that than with best winning charts, the best tools, the trade rates, the watch lists, to be able to have the best data, most reliable data. I've used it for, honestly, 22 plus years, e-signal, and I've never had an outage with their charts. So that's 100% the truth. Charts to change the game. The back testing's huge. Some of the strategies that I like to look at, you can use tick replays. They're really super smooth. I love the program. I love the platform. It's all you need in one place. It's e-signal. Make sure you scan that QR code below and take advantage of, I believe, the 1 free month associated with that. But go check it out and let them know that you got it from Trader TV. But if you can scan that QR code, I guess that would be the thing. Check the link in description as well if you are watching. All right, Amazon, boom, got that fill. Boom, SMCI got that fill. So things are starting to come in right now. We're getting lighter and lighter. It's only 3:37. We said that we would have a quick look at who reports tonight, but was there anything? So you're still in the Disney trade, so I guess
I'm watching Pfizer right now. I'm watching Moderna.
Good call. Yeah, what is going on with Pfizer?
Look at that stacked bid, man. That's absolutely crazy here.
Yeah.
I'll pull up the tape. 26 is holding right now. Looking for some prior levels here on Pfizer.
Yuck.
And Pfizer, again, has been trading since before for a very, very long time. But so we do have a lot of range in terms of, or levels in terms of the downside here. I have 25.25s here, so we did break that 26 on this news. Volume still coming in, so that stacked bid definitely got taken out right there. Let me just pull up the tape so you guys can follow along here. I think the filter is on. Yeah, the size filter is on. Chart maybe not as important right now. So I'm gonna pull these up here to see what is going on. So yeah, so there's a bit of size on that 26, 25.99s as of right now, sandwiched between this 25.95 as well on the EXP. So let's take a watch. I'm going to be continuing to watch this. That selling came in quite aggressively. We're coming in all the way from 26 halves right now. So I'm just going to see if that bid kind of steps back in at some of these prior levels here. So the last time the bid stepped in aggressively on a higher time frame, I have on a daily chart here at 25.28. So we're trading in the 25s right now, so nothing too crazy. I don't know if Moderna, I should probably watch mRNA as well.
The big problem for me is this XBI. Like, this is, again, another thing, like, you got to think about, this is the biotech ETF, so I'm in this name, and I'm not in it huge. I'm waiting for more opportunities. But what a dramatic, we talked about this the last couple of days, what a dramatic move in the XBI here. So this is a biotech name. Some of their largest holdings, Amgen, there's, I didn't do the research on it like I probably should have, knowing about Moderna. So I'm not off the top of my head, I'm not sure what Moderna's percentage is, but that's going to be in there. Amgen, the biggest one that has some AbbVie, some Bristol Myers, basically just the development of bioscience, so drugs, different procedures, things like that, and they're getting hit right there. Obviously, if we're going to have an administration that doesn't necessarily believe in technology like that way, as far as Moderna, mRNA, vaccines, and so on and so forth, definitely a play here from XBI. So I'm going to buy some weakness until we're wrong on this name. Like, I love this name back into here into $95, $96. I like it for reasons like we talked about, just where this world's going. Lower interest rates, I believe, helps this environment and this business. So I really like it. Yeah, just 20 minutes left. Is the show going too fast for you or too slow for you?
No, I'm saying, what is it, like this action, we're selling aggressively, there's only 20 minutes left. Like, should I really be looking for a bid to step in and revert this move? I don't know.
I'm not trying to set the Rivian. I just saw Matt see that. I'm not trying to set the world on fire is what I was going to say with these trades. But that's why I'm just sitting here, relaxing, having a good time, sipping on some apparently Earl Grey tea here, which we're almost done, by the way. I should have got lemon ginger, more for the throat. Right there. Okay, so I don't know if Powell's done yet, but we're going to go over to Adara and see what she's up to. What's up, Adara? Not yet.
Just a quick update here on the Jerome Powell situation. That is not the focus of this throw. Basically, here we still have Jerome Powell talking to moderator Catherine Rampell. Quite a few of these questions do have to do with politics and apparently, I guess, labor and workforces. Basically, Jerome Powell has said he can't answer some of these, but right now they're discussing productivity. So just a quick update there on what's going on with the Fed Chair Jerome Powell talk as the SPY grinds near day's lows. Now, I also have KO up here, Coca-Cola. This name and Mondelez, two names that I noticed, MDLZ, they're both in that kind of junk food, for lack of a better term, space. These are names also getting hit with volume spikes to the downside on reports from Politico that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., RFK Jr., is likely to be selected by Donald Trump to lead the health and human services sector. So keep an eye on KO, MDLZ, and any other names in those space. McDonald's, worth noting, actually not moving down on this. So it seems more like manufacturers of these products, guys.
This is just so wild, man. There's so many wild things happening right now in this market. And we're going to get another example here with Moderna, with Pfizer. I see you just got into Pfizer there. Anything on your mind?
No, nothing. I'm just kind of watching, keeping
Amazon is
it
tanking
a bit tight here. As again, that selling kind of starts to slow down. I don't know if it's done just yet, but just kind of continuing to watch some of the lows there. 25.85s are the low right here. We're trading 25.92s. Here's some EdgeX stepping up there on the bid in front of 90s right here. I'm just looking to see if that 26 kind of is a bit of a claim here. That aggressive selling did kind of slow down. And again, we only have about 8 more minutes, 7.5 minutes until these imbalances come out. That was a pretty extensive move to the downside here on a few of these names.
Yeah, we're huge in Amazon. Amazon just really tanked, dude. I have no idea what was going on there with Amazon, but we just got another. I mean, it's $1.50 right now in the money, so we'll props that up as SMCI keeps going downside as well. Like, what's up with that right now? This market is definitely giving some back here, and we're happy to take it, man. We're happy to take all of that right now. So give it to us all the way back in right now for this market as we watch out with some concern, right? I mean, the market's fallen in here. SMCI, we just got 18s there, but it's this name that's really falling. It's Amazon, and we did not reload it. We said that we would just sit here and watch out for this market. Today, after the close, though, we're expecting a couple decent names to go through. AMAT coming out today. Again, that should be a big report. EPS looking at 218, revenue of 6.94 billion, implied move of over 5.7%. Here's another name that's been getting hit recently as well. Applied Material, well off the highs and in the right space. So we'll see if they can impress a little bit. Watch out below on AMAT for sure, I would think on that one anyways. All right, so that's going to be a little bit of an area of concern for us. AMAT, we also have OKLO, OKLO coming through again. Oh, wait, that says Alt-C. All right, I'll find out the name if that was just recently changed, but OKLO coming out after hours as well, implied move over 15%, and then ASTS, implied move of over 20%, and that's coming to an earnings board near you. What's up, Adara? No? Oh, no, what's up to Adara?
Okay.
What is in this tea anyways, by the way? This is a really interesting situation there.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm kind of just again, watching this Moderna, watching this Pfizer. Not too much time left in the day, guys. Only about 15 minutes roughly left during the day. So yeah, let us know in the chat. What are you guys trading? Are you guys watching this Moderna Pfizer kind of move to the downside as of right now, going into the close? Market tailwinds definitely on the side of this trade, but that 2100, we're trading right near that 2100. There, we did get below that 6 thou from the morning session. We were kind of holding that 6 thou on the ES. We got significantly below it, trading now in the 59.70s right now. Maybe not that significant, but about 30 points lower there on that. So Google actually got to VWAP there. So a nice little, I guess that reversion idea that Sharif had definitely worked out. Took a longer time than expected, but worked out nonetheless, making higher highs and higher lows. Bit of a held bid on top of that 74.30, 74.40s, 174.40s there on Google. So interesting stuff nonetheless. Let's see if we can get a bit of a bounce going into the close here on these I guess biotechs. Yeah, interesting flush, strong volume, and that selling kind of slows down, and maybe a little bit of stalling and some reserves happening here on the bid. So I'm just going to continue watching some of this price action into the close. Intraday news, man. We were talking about this. Softy had intraday news today, and pretty much it was a little bit, fugazi, like we said before. Everything got bought right back up. So yeah, bad news. Nice discount on the ticker. That's what it sounds like.
That's the thing. I mean, whenever you get that bad news story, it's like, okay, like what is that exactly does it mean? I figured out what it was. I have the news in my ear right now. It's just like I'm hearing all these things. It's like I'm thinking about throwing and not throwing, but we do not have a Dara right now. So, all right, there goes Amazon to the downside. So it is Oklo. What other actions? All these winners? OKLO right here as well. All right, what's up, VRO's trades? You're stuck with 1750 puts on what? On SMCI? You're not stuck with those. Those are going to be printing tomorrow. Yeah, I don't. What are you going to do with them? I mean, why? First of all, you got 1750 puts, so I don't know. That's the low. So I would say that, yeah, right now they're not looking super awesome. But again, I don't really see super micro super awesome. I don't really see too many opportunities for super micro to rebound. I mean, you could get that short squeeze again coming through. I mean, unless they miraculously file out of the blue, which I guess would be great because that would take some of the delisting requirements and put them back in their favor. So I like the puts. You got to understand that if you are buying or you're buying puts right now, they could expire worthless. Like we could be near the bottoms. We had looked at SMCI again on a weekly look, so SMCI right here. And if we're going to look at that on a weekly chart, these are again the E-signal charts, really smooth, really easy to use, really quick. Yeah, you've already broken below this level, so I like the look. I don't think we stop. I mean, this is $10, $11, and we were just here back July of 23. You know, like it went up 10 times only to fall all the way back in. So yeah, I do think it could find its home. You know, when you're watching Happy Gilmore, he's like, go into your home, and he's yelling at the hole there and the ball to get in there. I feel like SMCI has a place down there in everybody's heart in and around $10. So that would be a level that I'd be interested in there for SMCI in and around $10. So yeah, that's a level there for SMCI. So I wouldn't worry too much about those puts other than the fact that you're just hoping for supreme negative news. And if you get it, then you should be able to win on that. But yeah, we'll see tomorrow. Look, yesterday at this time, we were talking about it at $20.50. Today it's at $18. Tomorrow it could be at $15. Let's wait to see what happens on SMCI. You just need one major shareholder to start dumping, and you'll see the sort of the reaction come through, right? We saw that with Hertz when Carl Icahn started dumping his shares. That went over into the pink sheets as well, only to come back. So watch out. There could be some pressure on this name for sure.
Yeah, no, super chat by Rohit Sharma, Moderna under 40, who saw that coming? Yeah, I don't know, man. Did you see that coming? I guess it has been kind of trending down on the bigger picture overall. But as of right now, a bit of a strong flush all the way from 41.5s to 38.76s on Moderna and Pfizer as well. Pfizer pushing from 26.30s all the way down to 25.85s right now. Bidding back above, catching a little bit of a bid going into these imbalances, coming out in about, I guess, a few more minutes here, or actually one more minute, Sean. So we're about a minute away
Good to go,
from some of these imbalances. So just going to continue to kind of you know what? I'm going to piece out of a little bit of this right now, going
Amazon.
into. You're getting more of Amazon.
Getting out of some more Amazon. Because same reasons.
Makes sense. Yeah. About 30
Oh,
seconds.
SMCI is below 18. I'll take that. Right there. Okay, so right now we're getting out of some Amazon right there. As Amazon just held us at 17s. SMCI's here. We have 5% left of each. Oh, I didn't get that fill on SMCI. Okay, I'm going to punch out some right now. All right, there it is. Okay, well, we got the 98s anyways. All right, we're getting more and more out here on SMCI as we wait for those imbalances, which will hit. I'll just call them up for you in 2 seconds. There it is right here. It's going to hit in 1 second.
1, 2,
now
3.
activate for filter, and here we go. Let's see what winds up happening right now. All right, 3, 2, and 1, and now we have the imbalances. So, all right, nice moves to the downside for SMCI, I guess, a little bit right here. All right, it's New Holdings. We had that name in our book before as well. We like that name, NU. Microsoft turns out to be a bid, Obi, as that shoots a little bit north side there. Amazon, what are you up to, Amazon? All right, shoots higher, so that was a good out. We do have little pieces left. I'm going to get another piece out here on SMCI, and then maybe we'll just bid the rest out there on Amazon. But so far, so good here into the close. Another pretty successful trading day here today. We'll have a negative name, not really, SMCI. That's it. We have one negative name, SMCI, and we talked about, I mean, we're getting out now. We talked about what we did here. It's basically flat. The other name that we're going to have, well, I guess position pending, maybe it'll go positive, but not really too much, and that's about it. Oh, one more small little one, SMR. So this one, we do have this one as a red name for us today. Got it in, got it out, but again, end of the day, pretty red. But the winners are here, man. NVIDIA was a good one. We talked about that long, boom, right there to the upside. IBIT, kablamo. We really like IBIT down, right there as well. So that was a good spot for us on IBIT on the bids as well. BTCT, we're up on that, but barely. And that's about it, man. Oh yeah, and then Disney. What a good trade there on Disney today for sure. Both of us had
Both
that
ways.
one. Great trades
solid.
on Disney.
I think
man.
that was very.
Maybe
solid.
we can repeat tomorrow and
for sure.
nail some of this out of the park.
Yeah, we got some earnings for tomorrow. We got some earnings day twos as well.
we don't need
We're getting
earnings.
intraday catalysts as well. We
Yeah,
saw
man.
Softy today. We see
get out of
some
everything.
of these biotech names happening as of right now. So I did piece out of majority of that Pfizer push. It got long, I guess. Oh, okay. So did get long a little bit early there, but that bid does come in right here, continuing to push it a little bit to the upside past that 26. I think the reversion on Moderna was a little bit better here. If you want to look at mRNA, also buy imbalance on Softy has that one kind of going as well. Did want to mention that. So Moderna, nice little reversion there as well. What is that? From 38.70s to 39.45s. Did hit about 39.70, so about a point of reversion right there. I don't know in terms of percent ATR how much that is, but that kind of reversion happening here on Pfizer as well as we push into the close here. So 9.52, nice. 3.52 right now. 3.52. Pushing to the upside on some of these tickers here. Google as well, kind of still chopping underneath VWAP. So I was pretty much wrong. I thought we could not get back to VWAP, but we did get back to VWAP, but didn't really get that far past it. 176 highs right now on that test on that VWAP. You can see that volume that comes in aggressive when we did get through that VWAP right there. So nice, interesting price action nonetheless here. About to pair in about 2 more minutes, I guess. You see that Cisco, man? That Cisco
Is that fading out?
A buy imbalance, but it seems like it's kind of selling off right now. It started selling off a little bit earlier as well, around 330, 340, going into the close with prior highs as well. Double top highs at 58 on Cisco. Interesting. So gotta see how that one closes there on Cisco. But yeah, I'm not really seeing anything else. What's going on, Adara?
We do have Fed Chair Jerome Powell saying that the PPI was slightly more of an upward bump this morning. Just to recap, every single number but the month-over-month PPI was 0.1% higher than expected. Also said he's going to have to do a deep dive into that report. So apparently PPI potentially a bit concerning there, at least for Fed Chair Jerome Powell, also saying here that if data lets them go slower with regards to the rate cuts, that's going to be a smart thing to do. So a couple more cautious remarks actually being made here by Fed Chair Jerome Powell, who, yes, is still talking 5 minutes to the bell, guys.
So he's
right
still
there, man.
talking.
This guy's a hard-working guy. You know what I'm saying? He's going to come on
step
Trader
off
TV
after?
Live one day. Yeah, he's got a lot on his plate there. So shout out.
I would love to meet the reversion
Powell.
man.
Oh, he's still on air. They're behind us right now. You wonder why I'm hearing voices. I mean, I got Ramin saying all these things here. All right, hello, Jerome. All right, so just real quickly, man, thank you so much for the show. BioNTech also coming in right now, down 8%. Take a look at that, Obi. Nice little move downside for BNTX right now, as well as you were talking about Pfizer. And again, these are some of those cabinet appointments. We talked about that, some of the effects that they would have here in the market, and it seems like we are getting some sort of. Okay, what's up, Adair?
Sorry, guys, another interruption. It's worth noting, apparently, this is going to be the last question for Fed Chair Powell. Catherine Rampell, the moderator, just posed it. Now Fed Chair Powell is going to be responding, so be aware. Things could be wrapping up very quickly. I'm also seeing more comments with regards to that ongoing RFK Jr. report. Just to clarify, I have mRNA up here because that one took a pretty big hit. We did have the political reporting here that Trump is expected to pick RFK Jr. there to lead his HHS. Now we have CNN reporting more specifically that Trump has actually already offered the secretary position, in the HHS to RFK Jr. So there actually seems like, according to CNN, there's been an offer. Now there's going to be closing remarks here. Jay Powell has already stopped talking, guys.
All right, thank you for that, Dara. Yeah, no, I got out of everything pretty much flat on the day now. We only have about 5 minutes left until the closing bell just underneath. So yeah, no, pretty crazy. Someone saying Tesla getting on. Random oddities saying Tesla is getting wild. Let's take a look at Tesla. I was looking at BNTX because Sean kind of pointed it out. Both Moderna and Pfizer catching a little bit of a bounce, but BNTX nowhere near that level of bounce happening on BNTX. So interesting. I'm curious to know which one of these biotech names will continue to sell off, and other ones might catch a bid. We talk about that Pfizer and Moderna both being a little bit of a. I mean, they were pretty strong companies even before COVID, right? Pfizer, if you go back and look at it, before the dot-com boom, it was definitely one of the top tickers in the markets. And you can see that it was also pushing its all-time highs in and around that time. So again, this is some of these tickers that have a history might have a better chance of maybe potentially catching a bid at prior levels. BNTX, haven't really heard of that one, but that's just me in terms of before COVID, right? Definitely a popular name during COVID was BNTX as well. There was something that I was going to look at, Tesla, right? Tesla, people saying got body slammed. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's been getting body slammed, man. I mean, we talk about that 350 failure to follow through on the intraday. Not only on the intraday, sure, that's great and that's fine, but in the after hours, we bid all the way up and then take all of that back with an aggressive sell coming in the pre-market session here, and then pushing even further to the downside there to 320s. So we're gonna see if that action continues. We've been only selling off since some of those highs there. So 350s highs, we can't really get past those. 347 highs, we can't really get past those. 345s, and then now we're stepping even lower. 330s today, we couldn't really get past off the open. 329.99. Is that a discount? I don't know, but definitely on sale as sellers are in charge here on Tesla, and coming back to the downside. So yeah, hit a high of 360s, coming back down to the 311s, 310.37 is the day low as of right now. So did it get body slammed? Perhaps. Sean, I see that Sean's walked to the big desk. So don't forget, guys, we do have a market recap coming up for you guys to see, to cover all the earnings reports that are coming out tonight, and to cover a few other things as well, what happened on the day today. So hopefully you guys have had a solid trading day. Hopefully some good decisions were made. I got to go back and kind of review some of my trades. Again, I was in Disney, I was in Pfizer, I took a single trade on SMCI as well. Now, shout out to Sean. Sean had some dope trades on both SMCI and Disney there in the morning session, and pretty much held that SMCI near going into the close. So solid trade there on a I guess a level to level move happening on SMCI. Continuation short to the downside. And again, we still have a bit of market tailwind on our side for those shorts that did come in today. So anybody and everybody who was short, sitting on a lot of these names, definitely, I guess, laughing straight to the bank on the day today. So I'm going to take a quick look at some of these constituents here. Bitcoin trading at 87 halves. That's not a constituent, but I had it up on the chart. But pretty much sideways for a lot of tickers here. Amazon sold off. Nvidia sideways, pretty much inside. Google with a strong sell. Couldn't really bid back up too crazy, but came all the way back into that VWAP as of right now. Softy pretty much sideways. Couldn't really get past its highs at 328s. Apple, probably the strongest one out of all of them. I didn't see what Meta did and Berkshire, but yeah. So, oh wow, look at the bid on Meta. What is happening on Meta going into the close? That's absolutely crazy there. That bid started at about 330, pushing aggressively higher. Talk about a reversion coming in. The last 10 seconds, I got to hit the countdown, guys. But that move on Meta, that's absolutely crazy. I got to figure out what's going on there. Don't forget, the bell is sponsored by Worksport, WKSB. Check them out. Scan the code. It's right there. And 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. The market is now closed. Still after hours. But you know what's bigger than that? That's the market recap. So don't go anywhere, guys. We have Sean and Adara covering the earnings reports and a market recap. And Ramin will let me know when that's ready. Ramin's saying, "What's the best burger I've ever had?" That's a tough question. It's a tough question. I don't know, man. I've had so many great burgers. So many great burgers. Ones that stand out right away. I don't know what it was, but I think there's a place down here. We just went a couple of days ago called Aussie's. Aussie's makes a pretty dope burger. I don't know. There's a couple diners that I've had some solid burgers at. I can't remember their names, but a good burger is a good burger. I don't know what the constituents of said burger can change and vary over time, but I don't know how long I can continue to talk about burgers. Five Guys Burgers, perfect. Okay, yeah, Ramin's right. I can probably go on forever if I were to describe what kind of burgers I want. But who cares about burgers? Time for the market recap. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy, guys.
What's up, everybody? Thank you, Obi. It again. Okay, well, see, we're so prepared for this. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the recap show. Thank you, Obi, for that. Yeah, good burgers. You like a good burger, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge burger person, but if it's made really well, I'm like.
Or would you have a chicken sandwich or a burger? What would you prefer?
A burger.
Okay. All right, good. Chick-fil-A?
I've never been to Chick-fil-A. You guys keep telling me to go and I keep forgetting. The one closest to be closed, but I will. You guys said there's that one near the subway station, so I have to go there.
One closed? A Chick-fil-A closed?
The one near me, yeah. The closest
What's going on in this world right now? We had a good number from Kava. I mean, Kava was a good number, and then a fade back in as well as we get going. So AMAT is now out. Welcome, everybody, to the show. We will be going over earnings here as we get them. Welcome to the Market Recap Show. We do have AMAT out, and AMAT right now is a fail. It is starting to go to the downside just a little bit right here. Nice day for AMAT. Came back to the downside right now. We're going to get those numbers for you. What we're looking for is an estimate of 218 EPS with revenue of 6.98. We'll get those for you in just a few seconds as AMAT is now out. It looks like it's a beat a little bit here, starting to go back up to the upside. Adair, what do you got?
Yeah, so they did beat here from what I'm seeing. And again, I'm not seeing any estimates right now. I'm just seeing pure numbers. They did report here. So I guess for them, it's fiscal Q4 2024. They did report adjusted earnings of $2.32 per share, above estimates of $2.19 per share. That would be a beat. Then we have sales here of $7.05 billion, above estimates of $6.954 billion. I was also telling Sean the other thing we're keeping an eye on, other than earnings, is going to be these 13F filings, because we do have those coming out. Apparently, Trian's now, that's Nelson Peltz's group, they have exited their entire Disney position. Disney didn't make much of a move there, but keep an eye. If I see any big moves on 13F related things, I will be letting you guys know right away. Also, I'm seeing some more notes on AMAT as it drops. Their quarterly revenue is up 5% year over year, but their GAAP earnings per share are down 12% year over year. And non-GAAP, which is this number here, $2.32, that's up 9% year over year. But again, non-adjusted number actually is below estimates. Annual revenue up 2%, annual GAAP EPS up 6%. Because keep in mind, this is Q4, so we're also seeing the yearly results. Generally seems pretty positive for AMAT, other than that GAAP EPS miss, guys.
AMAT going the other way right now, going actually to the downside right now. AMAT down now 3%, completely reversing, coming back in. I just want to give a big shout out to people that are here right now who stayed late with us. Just real quick, this is not roll call. I just want to say what's up to James, Sean Fry, Others Inc., Rob Winter, Paul, Timon's here, S. Samuel's here, TH, Drops, Trades is here as well. Chill Vibes, everybody is going off right now. Thank you so much for joining us one more time here today. So let's go over some of the market. I mean, we had FXI pull back just a little bit. We didn't look too much at China. I'm actually going to call in about a 5-minute chart, give us a better look on the daily. So FXI comes in a little bit here today, back down to $30. A good look there. We talked about Secretary of State and so on and so forth. Some negative comments regarding more stake in Wynn Resorts now. Someone else just took it there on the 13F, so there's another one there. FXI in trouble now below the 50-period moving average, as you can see right there. That's not a great sign. We want to buy at 50-period moving averages, but I'm not going to buy FXI. I don't like the story. Generally, if you think the story is still intact, but you did have a fade out, these are decent levels to look at right there. So FXI on China worries coming back in again. You're going to have tariffs. You're going to have all of that in place there for FXI. Uranium with a little bit of a better day. I think it's a little bit of a sleeping giant. You know the new ETF that I'm trying to look at here? QTUM.
Really?
Yeah, this is the quantum computing ETF.
We've got Oklo earnings as well.
We've got Oklo earnings. Okay, let me see what's going on. OKLO. We'll have a look at Oklo right here. For the day, nicely done. Looks like they're coming back in just a little bit here on the 5-minute chart, down to $23. So I see what you're saying in there, Joe Mama. He says, make market green again. We're not that far from all-time highs. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? We're hitting the buy keys. I was hitting the sell key late on Amazon. We hit the sell key late on Powell talk. Is he gone? He's gone now, right? He's done?
Yeah, he's gone.
So Powell is gone, so we don't expect too much from the market here. But this is what the Qs did near the end of the day as Jerome came in to the building around 3 o'clock, which is right here, which is when that sort of drop fell back in $2 there for the Qs, letting them close at and around the lows. What's going on with Oklo?
I'm trying to find here these earnings here. Let's go financials. It's another thing where I have to go through the actual page to read through them. But yeah, okay, this report is for, have they published it? They have not published it on their site. Oh, yeah, I haven't published it on their site yet, from the looks of it. When I see anything, I'll let you guys know.
Why is there a news story that Palantir is switching over to the NASDAQ? I've never really heard of a stock like
NASDAQ, or DoorDash did that.
DoorDash did that as well? Okay, so, all right, I guess they don't sign. I mean, we'll have to go back and find out the
that
deal.
Is correct.
How long they were. Yeah, but Palantir, that's not, I mean, here's the stock. I just want to have a quick look into it. That's not really going to change anything. Nothing really at all other than the QSIP, I guess, for the stock. So here's Palantir right here if you want to have a quick look at it. I'm nervous about this stock. We've talked about it a little bit. I've been selling a little bit up here, not that much. I still want to hold this for as long as we possibly can, but I just wonder if some of these trades are going to unwind a little bit here, as this always seems to happen, right? You get a huge bump up in crypto then fades out. Same thing with a lot of these meme stocks. Big bubs and then a little bit of a fade, and then we figure it out after that. We're getting a reduced stake in ARM Holdings right now as well. ARM, so this is an interesting name here, back into the 200-period moving average. That's the green line. So if you're going to be watching out for that, 134 flat here for ARM could be a spot. Okay, Donald J. Trump Jr. now talking about Robert F. Kennedy there for HHS security there. So he's going to be in that. DJT, is that moving around here in the after hours? No, $27 here on the daily. I think it's put up or shut up for this name. If you like the stock, buy it here ahead of the 50-period moving average. But if you break below this $25 mark, I would say see you later for a little bit right there. So that is what it is, Darwin. RFK Jr. HHS is now confirmed. We've got that a couple different sources. Adair brought us that about an hour ago. For me, that affects XBI. Watch out for some of these healthcare spots. XLV is another one. What's going on with XLV today? Yeah, look at this, man. A lot of these ETFs, maybe XLV's the play. Will RFK do anything with Humana, with some of these other places, United Health, things like that? What is going on with healthcare right now? I don't know enough about that political landscape over there and what exactly that means, but there it is to the downside, XLV along with XBI. The other one is IBB, another major name pulling back in right now too. So I'm going to do some more research on this, but I think these are all buys in and around this area. I like the space. I like what lower rate means for this. But I guess with this new administration, we're going to have to watch out exactly what's going on. A name that I think that's been getting hit and washed out. I don't think Trump is necessarily against solar, by the way. Like, I just think it would have been better if the Democrats were involved, right? So let's talk about new energy. I mean, I know we're going to be talking about drilling and things like that, but first solar, definitely the best of breed getting hit to the downside. The ETF that you're going to look at for solar is TAN, but that's going to have solar edge, end phase, and whatnot involved with that. If you just want to buy the best, why not just do that? Michael Knotts has talked about this a couple of times. Buy the best name in the space. You don't necessarily have to buy the ETF, but end phase, look at this destructed name as well. You want to talk about a name that you didn't want to be in, end phase. Look at the weekly chart for that, $337. Shout out to Hydration Nation. We're going to take a sip right here.
I have 2 water bottles, so.
All right, cheers, Adair. What did you wind up getting there? Is that a matcha?
That is a matcha.
You know what I tell them when I get a matcha? Extra hot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I usually tell them extra matcha.
Extra. Can you do extra? You can tell them extra matcha?
Oh, I don't usually do the second cup, but Starbucks, because if you already get a matcha drink, they will add matcha for you, and it's free. Life hack. Sorry, Brian Nickel. I'm going to save some people some nickels, too, with this life hack.
What was that life hack again?
If you go to Starbucks and you're already getting a matcha drink, you can add extra matcha for free.
Okay. So if you're already paying $7, you can get a little extra scoop of matcha.
Yeah, more caffeine for free. They do not
This
charge
matcha
you.
has
I
tons
don't
of
know
caffeine.
how he's changing things around there. I can't speak to that, but we'll see.
Okay. All right. Some Destakin Apple getting, again, we're getting 13F filings right now, so we'll hear all of the stories as they come through here. But I'm going to go back.
I'm not seeing much movement.
No, there's not too much movement. So again, remember, when you're filing these 13Fs, most of them are as of what, June 30th? So there's not, like, there's a ways away from this. Like, if they've dissolved their position, it would have been as of June 30th.
Oh, sorry, no, it's September 30th.
Oh, these ones are September 30th now?
Yeah, it's comparing the June one to the September
okay,
one.
so note over note. But at the end of the day, still a month and a half old, some of these filings. So look, there's a little bit of a pullback there for Apple as we get down to the downside. Some talk there on Meta today. Meta with a nice move back up. I think Meta's in a little bit of a problem because it's just magneted to $600. It will break through that. I mean, we saw Nvidia bounce around $100 until eventually it broke it. I really like Meta. I like everything about it. It's nowhere near in trouble. The one that's in trouble to me is Google. But again, I don't want to talk about the same names over and over again. So that's Google coming back in. Still okay. Just a little off its highs. I guess it's nowhere near the 50 period. I shouldn't talk too much about that as well.
I have 113F pop, and it is pretty cheesy here. It's Domino's Pizza. DPZ here up nicely with this pop on a Warren Buffett ad here to his portfolio. So Berkshire, apparently this is a brand new position for him. He just started it. That is going to be 1,277,256 shares. That is almost 1.3 million shares here in Domino's Pizza. That is more than a couple slices of pizza for Mr. Warren Buffett. He also, I'm going to read you all the Warren Buffett ones because I think it's worth noting.
I mean,
pardon?
No, it's exactly what you said about DPZ. It's just
he reduced his Apple by 25%, cut Charter by 26%, reduced Ulta Beauty by 97%.
What? I like Ulta.
He just bought Ulta, so that's kind of shocking. Entirely selling his Liberty Sirius XM. He also sold the entirety of FND, which is a ticker I've never heard of, called Floor and Decor Holdings. Other reductions, 7% cut here for Capital One, reducing new holdings by 20%. They had that earnings miss today. And then Sirius XM, so not Liberty, just Sirius, down by 20%. Bank of America cutting another 23%. So the biggest ones there, in my opinion, Apple cut by 25%. Ulta, he only has 3.5% left now, guys.
Look at Ulta.
Oof.
Let's move down $5 down. Okay, I have a little bit of a beef with all of this because where do you think he announced his position in Ulta Beauty? If you say it's down here, I guarantee you're going to be right. There's the move there. Go back and look. August 13th, I bet, or 14th. Nice move to the upside there on Ulta Beauty. When did he get out? So here's the filing. You said these are as of September 30th. So this is September 30th right here. So there to there, now here, back to the downside right now. Viking Global raising their stake in NVIDIA. Viking Global right now. So that's going to be another name that's starting to get some action here. Nothing happening right now. All right, OKLO. Let's have a look at what's reported today. OKLO now popping. Maybe now those numbers are now out. Oklo now coming up to the upside. Let's check out.
I only see one number from them.
All right, AMAT still downside as well. We're looking for ASTS. If we have that number, get that to us.
I'm expecting that at 4:30.
Okay, because that's down now pretty nicely. So ASTS now down 14%. I get a feeling, Adair, this one may be out. So get ready for that one.
I could not find them here, but it looks like they've been kind of in a downtrend all day. They do have also a short float of 34%, so ASTS's move might be more short float based. I'm not seeing the report, though. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm not seeing anything on the interwebs, nor am I seeing anything on Benzinga. I just want to really quickly mention, too, the other Buffett pump is going to be Pool. P-O-O-L. This is another addition, much like what he's adding and like entirely buying for the first time for Domino's Pizza, buying Pool for the first time here as well.
Isn't that
also,
Whirlpool?
someone was asking, what about Oxy? No comment on Oxy. Doesn't look like he changed his Oxy position.
Pool. Yeah, it's not Whirlpool. Pool Corporation. What are these guys doing here? Making of a Pool Corporation engages in the wholesale distribution of swimming pool supplies. Right now, down 10% year to date. So this guy going value hunting right now with Pool. Looks like nice move to the upside. And again, this is going to be as of September, so right into here right now.
Sorry, he actually did reduce his Oxy position by 18%. That wasn't one of the bigger ones. I just saw that now. But yeah, the bigger, I think Apple cut by 25%. It's pretty huge. And the Ulta cut is massive because it just called out.
No reaction. I mean, Apple does fall down a little bit right there on that one, but we've already talked about it. Like, it was $70 billion worth of Apple. We'll figure out now. You said cut by 25% or so we'll see about a $50 billion or so holding on that one. Yeah, I know. I did see that Palantir is coming to the NASDAQ. I mean, we brought this story to you, and Palantir wasn't moving, so bang. Now it's moving, but I can't take too much credit for this other than the fact that I love Palantir and the fact that I mentioned I didn't know the effect of this, and I didn't see why this would be something that would move the stock like that. But again, why a stock would move it is listing fees. Again, you have to pay. This is why, it's kind of like fool's gold, right? Buy NDAQ. You want to buy NASDAQ? Whoa. Well, the NASDAQ, so let me see what's going on with NASDAQ. Yeah, that's exactly what we thought. As trading gets elevated right here, look who's making all the money, who's collecting all those fees. Look at how well NASDAQ's performed. Year to date on NASDAQ, let me go over here and find out exactly how far it is. 34% year to date, so almost a little bit larger than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ year to date, 25%, same as the SPY. So outperforming that is the NASDAQ, the stock itself. Isn't that funny? You can either buy the NASDAQ stock, or you could buy all of the stocks in the NASDAQ. Yeah. And of course, completely different names. One is the company, which you're investing in as well. You want to short that thing? XLE, another name here. Wow. Finally, an ETF I'm looking at that I own that's going to the upside. XLE really performing well here. Obviously, we get that Trump bump. Nice upside moves. A name that I really like in the space, Valero. I think this one's a little bit beat up there. SLB's been beat up as well. We could get an upside move in that. XOM, big names here to look at. Chevron and XOM, etc. Adair, if you want to review some of those notes, we can do that at any time. If you, I can
tell you guys kind of what happened today if you missed it. So there was a lot of excitement. I also took some little notes here on Jerome Powell. A lot of what he said was not super market moving. It was more the market reacting to the fact that he was speaking, which he was. One thing he did say was that if people believe inflation will be higher, it probably will be. That's actually a quote. So his whole thing was that's why it's so important to kind of have things measured, because if people panic, then that can lead to some panic in the markets and inflation. He also said it's important that the Fed remains independent. With regards to that first cut, he said, when it became clear that inflation needed a response from us, we responded forcefully. So that is basically his justification for that 50 basis point cut. He also, I guess he talked a little bit about whether or not he thinks there'll be a bit of a change here, I guess, the economic policy, or if there'll need to be change with the new administration. He says he hasn't seen much for that yet. He said there's also a difference between the role of Fed staff and the role of Fed policymakers. And then he said it'll really depend here in terms of when we know we'll hit the neutral rate. We'll have to kind of wait and see. He had this quote here from Milton Friedman saying monetary policy works with long and variable lags. Basically saying it's not going to be a smooth path. He also did raise some flags about PPI as well. But yeah, in terms of other stocks today, we had I was saying this to Sean, it's like every day a spready stock pumps. ASML was pumping this morning really nicely, sold off pretty nicely though too. ASML here with that guidance raise. There were a lot of small caps again like QUBT, QBTS, BTCT. I know you were involved in that, UAVS. Tons of nuclear plays as well as we await Oklo earnings, which for the record, I'm only seeing one number from Oklo, and it is their earnings per share. From what I'm seeing, exactly in line with estimates, negative 8 cents per share versus negative 8 cents per share expected. I tried to go on their website to find their quarterly report, and it did not send me to the right thing. So unfortunately, I have to say oh no to Oklo in terms of my ability to access that report, but I am still looking. I'm still not seeing ASTS either, but I can give you guys a quick AMAT update if people would like. AMAT here basically, they did beat for earnings per share and for sales, though their GAAP earnings per share were a miss. Their adjusted beat. But yeah, I'm seeing their guidance as well, but I'm not seeing how that compares to estimates. Their guidance here for fiscal Q1 2025, $6.75 billion to $7.55 billion in revenue, adjusted earnings between $2.11 and $2.47 per share. Let me check Astis again. Oh, they made an announcement, but it's not earnings. So Astis here apparently announcing that it's launched services agreement to enable continuous space-based cellular broadband service coverage for the United States, Europe, Japan, U.S. government, and other strategic markets locally. So apparently a deal that includes the government for ASTS with regards to this continuous space-based cellular broadband.
Good, Jay. Thanks to Derek. Great recap there.
No worries.
Yeah, I really like doing that. So I was throwing up some symbols as you were talking about that. So I really like that. Third point. Wow, third point, dissolving stake in Uber. That's not going to be good. Also dissolving stake, I just heard something about Amazon as well. So some of these names are starting to feel like, I feel like anyways, a lot of these bigger tech names seem to be going the other way, weightings downside, and we saw a name like Pool, maybe some of the industrial names starting to go back up. And I just wanted to look at Berkshire as well here, because this is another ETF that I call it an ETF, but that I've been buying recently as well. Nice move upside there as insurance, banks, and of course the energy trade continues to work out. Oxy, kind of a no-brainer here today, didn't do a whole heck of a lot there. Occidental downside off of earnings. We'll wait to see if anything's coming on. I'm going to put this into a 1-minute chart. Adair just went over a couple names there. I'm going to go over a little bit of a broader market look here, just real quickly. Healthcare technology, really bad today, man. As you can see, maybe we'll zoom in a little bit. Eli Lilly down 3 points. That's not very good. J&J down as well. Amgen, Pfizer. Basically, when we get Robert F. Kennedy Jr. there for HHS, that's not, I mean, he hasn't talked very nice, not nicely, but, you know, different strategies there as far as vaccines and technologies and what's been happening there in the world and all of that. So I'm going to leave it alone before we get a little bit too political. But that's what's
interesting. He actually said he's not going, like earlier he said he doesn't want to attack vaccines too hard.
Right. Okay.
So we'll see.
Well, we'll see. Anyways, maybe, I mean,
I just wanted to bring that up.
Again, let's look at that, and then let's talk about what the stock market actually thinks. Moderna right there on the announcement just bleeds down about another $2 down to the downside right now. So if you want to talk about trying to buy a stock right now, Moderna back in May was $170. It is now $40 down there to the downside. Like Moderna getting absolutely pumped right now. I'm not in this name. I thought I liked Moderna because I liked the sort of the cancer side of things. They were using mRNA technology to develop more and more treatments and things like that. But Moderna on the weekly, this is a weekly chart. I'm not sure. Zoomed in and saw a little green one there. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Basically 13 to 14 weeks of no upside move whatsoever. To me, that's oversold. Look at what the RSI is. You can almost not even see it down here. Sub 20 right now. So Moderna continues to get pumped up, pumped down. Pfizer near that spot as well. Yuck. Another name that if you're going to trade it, hold it for the long term. Feel like there's some bumpy rides ahead right now in the space. Okay, the heat map just real quickly, just to show you guys what was breathing life into the market today. It was Apple up 1.38%. And as you can see, like Netflix, just come on, man. Say something negative. I want to buy you. I want this to get a little lower right there. Netflix still up 1% today. That Jake Paul fight, man, that's gonna be wild. The first time ever that my wife has said to me, "Are we watching the fight?" Like, you know, normally I'm like the one trying to get these streams going, getting them all going. Like, I watched Jake Paul fight all of them, you know, and now finally some respect. I mean, no one else is watching boxing. He's finally bringing it back. I mean, who's the heavyweight champion? Go, I'll give you guys 5 seconds.
No clue.
Mayweather, says Fabian. Okay, so that's about the most we have to talk about right there. Floyd Mayweather, the guy been retired for 15 years or something, and that's who Fabian thinks is champion. All right, so here we go. Apple downside. Look, a lot of you guys will know boxing might be really healthy. What I'm just saying is it's not in the heyday right now, and I don't know if Jake Paul's bringing that back. What I'm talking about is the media aspect of it, watching the fight. They're going to sell out Dallas State, whatever it's called, Cowboy Stadium or AT&T Stadium there in Dallas. That's huge for the event, man. Like when it was Tyson versus Buster Douglas there in the Superdome in Tokyo, you're going to get more for this fight. Like, so that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, right? So whether or not it's going to be a good fight, a rigged fight or not, I don't know. But definitely interested there. Retail today, like retail really got hit today, man. Amazon down 1 point. Come over to the screen here. Amazon down 1.2%. Walmart down 1.2%. When's the last time Costco was down 1%? Home Depot down 1%. TJX, everything to the downside right there. Retail and health, big time movement to the downside today. So semis also. NVIDIA, okay, stays positive, but we did have Broadcom to the downside. We have TSM. We had ARM breaking some of those lows as well. Yucky, yuck, yuck there. I'm not even trying to look at the chat because there's probably some people talking about the fight in there. All right, so that's the weekly chart there for Pfizer, continuously moving to the downside. ASTS right now. Wait a minute, APLD. What is that? Applied Digital? Is this what I just heard? A new stake taken by NVIDIA? Maybe not. That doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
I mean, they've been involved in them in the past.
Oh, have they? Okay, so there it is right now. APLD. So yeah, there it is. A nice little spike up there for APLD. Get involved in this right now, maybe. I'm just hearing it for the first time right now. NVIDIA and APLD. So we'll get the story of this soon. Applied Digital right now. Nice move up. What does it look like here? APLD. This is a live look at APLD with the liquidity. So right now the spread is about 5 cents. Take advantage of that, man. Wipe that bid. Wipe that ask right now. Get 730s. Nice move. Wipe that ass. That doesn't sound that good. Nice move to the upside right there. Swipe it, maybe. Swipe or no swiping. You ever watch Dora?
Yeah, when I was a child, I did explore some Dora.
Dora, the Explorer.
The movie in 2018 was actually really fun, I must say. The live-action movie with Mark Wahlberg's nephew playing Diego. I really enjoyed that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, okay.
It made Dora
Mark
cool.
and the Funky Bunch, man.
Yeah.
That's such a good vibration. You know that song? That was a good one there. All right, so anyways, there we go. It is APLD with a nice move back there to the upside. Watch out for that. Right now with NVIDIA. NVIDIA live look in on NVIDIA 146.62. Not much happening right there. Live looking on ASTS as we wait for their earnings to...
We got ASTS. Sorry, I got excited.
All right, there it is. I mean, we just called over to it. ASTS now with earnings. They're down 9% right now. Closes the day in and around. I mean, that big volume spike at the end gets it to $27.50, $28. ASTS right now dropping back in, down to $25, Adara. This is ASTS Space Mobile. We just call it ASTS. I see the numbers as well, but I don't want to spoil the party.
Yeah, I mean, I will tell you guys, with ASTS, I always want to use the caveat. Thank you, Sean, for letting me opine on this. They have almost a 34% short float, so be aware here. This is very heavily shorted. We do have here ASTS here missing their earnings per share, so they lost $1.10 per share. People were expecting a loss of 20 cents per share. That would be quite the miss. But the sales miss is maybe more shocking here. Sales of $1.1 million versus estimates of $24.13 million. But I want to say a caveat here. I was seeing estimates of $2.2 million. So this might be a typo from Benzinga. I can't say that with certainty, but I can say from what I was seeing, the expected revenue was a lot lower than this estimate we're seeing. So I want to put that out there. Sometimes there are typos with releases. I'm not really confident with regards to the sale miss, but I will tell you the number they apparently reported, which is $1.1 million. And again, missing here on earnings per share. If I see an updated with regards to that estimate, I'll let you guys know, because the estimate I was seeing was, to use an Obiism, distinctly different from the number Benzinga is giving me by the tune of times 12. Also, JD apparently, its stake here being increased by 69% by Appaloosa. They also doubled Appaloosa here. They doubled their stake in Lyft. So that is from these. We're still getting 13F filings. Also, I've Win getting added by a lot of people here. So I guess that's a win-win for Win. Yep.
Yeah, I was just reading this. So yeah, NVIDIA takes a 7-point-something million share stake in APLD. That's going upside. So I just called up like Palantir. First of all, like Palantir is mooning right now. Like $59 close to $61.50. Oh gosh, I'm going to sneeze. So you're adding about $2, $2.50 onto $59 right now, up 4% right here in the aftermarket, Palantir. And the only news that I'm seeing here, Adara, is that, yeah, they're moving over to stock exchange there from the NASDAQ, from the NYSE over to the NASDAQ right here. Life Wallet, I don't know what that's all about. And yeah, so there it is. The statement from Palantir, then the news dropped that they are transferring to the NASDAQ. So, okay, that's fine. I'm a little bit unaware of why this would be such a dramatic move. So thank you so much to Piper. I just want to ask people how they liking the show right now with Adara and I, and they're loving it right now. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to Harry. Thank you to the Piper as well for your nice comments there as Adara and I. Trying to switch it up a little bit, showing you different names, different things. We don't even need, we don't need no guests. We don't need no guests to come on. I mean, we do miss our guests. We will have Danielle Shea coming back on the Thursday show pretty soon. She's with her new baby, so we say shout out to her and her new family as she's added to her family. So shout out to Danielle Shea, the best in the business there. And then, of course, we will always have Brian Shannon. And I believe Michael Noss will keep his spot there on Monday as well as we look to do things a little bit differently. All right, it's 4:28. What else do you want to say?
Yeah, I want to quickly see. Apparently, Yannick and Beatrice in the chat giving us an 8.5 out of 10. I'll take it, Yannick.
No,
and Beatrice. That's an A.
Nah.
I mean, but thank you, Sean, for having me back here. I really love being at this desk, and I really enjoy being here and giving you guys these earnings. I'm also seeing another potential thing here in Palantir.
How tall are you, by the way?
Apparently, I'm wearing heels, but I'm like 5'8.5", I think. But Renaissance Technologies, apparently here, this is led by Jim Simon, who's been called the Quant King. He apparently now has, NVIDIA is the largest position in Renaissance.
Hey-o.
That's the largest position in its portfolio, making up 2.15% of the portfolio. So that could be, that's I guess, another 13F update there. Jim Simon's having a nice little chunk of Palantir. I'm not sure the extent to which he changed it, but I'm just seeing apparently it is the largest percentage of his entire holdings, in addition to that NASDAQ switch up, which actually did give DoorDash a bit of a boost, because if you've seen DoorDash's stock before the NASDAQ switch up and then after, distinctly different. Again, sorry, Obi, to keep copying your style, but it works.
He's sitting right there. He's giving you the mean looks right now. Yeah, we'll figure that all out. And Yannick and Beatrice said he or she gives their kids only a 6 at best. So we'll take the 8.5. We'll take it. All right, it's one time for something really special. We want to thank everybody for watching and do this right now. It's your roll call. All right, look, thank you so much for everybody to join us. I mean, we could not do the show without you. We did a little small roll call at the beginning. I'd like to do that to shout out to people that have been with us here for the whole stream is right now. Thank you for leaving us at 4 o'clock and switching over to us watching this closing show. Again, we're going to try to go over not too many earnings today, but thank you so much. Over 3,000 of you right now. Miguel Lopez, thank you. Tony. Bears vs. Bulls is here. Cryptonomics is here as well. Erie Pages, thank you so much for this. Pershing Square upping. I can't even stop doing this. Nike right now. Okay, I thought it'd be a bigger move there. Pershing Square increasing it. So we've heard from Bill Ackman before about Nike. Thought it might have been a little bit of a bigger reaction to that, but we're not going to stop. It's roll call back again. Hey, what's up, Hambone? What's up, Breaking VWAP? Hey, you never want stocks to break too much VWAP right there. So shout out to that. Was Bigley Down Under says thank you as well. Slow Motion. What's up, Slow Motion? Don't go too slow. Try to get a little faster. What's up to Daryl Flinch? Hey, this guy's been here. We used to have traders on with us as like a guest trader of the day. Daryl, we remember you, my guy. Hope you're doing really, really well right there as well. Hey, says Henry Chung as well. Tony says hi. Bristol says hi. Easy Peasy says hi. Dan H. Yannick and Beatrice is here as well. Hambone. You see anybody else on here, Adair, that you want to say hi to?
We got some people. We got VRO's trades. We got Steve-O. We got Just in Time. I love a good point in here. So he said for Doge. I mean, shout out to you. I guess Elon Musk also for Doge right now as well. Everything Essence. We have 2 New York Cent. We've got the Piper. Easy Peasy. Joseph Brown, T-Man, Carlton Lockley, Paul, Joseph Birch, Music. I'm going to see if I can find an update here with regards to that situation with ASTS, because I want to know if that estimate was really. I'm not seeing an update here, but like I said, I have a little bit of a question as to what the actual estimate that Benzinga provided was, because it was not the same type of number that I was seeing from other estimates I read.
We're getting a bunch of stuff like Meta Platforms. Someone just put a stake on there. Elliott Investment shows a put position for ARM apparently and in the Spider ETF. They take a stake in XLU. This is Elliott Investment, 1.5 million shares call position as well there. Texas Instruments, they've added that as well. Puts an IWM. Interesting. Added a stake in the Jets ETF as a put as well. So, hey, man, lots of stuff happening. We're going to get through all these 13Fs tomorrow. I'm sure we'll be talking about those. Do your research tonight, though. There's a lot of them. If you're interested in any of that, those are updated positions for a lot of these funds. So thank you so much for joining us one more time. Hey, it's the end of the week, man. Tomorrow is Friday. We'll see about getting some burgers there tomorrow. It should be a fun night. No matter what, enjoy yourself. Enjoy that NFL game tonight. And we will see everybody tomorrow for Trader TV Adair. I'm Trader TV Sean. That's Trader TV Obi sitting over there just thinking what's going on. Can we get Obi quickly?
Oh, boy.
Fabian's busy working here. He's by himself there. But there's Obi with the
He was ready.
Obi's like deuces, everybody. All right. Thank you, Obi. Obi's back with me tomorrow. So is Adair. So is Fabian. Thank you, Fabian. Thank you to everybody. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, everybody, for watching. For now, cheers. Hey, potato, French fries. See you guys.
See you guys.